Ride is to escape,
to race,
to explore,
to love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus
and to conquer what lies ahead,
let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
Hello and welcome. Marhaban. This is day 2 of on-track racing here at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the beautiful Bahrain International Circuit in the city of Sakhir in Bahrain. My name is Henry Baudet. Joining me as always, Jen Wade. Jen, today is a great day. It's Independence Day here in Bahrain. The 50th anniversary of this country gaining independence from the UK, a lot of people wearing red. Red signifies independence, and I can't think of a better day to have the best racing, kart racing in the world.
Of course, it's day 5 when we look at it from when we started in the raffle, but day 2, yes, track action. It's a fantastic day, public holidays here, long weekend, lots of people watching on from outside the circuit as well in the grandstand. And if anything, yesterday afternoon's racing, I mean, everyone was a bit nervous, but if anything, I think it's going to be a great day today from that racing, what we saw, how close it is.
Yep.
And of course that was under lights, which was spectacular.
Oh, absolutely spectacular. So on the menu for you today, every driver will compete in their last round of heat races. For E20 and Micro Max, they've only got the one race. They've only got the one heat. But for Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2 and Masters, they've got 2 races each to sort out where they're going to start for the pre-finals.
Yes.
It's going to be a very, very hot day. The temperatures are already up on yesterday. The sky's beautiful blue. So it's going to be a real case of tyre management, but also driver management, just to keep calm. There's a long wait between races while the weather is so hot.
Yes, of course, I can see the wind's changed today compared to what we've had.
And that's a blessing.
Yes,
the wind is a blessing.
Yes, so we've got nice cool breeze, but really fantastic track action yesterday. People that, you know, they're champions in their own country, in their own Rotax Max Challenge. Also the E20 just here we can see getting ready to go out once again. Brilliant racing, and yeah, you've got to stay tuned wherever you are. Good morning, good night, and good evening.
Yeah.
All around the world.
Stay tuned.
Yes, stay tuned all day.
After the racing, we've got the studio show again this evening, so we've got a packed day of racing. We've got plenty of guest commentators as well joining me in the commentary box, so you're going to hear from former champions, current drivers, former drivers, all helping to add their area of expertise to this event. And this evening, you've got a great show lined up this evening in the studio.
More about what's happened today, but also in the Middle East, motorsport in the Middle East. We're going to meet some of the kids, so stay tuned also about social media and keep asking your questions. We'll try and answer those through the day.
Please ask questions on the social media channels, but also on the Rotax Karting Facebook page, Instagram, and what's the other social media? Twitter. That's the one.
Okay.
Just tell us where you're watching from, who you're supporting, so I can tell you on the live stream. It's great for the drivers to know that, they're being supported from back home. Please keep your comments coming in. Just let me know where you're from, who you're cheering on, and I'll let them know on the live stream. Can't wait to get going.
Yes.
I better run to the commentary box.
Go.
Got some talking to do.
Yes. See you later.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the commentary box. We are about to get underway with the second round of heats with E20. Joining me, as always, in the commentary box for the E20 race, Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, a great day. It's boiling hot. We had one really good race yesterday. Very, very close action. Oscar Pellemel, who, rumour has it, it might be his birthday today. What better way to celebrate his birthday than with a race win? Can I just say once again, Mahraban to everybody watching in the region. Happy Independence Day to Bahrain. 50 years of independence. That's why we see everyone wearing red. But hopefully no red on the circuit. Hopefully only green. Green for go. There's the grid, 18 drivers. Alex, you've been speaking to the drivers yesterday. They were really, really pumped up and excited about this, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, interesting developments from warm-up this morning. Only 4 drivers set a lap time. You said about strategy and conservation of the Mojo tyres. Well, with 4 drivers out of the 18 strong going out on the circuit this morning for their short warm-up. Very much the case in points, but yeah, what a battle we had under the floodlights last night with Theo Kakati winning by a second from Oscar Pellemel. So I think, as you said, happy birthday. Let's say it in his native language. Bon anniversaire, as they say in France. So
also, I can say it in his native language as well.
Go on.
Happy birthday.
You couldn't resist, could you, Bodette?
Absolutely not. So, Project E20, supported by Saudi, Heat 2, the only race today, because, of course, the grids that only have 36 or less on them have 2 heats before the pre-finals. This is the only chance we get to see them on track today. It's 8 laps. They're sitting there waiting, all tuned up, ready to go. Tyre conservation is the key. The heat is the key. Boost button also the key.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's a 4 kilowatts additional power delivery. These carts with their what they call the permanent magnetic synchronous motor, which effectively, the minute you start the cart...
Easy for you to say.
Yes, I've had plenty of time to get my lips around that one in terms of talking about it. But the main thing is that the minute you start the cart, it's permanently active. The magnets are in full flow. And as we said yesterday, it's a 5-second delivery span, and then you have to wait for 30 seconds to recharge. The system itself is both water and air cooled. The batteries are cooled by air, and the other system by water.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the starting lineup. Pole position from France, Oscar Pellemel, and then Theo Kakati, yesterday's race winner from the United Arab Emirates. Row 2, Alexei Alava from Finland and Victor Nielsen from Denmark. Row 3, Malte Ebdrup from Denmark and Hannes Morin from Sweden. Then it's Ellis Spezia from the United States and David Auleshner from Poland. Row number 5, Matilda Olsen from Sweden and Frederico Peters from Portugal. Teddy Singh from Canada and Thierry de Jong from the Netherlands share row 6. Row 7, Mats Overhoff from Germany and Corina Camper from Austria. Nicolas Pacheco from Chile and Jose Vidal from Chile as well share row 8. 2 more Chilean drivers, Hector Ramirez and Matias Pacheco. Sorry, I'll start
Pacheco, I think it is, isn't it?
Pacheco. Yep. Yes, you are correct. Pacheco, Matias Pacheco starting shotgun on the field. A standing start, 1,500 metres there or thereabouts of this fantastic 14-turn Bahrain International Kart Circuit. And can Theo Kakati double up? Can Oscar Pellemel from France one better than yesterday? He starts a 701 kart from pole, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from both front row drivers, and Pellemel just gets the edge going into turn number 1 now with this fantastic flowing roller coaster section of the circuit through turns 2, 3 and 4. On board, believe on board is maybe Alexei Alava. This is our onboard kart, and he gets passed for 3rd place by the number 713. That is Malte Ebdrup. Great move there, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, going into turn 1, Yalava was also looking up the inside of Kakati for 2nd position as there's a move for probably around about 6th or 7th. There might have been a little bit of touching there, but it's a little bit of rubbings racing, but karting is a non-contact sport, of course.
One of the Chilean drivers, they're getting all crossed up at the braking for turn and break, but he managed to save it through the corkscrew, down the hill, sun shining on the E20 kart. It's Pellemel and Kakati, then a slight gap to Ebdrup, so that move, it got the Danish driver a position, but it cost him a little bit of time.
And at the moment, Pelmele is fastest in Sector 1 and Sector 2, puts in the fastest lap of anybody. Alexei Yalava fastest in Sector 2. Now Victor Nielsen also, who started in 4th position, now down to 6th behind Hannes Morin. Elias Spiezia holding station at the moment in 7th ahead of David Altledner from Poland.
Great onboard view from Yalava, gives you a fantastic viewpoint of how undulating this circuit is. Really, the onboard camera doing the gradient changes here at Bahrain, a real justice. Now we're going uphill here. We're going to go around turn number 9 into turn 10, the corkscrew section. Ebdrup dropping back, and there's a move. Oh, that was Ebdrup looking a little bit racy behind Kakati as they now head downhill, avoiding those curves towards turn number 12. A real opportunity here, but the top 3 stay nose to tail. Kakati biding his time. Ebdrup looking very, very aggressive. And behind Yalava, Morin is 5th, Nielsen 6th, Spiezia is 7th. Olsen uptake, Matilda Olsen, who did have a great time of things yesterday in the kart number 705. But Helmel is leading the way, and you can see, Alex, they come through the roller coaster, and there's a move for second.
Nice work by Malte Ebdrup. First ever time he's actually qualified for the grand finals. Altledner has now gotten past Spiezia, but Malte Ebdrup was fastest in the first sector. Nicolas Pacheco down in the 717 from Chile, now behind Thierry de Jong, who's dropped 2 places. Corina Camper on the move, up from 14th to 12th position behind Canada's Teddy Sin in the 716.
So running lap number 3 out of 8. Out of the corkscrew, down the hill towards turn 12. You can see the field still very closely packed together. At the back of the field, the 4 drivers from Chile. Now, it's their first experience of the E20 karts. Hector Ramirez, 66 years old. He's the Chilean Rotax distributor, and he has brought 3 of his drivers, Jose Vidal, the brothers, Nicolas and Matias Pacheco. And it's Matias Pacheco who's the first of the 4 Chilean drivers. There they are, going across your screen there. Hector Ramirez, oldest man in the field, just falling back a little bit, but up at the front the action is still red hot as the sun here at Bahrain. And Hamel coming into turn number 7 and 8. Double apex left-hander, uphill now, steep uphill. Can't quite see the gradient on this camera shot. Interesting the different lines the E20s are taking.
Yes.
The combustion engine karts missing that apex at turn 9. The E20's getting quite close to it, but it's Kakati who's now looking to try and regain second place.
Yeah, he's actually the first driver to go sub 22 seconds in the final sector. It's very much a different application on driving style, as now Kakati will use the boost button to try and close up. Malte Ebdrup can also use that button as a defensive countermeasure, so it has a dual purpose in terms of the strategy operation in the E20 racing.
Yes, and we had Matilda Olsen and Oscar Pellemel on the studio show last night. They were saying that you use the boost button at the last turn 14 down the main straight. That's where you tend to use the boost button. Great battle for the top 3. A little gap back to Yalava, our camera kart in 4th place. He looks over his shoulder there to see Victor Nielsen in 5th. Morin still 6th. The battle of the Swedes, Morin and Olsen.
Kakati is right on the back bumper of Malte Ebdrup, so I fear that Kakati will send it up the inside. He's going to go through. Nicely done by the Emirati through the left-hander there, going through into that part of the circuit, which would have been turn number 12.
It's almost as though you could see into the future, Alex. While you're at it, can you give me the right lottery numbers for this weekend?
Unfortunately, I haven't got my crystal ball with me this week here in Bahrain, Henry.
Oh, well, and never mind. Here's the rest of the field going through. You can see Thierry de Jong there, and then here's the great battle. Well, the Chilean drivers have now caught Teddy Sin, so you've got a great 5-kart battle going on for 14th place, just showing you how competitive the field is. There they go, up top of your camera there, the 5 drivers. The 1 Canadian trying to hold off the South American charge.
North versus South America, I see, as well.
Yes.
But it's really good to, for those that actually watched on the Rotax social media channels, there was a nice video with likes of Corina Camper and also Teddy Sin saying like how well oiled the E20 project is in terms.
No,
it's not oiled. No, it's well lubricated.
Oh, right, there we go.
That's the right word I was looking for. But trust me to throwing in internal combustion terminology on an electric cart.
2 laps to go, and Oscar Penamel is pulling away his last lap, 55.475, 0.2 quicker than Theo Kakati. We're getting to the stage now where Kakati is going to start thinking more about defence than offence, because he wants to hang on to second place. Of course, this result combined with yesterday's heat, that decides the grid for tomorrow's pre-final. So important. Now, I don't know what the tiebreaker situation is, because of course Penamel finishing second yesterday. If things stay the same, Penamel and Kakati will be equal on points. I don't know how they split the tiebreaker, possibly on who wins the first race or who qualified better. Yep. If it's on qualification, it's Penamel who will take the advantage. If it's on who wins the first race, Kakati takes the advantage.
Yeah, Penamele's now got well over a 6/10 of a second advantage. On to the final lap we go, lap 8 out of 8, and the gap has now expanded to nearly 0.8 of a second. David Outlaner has set the fastest second sector on the previous lap. He's up to 7th, ahead of Matilda Olson, Frederico Peters from Portugal, and Ellis Spiezia from the United States, rounding out the top 10.
Final time into turn 5, which we christen Mosport Corner because of its very much similar to the Mosport Park track in Canada. That one corner is anyway, so that's what we've christened it. And second, third and fourth. Now here's Alexia Lava, maybe saving a bit of that boost, but here comes Ebdrup through turn number 9, makes the move on Theo Kakati, a crucial move possibly for deciding who starts on pole for the pre-final. Kakati's got 3 corners left, he looks to the inside, Ebdrup defends. Now Kakati will try the crossover into 12. Are we going to see a change? But it looks like Oscar Penamel from France will take the race win. This time, Alex, by a little bit more of a comfortable margin.
1.236 seconds was the provisional winning margin ahead of Malte Ebdrup from Denmark. What a drive from the youngster in the 713, up to second from 5th on the grid.
And after finishing second, finishing 6th yesterday, rather.
Yes. Theo Kakati rounds out the top 3. We're going to go to a bit of a replay on board from Yalava, and that's how close out of the final corner.
A little kiss there, just giving Kakati a bit of an extra boost, but
yes,
have enough to get him across the line.
Yes, not of the button pressing kind, but of the bumper pressing kind.
Exactly. Well, another fantastic E20 race. The gap between the top 10, just 8 seconds. Penamel from France, Ebdrup from Denmark, Kakati from United Arab Emirates, Yalava from Finland, Nielsen from Denmark. So Denmark, 2 drivers in the top 5. Then in Morin, Auleshner, Olsen in 8th, Peters 9th, Spiezia rounds out the top 10, De Jong, Sin, and Corina Kamper in 13th place, Mats Johan Overhoff, in 14th. The Battle of South America was won by 718. Matthias Pacheco. Matthias, yesterday he finished 16th, today he finishes 15th, he beats his brother Nicolas, who comes home in 17th. Jose Vidal is in 16th position. Hector Ramirez rounds out the field, but that battle from Chile, and hello to everyone in Santiago, in Valparaiso, and the rest of Chile. There is your results on screen. Please, once again, keep your comments coming in on the Rotax Karting Facebook page, on Instagram, and on Twitter. And there's Cosmo Virgula saying, "Go Team Poland." First shout out for Poland. Well, you've been cheering David Auleshner on as well. Well, that was good news, so keep your comments coming in.
I've got to give a shout out to some good friends of Ellis Spiezia. Hello to Hudson Athletics, who actually...
Hudson Athletics?
It's a CrossFit gym over where Ellis is from, in New Jersey.
On the Hudson River.
Yep, and... they basically, when Ellis was out on track yesterday, everyone stopped working out and were completely glued to the screen. So hello to our friends over in North America.
Good, now get back to work. There we go.
I don't know what time it is over there in New Jersey, but it's definitely
8 hours behind. Ooh. So unless they're working out at 2:30 in the morning, they're probably watching this in bed.
Yes.
Well, you're going to hang around for the the Micromax race. Only one Micromax race for you today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have hopefully a guest commentator coming in for Mini Max. But let's have a little flick through there. So yesterday, in Micromax, our pole sitter, Eva Vetenrata from Finland, looking down, he is there. He was in an incident, was taken out of the race, and we did have to have a little bit of a medical attention for him, but he's okay and is fighting fit and ready to make up for yesterday's disappointments, because obviously they worked very, very hard to get to pole position, and then all gets taken away. So let's look at our chassis partners. So we can't Praga IPK. This is footage from Sarno in 2019 and Praga Brazil 2018. Every single grand final has got a different feel to it, a different backdrop. Really, really impressive stuff. So a glance at the dummy grid. So first Paul Schuren, so obviously your friend Paul. Also, we have to shout out to Alexander Shelton from Latvia,
yes,
who should have been here, but is one of the several drivers who have tested positive for COVID. I believe he's okay,
yes,
but not able to race. So, Alex Shelton from Latvia.
Get well soon, buddy.
Get well soon,
I mean, he'd actually been out here racing in the UAE Rotax Max Challenge a few weeks ago, and you know, had a really good time. Enjoyed walking around the Formula One circuit, which is literally just adjacent to where we are. But some real good pedallers, quite a few that I've commentated on, both in the Le Mans for the International Trophy, the BNL karting series this season.
Well, there's Dragos Avasalaquite from Austria. Behind him, now that is Zdeněk Babicek. Yesterday's race result, I'm just looking at the thing, the winner, Zain El Homassani from the UAE, and Zain starts kart number 12 on the outside of the 5th row of the grid. A fantastic move around the outside at turn 12 on the final lap to seal victory. His mechanic, Jake Walker, was very, very impressed with that. Behind Zain, we had in second position Zdeněk Babicek from the Czech Republic. Yeah, sorry, I was mispronouncing it. Zdenek's mum and dad, they collared me this morning and they schooled me on the pronunciation of Zdeněk. But the competition within the Babicek-Babikova family,
yes,
Babicova family, is who is going to be the first family member. There's 4 of them here to take a race win. Are we going to see it here? Micromax, heat number 2, the only time the youngest drivers here in the 2021 Grand Finals are on track today. Well, they had their practice session this morning. Now it's the time for their heat race. Here is the starting lineup. Eva Vetenrata and Dragos Avasalaquite on row number 1. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia and Zdeněk Babicek from the Czech Republic on row 2, Tom Pappenberg from the Netherlands and Daniel Voinal from Russia, row 3, Miguel Gayoso and Leonidas Peruzzi on row number 4, row 5, David Matlak and yesterday's winner, Zain El Homassani. Then it's Albi Friend and Ines Vibrianatis, Owen Pankovic and Anthony Chepa on row 7, then Vanessa Shilkunate and Taigen Sakano from Japan, Paul Schuren and Adam Awan on row 9, Alexis Baejon and Kenzo Craigie, row 10, row 11, Bautista Panetta and Harukaze Suzuki, then Sebastian Rist and Boaz Maximov, followed by William Sterup Nilsson, Chen Kang Seng, Branislav Renkna, Uros Bogdanic. Rest of the field coming through there, Shonal Kunumal, Janssen, Santiago Granados, Nimrod Nogradi, and the rest of the field you'll see filing through. This will be a 6-lap heat race. It goes past in an absolute whirlwind of on-track action. Looking back at some of the incidents yesterday, and there was a few nose cone penalties. Baerjon got a penalty. Kenzo Craig got a start line penalty, 3 seconds for moving out of the tram lines before the start. Branislav Renka got a nose cone. Taigen Sakano got a nose cone. Santiago Perez got a nose cone. And so did quite a few down at the back of the field. Let's hope for a nice clean start for this one, Alex.
Yes, indeed, and as always, quite a few pedallers. Paul Schoen, this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner, and also this year's Swiss Rotax Max Challenge. But here we go, revs rise, lights are on the gantry, and we are green and underway as they filter their way down into turn 1. Looks like there's going to be, well, they're literally streaming their way through, 3-4 abreast going through into turn 1, Henry.
I have to say that, you know, okay, some of them are a little bit disappointed they've only got one race today. However, it's for these youngsters. Oh, and there's contact in the middle of the pack there. Somehow they all managed to stay virtually the right way. Oh no, as I spoke too soon, cursed the commentator, somebody into the dust. That looked like it might have been Paul Schoen, cart number 1, the Swiss driver, 11 years old, this year's Rotax International Trophy winner. Not a great start for him. Have to say though, it's not great for these kids to be racing in the middle of the afternoon here in these temperatures, so at least they get, maybe some of them are going to stay around and watch their teammates, others can go and relax by the pool. But look at the gap that our race leader has got. That is absolutely incredible on the opening lap. Side by side for seconds, they come through turn number 12, everybody else bunched together, but at the end of lap number 1, who is that? In top spot, looking over his shoulder there, probably thinking, wow, what happened there? It's Nikita Lyubimov from Estonia, side by side for second between Voinov, Babicek and Sakhir. Papenburg's up there as well. Nikita Lyubimov thinking, well, I know it's Independence Day here in Bahrain, but I didn't realise it was my birthday as well. Fantastic first lap.
Indeed, a gap of 1.644 seconds after just navigating nearly 1,500 metres. Voinov from Russia and Babicek from the Czech Republic being followed by Dragos Avisil-Kultai from Austria. Tom Papenburg, who's been racing in the Belgian Max Challenge and the BNL Karting Series this season, still holding station in 5th place. And our pole sitter, Oiva Vetenrata from Finland, being chased by Manuel Gavoso from Spain. Kenzo Craigie has springboarded up the field, 20th to 8th after the first lap.
Like a whippet with a rocket up his backside. Great start from Kenzo Craigie. Peruzzi runs 9th. Our yesterday's winner, El Homosani, still 10th place ahead of Matlak, Vibrianatis, Sakano, Suzuki, Ochepa, Bayerjon, Adam Awan up into 17th place. Looking down, Albie Friend, he's dropped down to 24th place. Make that 21st as he makes a few moves.
Yeah, Babicek has now got past Voinov for second position, and they're starting to pull away. There's a bit of a gap between them and Dragos Avisil-Kultai, who has Tom Papenburg from the Netherlands not too far adrift. Kenzo Craigie has now got past Gavoso from Spain, so the young Brit qualified through the Ultimate Kart Championship Sodi UKC Academy.
No, he did not. I correct you, Mr. Goldschmidt. He qualified through the British Micromax Challenge, a one-off race at Winter Mill. Him and Albie Friend. My
apologies there.
Well, no, that's okay. It's not often I get to correct you. It's normally the other way, so I thought I'd take full advantage.
One bullet on the other first.
You're incorrect, because your research is impeccable.
Yes.
I'm still trying to spell impeccable. There we go. Lap 3, halfway through this race, and Babicek, Voinov, Sakhir still not able to close in. You would have thought that with the slipstream in effect here, they would have been able to close in on Lyubimov, but Lyubimov is just keeping it focused. Estonia haven't won a race yet this year in the Grand Finals. Papenburg, very, very impressive, only 19th yesterday after a spin, so this is really important. But look at that, all on its own, 102.013. Our race leader, Estonia's Nikita Lyubimov, is setting fastest lap again.
Yeah, and also Kenzo Craigie is up 14 positions. Suzuki from Japan in the number 15 up 10 places to 12th. I've also noticed that Boris Maximov up from 24th to 16th in the number 9, now ahead of Adam Awan from Oman.
One driver that we haven't mentioned is our pole man, and that is because out of our sight, Oiva Vetenrata has got dropped all the way down to 19th. Now there was a little bit of bobbling on the first lap, and I think it must have been one driver going over the sand at the hairpin. That was probably our pole sitter. I thought it was our Paul Schoen, but it wasn't. It was our pole man.
Paul Schoen is actually recovering at the moment. The young Swiss driver now down in 24th position, having started 17th. And now he's actually made it up to 21st place, so he's on the move at the moment. Albie Friend is in the number 6. He's set the fastest second sector of anybody, but there's a bit of a ding-dong three-way scrap.
Babicek ran a little bit wide coming out of Mossport, and that allowed Voinov to have a little nibble up his inside. but Babicek then covered. It has slowed them down, and that really, on lap 5 out of 6, that's game over as far as the race for victory has gone. Babicek, though, with the green and yellow crash helmet from the Czech Republic, still hanging on to second place. Voinov from Russia it's Avasaquite from Austria now in third. Voinov slips back to fourth. Papenburg in fifth. Then it's Craigie, Gayoso, Peruzzi, Matlak, Vibrianatis, El Hamasani dropping to 11th. Sakano, Suzuki, Ochepa, Bayerjon, Alwan, Maximov, Pankovic, Vetenrata and Albi Friend is your top 20. Last lap board goes out and Babicek now has to defend P2 from Austria's Dragos Avasaquite, who is Romanian by birth but now lives and races in Austria.
Yeah, and as I've actually had the opportunity of commentating on the young Austrian, I think not long ago, Adrev last year did a great job, had the assistance of Time Racing Engines, a subsidy of Dan Holland Racing, of course.
Big Joe Bullen, Big Joe B.
Yes, indeed, but Avasaquite's done a great job. I mean, Kenzo Craigie has really...
Look, it's game on, All I'm
going to say is cadet time, anybody.
Exactly, so Babicek, Avasaquite, Craigie up into 4th place from 21st on the grid, and he's not done yet. Well, Lubimov's going to win this one. Oh, contact going into turn number 12, side by side. Who's going to come out in front? Well, Lubimov's going to take the win. P2 will go to Babicek side by side for third. It was Avasaquite just by a whisker from Kenzo Craigie, up 16 places to 4th. Papenburg, great result for Tom in 5th position. Voinov slips to 6th. Well, he slipped to 6th. He started 6th, but was running higher than that up until about 200 metres before the end of the race. Gayoso, Peruzzi, Matlak, Vipianatis, El Hamasani only 11th. But Alex, that just shows how competitive and evenly matched all the classes here, especially Micromax.
I mean, through my travels, having completed my 3rd season with the B&L karting series this year, it's really great to see, because you see so many great drivers, great young talents, and this is the first step of the ladder here in the Rotax racing family, and the racing is always exemplary. I did notice that Adam Iwan and Owen Pankovic from Canada actually dropped to the time.
A discussion.
Yes.
I think we might see the tail end of that discussion on this wonderful slow motion replay that our partners, our Kart Data, are providing us with. Over the top of the corkscrew, and I'm waiting for somebody to get it a little bit wrong. Are we going to see that, or is this just a really nice slow-mo shot of the karts cresting the rise, the highest point of the circuit, and plunging downhill? Either way, it's a lovely shot. Ooh, nope, side by side. This looks like it could get a little bit tasty. Here we go. Maybe not, but still a great shot of the karts coming out of the corkscrew. Luckily everyone's okay. Owen Pankovic sadly didn't finish. Adam Iwan came across the line back in 35th position. Well, thank you very much, Alex, for joining us here in the commentary box. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Alex is here providing all the daily race reports for Rotax, so when you're checking out the Rotax website later on to catch up on all the action, that is from Alex's pen. Keyboard.
It's basically been, well, it's not my ears that have been burning, Mr. Bonnet, it's my fingers at the minute.
There we are, enough said. Thank you very much, and we'll see you there. We'll have a little look at what's going on now. So that's it for Micromax today. Thank you, Alex. Results on your screen now, and a quick mention, there was an issue with the flags yesterday. That issue has been resolved. To apologise if anybody was somewhat offended by having the incorrect flag next to the name. It was a technical issue. These darn computers, when they work, they're brilliant, but when they don't, they go. So if anyone was offended, to apologise, especially the especially the Ukrainian driver who was down as came from Russia. Maybe we were 6 months ahead of ourselves there. Are we joking? But yeah, it's all solved today, so we can say exactly where the drivers are from, which country they're representing. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in to the grand finals for the first time, drivers represent their nations, not a team or anything like that. So it's a country, it really is like the Olympic Games of karting. So there is a view of the dummy grid. So wait for Minimax Heat 1. I'm really pleased that now joining me in the commentary box for a couple of races, Sanad Al-Rawahi from Muscat Speedway, the Oman Automobile Association. Sanad, you're here running several drivers, including driver in Minimax Chevalier Sina, who is 12 years old today. You've raced yourself, your brother is racing in DD2. Firstly, how proud are you of how the Middle East karting scene has progressed? Your family at Muscat Speedway have really been at the forefront of that, and now you've got Bahrain as well.
Well, to be honest, I think the sport in Middle East started, to increase slowly by slowly. Every year you'll see there's a huge number of drivers joining in. So from this new part of region, joining into a world championship like this, I think that's a good sign that there is progress. And obviously, it's a good way of getting experience, and as you know, that a lot of drivers here have been racing a lot, okay, and with this new region, we're by time the competition starts to increase.
Of course, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it here. We've got a couple of drivers. I mean, in this race we've got Charles Goddard, Gracie Grantham from Bahrain, and we've got your driver Chevalier Sina. I think it's worth to say happy birthday to Chevalier Sina. Now, you mentioned 12 years old today. Her mum is in Germany, can't be here. So we want to say that obviously Chevalier, she's not with her mum, or her mum's not with Chevalier on her birthday, but don't worry, Mrs. Sina, Chevalier is in fine form. She gave me a Kit Kat this morning because she has some birthday chocolates, and she's giving them out to all the drivers. I said, Chevalier, who are you giving them to? And she's like, my friends. And then I said, well, maybe you should give them to the drivers that you want to overtake so they're nice to you on the track.
I'm sure, yeah.
So, yes.
I think obviously today is her birthday, so I would like to wish her a happy birthday. Yesterday was a tough day for her. It's a new track for her, it's a new experience. I mean,
34th with a nose cone penalty.
Yes, she's trying her level best, okay, and what do you call this? Yesterday I think she had a small incident.
She explained, yes. It wasn't her fault that she crashed into the
but she came back strong.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and I think she's ready to fight back now.
Yeah, now, as a driver, I mean, your brother Abdullah Al-Rawahi is in DD2 doing extremely well. You're running him. You've been obviously a driver as well, and I've commentated on you. What's it like now being behind the scenes, being, sort of a team manager, a representative, an entrant, as we come out onto the circuit? In fact, we'll get back to that now. We'll go through the grid. These races come short and sweet. We've got a great lineup in store. Pole position is going to be Jensen Burnett from Canada, and then Marcus Silkunas from Lithuania on P2. Boris Lisan and Matej Radenkovic on the second row. Here we are on the screens. Row 3 is Yunya Kaneko and Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon. He had a disappointing time yesterday. Then Thiago Falvene and Yu Delu from China on row 4. Row 5, Gage Korn and Marcel Zibo from Hungary. Then Alex Klugel from Germany and Max Sederski from the Netherlands. Row number 7, Mis Uban and Nicolas Savatoglu from Greece. And then it's Adita Kamat and Carl Drysdale, followed by Harrison Crowther, Riku Akieda. The top 20 rounded up by Jackson Molney and Petar Bogdanovsky from North Macedonia, Matteo Baruti, Siriket Shiramungol Kase, Mika van der Pavert, Timothy Mikhailov, followed by Timothy Clark, Lawrence Anderson, Luis Sanchez, Charles Goddard from Bahrain on row 14, his countryman Gracie Grantham on row 15 alongside Lucas de Longchamp, Chevalier Sina, Sanad's driver, and Pedro Arango on row 16. You can see the rest of the drivers going through. Sanad, this is the time where the butterflies are going. Do you remember what it was like on the rolling lap?
Yes, it is. It is. You feel with all that adrenaline rushing towards, coming through the straight. But once you pass this level, and then you really start building confidence onto, trying to move forward.
Yes, well, they come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from our pole man, number 146, Jackson Burnett. 5, 6 wide, going through turn number 1. Are they all going to get through cleanly? Yes, they are. Now they plunge into turn 2, downhill, uphill through 3, downhill again through 4. Hard on the brakes for turn 5, and it's still Burnett leading, but only just in cut 146. 1.46 because he's got Silkunas and Boris Lisan, I think, right behind him. Looking there, it looks like Harrison Crowther hasn't made the start, unfortunately, for Team GB in Kart 120. That is unfortunate for Harrison. Field sorting themselves out through turn number 7 up towards the corkscrew. Now this is a great part of the track, isn't it, Saned?
Yeah, I think the track is fantastic, you know. I think it's fast moving, and I would love to drive here again.
Oh, getting the racing juices flowing. Oh, defence into turn number 12, 3 wide. Are they all going to make it round? There's a big gap developing. They're still 4 wide. Someone running very, very much off track there, coming out of the final corner, or the penultimate corner, and they're still 4 wide. What an opening lap here in Minimax. And we've got a breakaway now. 7, 9 karts. Jensen Burnett, Boris Lisan, yesterday's winner, then Yunya Kaneko from Japan, Gage Korn from the United States, Silkunas from Lithuania, Faliveni, Radenkovic, Klugel, El Fagali. Now, that's great news for these 9. A 6-lap race. Some of the drivers are going to be wanting to make moves, but others are going to want to just stay calm and consolidate their position. Up towards turn number 9. So we look further back. Harrison Crowther failing to make the start. This track where slipstreaming is so important, Saned, would you rather be leading like Burnett is or following like Lisan is?
Well, it's a tough decision to make, you know. I mean, starting in the middle, for example, it's a bit it's hard to fight back, you know. But I mean, when in the lead, or at least top 10, at least you have a chance that, you know, you can get away from the rest of the pack and fight your way front. Obviously, leading here you need to be really strong, and you need to be, you know, you have to do everything right.
Yes.
I mean, for the second place, as I can see, it is, you know, it should be easier for him to try to follow back and stick behind him. Yep. Until he can find the right moment to overtake him.
Exactly, so, and as they're battling behind, Boris Lisan has just taken the lead away from Jensen Burnett, but they're starting to pull away. So Lisan, who won his race yesterday, Burnett, who finished 5th yesterday, they're 1st and 2nd. As you were speaking, Sandy, there's a great battle for 3rd place going on, which is great, but it's slowing them down. But of course, in these short races, you can't wait, you can't sit there for too long. If you've had a bad result yesterday, you've got to be forceful and make moves, haven't you?
Actually, the heats will position you, I mean, whatever position you finish in the heats will define your position in the pre-final. So obviously you need to try to move front as fast as you can. Obviously it's a 6-lap race, and it's not that long, so you need to do everything really quickly.
Yep, up towards Mosport we go. Lisan leads in kart 130 from our pole sitter, Jensen Burnett from Canada. In kart 146, then it's Radenkovic from Belgium, Gage Korn in 4th place from the United States, then it's Kaneko from Japan, Faliveni from Austria. As a move there for 3rd position, that is Belgium's Matej Radenkovic, Max Timmermans driver, moving into 3rd position. Now, look at the red race suit, with the red sleeves and the race suit, Christopher El Fagali making a move. Christopher in kart number 116 yesterday, very disappointing, had a nose cone penalty, dropped into 28th. Christopher El Fagali, a driver that you know very well, probably one of the Middle East's most prominent young racers.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's doing very well, actually. You know, I mean, maybe in the qualifying he didn't do that like what we expected, but I think he's fighting his way back. So he needs to. I mean, as you can see, he's gaining the positions right now, and I think the aim right now is to start to finish the heats and to find a good position in the pre-final. So yeah, you can have a chance to fight back again.
Exactly, because after the pre-final we lose 36 of the 72 Minimax entries. So you've got this race, they've got another race this afternoon. Each driver in Minimax completes in 3 heat races and a pre-final. The points they score in those 4 races, they decide which 36 drivers go through to the main event on Saturday and which 36 drivers go home. Now a little bit further back, let's have a look. We're speaking about local drivers. Gracie Grantham up 12 places to 18th position. Looking for Aditya Kamat from India up down 6 places to 21st. Then we've got Chevalier up into 27th position. She's doing really well. And Charles Goddard in 29th place. So are you pleased with, as the last lap board goes out, we'll concentrate on the leaders in a minute, but very quickly, are you pleased with Chevalier's progress in this race?
I think it's absolutely great, you know. First time, this is all part of her experience. I'm pretty sure that by each lap she's learning something new, so let's hope that, you know, by the next heats she will have, you know, extra
even more experience.
Yes.
So here we go. Last couple of corners, half a lap to go. Lisan in kart 130 from Poland leads Burnett in the 146 from Canada. Big gap back to Radenkovic, Korn, Kaneko, El Fagali. In fact, Fagali has passed Julian Kaneko. Christopher El Fagali coming into turn number 9 and 10. The corkscrew up the inside of Gage Korn. Good, clean, swift move there from Christopher El Fagali. That moves him into 4th position. 2 places gained on the last lap for the driver that won this year's Rotax International Trophy at Le Mans. But Boris Lisan, 2 wins out of 2 for Poland's driver. Oh, you can see there Burnett punching the steering wheel as he crossed the line. Not happy, even though 2nd place he should be very happy. And now we look the rest of the field coming across the line, very, very close, all the way down the grid as we look down there. So behind the top 5, Silkunas from Lithuania finishes 6th, Kaneko in 7th, Klugel 8th, Falivenier is 9th, Mies Uban from the Netherlands in 10th, Alex Jackson Walney in 11th, Yu Delu from China in 12th, then Sadursky, Petr Bogdanovsky, I can't say it, Simon, how are you guys? Bogatinovsky from North Macedonia in 14th, Drysdale, Baruti, Arango, Grantham in 18th place, Timofey Vladimirov from Ukraine in 19th. The top 20 rounded out by Timothy Clark from Canada. Looking back at that race, Saned, a straightforward win, well, not straightforward, but very, very calm at the front.
Absolutely, I think, the whole purpose of being at the front is that you try to maintain your position and fight, try to do all the perfect laps, just to get away from the back, like I said before. As you can see, the level of competition is super high, and as you can see from the timing, it's all very close. So it's super hard to tell who's going to be front and who's going to not. So it's just a matter of defending your position.
Now, while you look on the screen, there are the results. So you can look for your favourite driver and the driver that you're supporting. Now, we've already had messages come in from some people from Poland watching, so they'll be happy with that. So Kosma Girgula, who is supporting Team Poland. Now, it is 11 o'clock here, 2 hours, so it's 9 o'clock in the morning, Central European time. And so he'll be happy with that from Boris Lisan. Let's talk a little bit while we wait about the Middle East, because we're going to be featuring a lot of Middle East drivers in the Jen's studio show this evening. You've been part of the journey. I remember, we'll go back in time, so I first met you and Abdullah and also Mr. Al-Thawadi a long time ago at PFI International in the UK when you were doing I think it was the KF3 Junior European Championships, things like that.
I remember, yeah.
You and your brother turned up. It was the first time ever that Oman had been represented at this level of kart racing. You had very little experience yourself, and it was a tough journey for both you and Abdullah to get started, because every nation starts at the back. The first drivers that do it, they're the trailblazers, but they're the ones that struggle. Talk about what it was like trying to get Oman established in the world of racing.
Well, I have to start to saying, first of all, we started by the age of 10 years old. By that time, we had the track open for 1 year, and then it was closed for some reason. So we didn't really have a lot of tracks to visit other than Al Ain Raceway. They were really,
yeah, because Muscat Speedway, it opened, then it closed. So you had no kart track in Oman for a long time. You had to travel to Al Ain in Dubai, but then your family took over, and Muscat is now a beautiful venue.
Yes, I mean, Al Ain Raceway did, they were very welcoming. We learned a lot from them. After that, obviously, if you want to really become a very good driver, you need to, fight your way through, European Championships, for example. There you'll gain a lot of experience. I mean, obviously, some of them, they know it's their home track, and we are completely new on that track. And some of them, they've done hundreds of races, while we haven't done many. So it was a must for us that we should experience this type of championship for us to, progress and be better in our driving.
And we're looking at, obviously Oman have got a big team here. A lot of these young drivers, now some of them in seniors, but in junior as well, they would have been inspired to start karting because you and your brother were the first, and now you're here running them. Do you ever step back and think, yes, we may not have achieved the results for us on track weren't as good as we wanted them to be, but the results that we get now are down to what we did achieve?
I think so. I mean, like, it took us time to learn.
Yes, of course.
You know, and I also expect that. I also think that it will take time for them to learn, because, you know, it's not easy to compete with, you know, world champions or the people who are racing in world champion, because they really have a lot of experience. So for them to be in part of that competition, it's a lot of things to learn.
Yes.
You know? And it's a good start.
It's
a good start.
It's a very good start,
Yeah.
and you and your brother gave them the knee up that they helped to start. It's called standing on the shoulders of giants, my friend. Now, let's have a little look at the starting lineup. The grid is formed for the second half of today's first Minimax heat races. So this is Group B and Group D. We've seen in the first race Group A and Group C. This is Kostynia Rotislav in kart number 133 from Poland. Arata Endo in kart 113. Arta, he won his first race yesterday. So can he make it 2 wins out of 2? Boris Lisan, obviously we've seen win already, so they have remained perfect. Just some of the drivers that you're not interested in, but involved with Saned in this race. Looking down, George Nassar from the UAE goes in this one. Shantosh Kumar, late entry, representing Bahrain, is there, and so is Khaled Najjar. Further down the order. Obviously, not a lot of drivers that you know. Luca Horton, as well, a driver that you may be familiar with. But again, these traditional karting nations up at the front: Poland, Japan, France, Latvia, Lithuania, Spain. But then we've got Nikita Sinyabok from Belarus up in the top 10 on the grid. Watch out for Nikita in kart 163. Nikita is the 4th kart on the right-hand side of your screen with a red race suit there. A fantastic event, and this is, we call it the Olympic Games of karting. And you've got at Muscat Speedway, or the MENA Nations Cup, is a mini grand finals for Middle East North African nations, isn't it?
I mean, the whole purpose of MENA is to promote, you know, motorsport in Middle East and North Africa. So it's a good start for us also to, you know, get more people into the sport.
And that's a Rotax event.
Absolutely.
And it's like the nations, they compete for your nation. The Rotax Birol ART provide the chassis. You've hosted it for the first 2 years. Whether we're back with you in year 3 or whether somebody else, hint hint, Bahrain, takes on the baton for the organisation, remains to be seen. But enough of that, we'll discuss that a little bit later. Here we go. Again, as the driver now, Saned, you're on the rolling lap. What's going through your mind?
Well, I need to move forward. I mean, if depending on what position I'm starting, obviously.
Okay, so we're going to be, you're Ewan Charman. You're from the UK, and you're starting right in the middle of the pack. We're going to see as they go through. In fact, while I read the grid, you think about what Ewan Charman's doing. Here we go. Rotislav Kostia and Arata Endo, row 1. Matthias Karnijak and Tom Strela from Latvia, row 2. Row 3 is going to be Julius Ocipa and Dovydas Gudlevicius from Lithuania. Then it's Hugo Marti and Makita Sinyabok on row 4. Row number 5, Mizuki Inoue and Santino Panetta. Then Scott Marsh and Paul Grisell. Scott Marsh is looking a bit rough for his age. That's a wrong picture there. Jan Meissner and Artemy Melnikov. Ewan Charman, you're on row 8, Saned. Matteo Davernier from France. Salvador Trinidad, George Nassar, Jakub Gasparovic and Adam Wood in the top 20. While you, the viewers, look at the rest of the grid going through. Now, we've had time to think. If you're on row 8, what are you thinking?
Well, I need to survive the first lap.
Yes.
That's the most important part.
Yes.
Once you do that, then I think the grid starts to cool down a little bit more.
But you need to survive, but you need to be aggressive as well, because you have to move forward. How do you balance that? Aggression and caution?
Well, you have to be aware of what's going around you. I mean, I don't know, is it starting from the
8th row?
8th row, okay. That's, I wouldn't say it's very, very tough, but it's better then
being on the 15th row.
Yes,
okay. So into the tram lines. Minimax Heat 2, Beavers, the is go, and it's a good start. 4-5 wide already. Side by side through turn one, very, very close between Costinha, Endo, Karnashak and the rest. So we're through the first corner cleanly. So Ewan Charman, vicariously with Saned in his mind, has survived that bit. Now we're up to turn 5, down the hill. That looks like Tom Strella from Latvia has made a very, very good start in cart number 149. Battle for the lead. Into turn number 7 we go, and the leaders through cleanly up the hill towards turn number 9, the corkscrew section, and 3 wide almost. Is that Strella or is that Karnashak? It's Karnashak from France who now leads. Strella in second. Everybody through the corkscrew safely down towards it. Oh, locking up sideways. I think that was Hugo Marti or Dovydas Gudalevicius from Lithuania, but he saved it. Great cart control. End of lap number 1. It's Karnashak leading for France. How long for, though, we don't know. Side by side for second between Strella. Oh no, it's not. It's Costinha from Poland. And oh dear, so Ewan Charman has had a problem and has stopped there. As a driver, that would be the worst thing. Yellow flags waving, and Ewan Charman, the British Minimax driver, out of contention, possibly out of the race. I was going to say, so for the drivers in the middle of the pack, that was a nice, steady opening lap. Spectacular, but everybody kept it together.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you need to survive the first lap. Once you get over that, you need to, look over your shoulder sometimes, just to check if there's someone who's going to overtake you or not, so you can close the door. This is especially on the first lap. After that, you start to, it starts to cool down a little bit more, and then
now we can start working on the race. So we survived the first lap, but most of everyone apart from sadly Ewan Charman put the curse to the commentator. I put the curse of the co-commentator on him. I do apologise. It's on me. That's on me. Rodislav Costinha from Poland leads. Arata Endo, Julius Ochepa, Polish drivers first and third, side by side though between Ochepa and Gudalevicius. Now yellow flags being waved, and let's have a little look to see what has gone on there. There's an incident down towards the back of the field, I think. They're still racing hard at the front with Costinha, Endo, Ochepa, battle for the lead again into turn number 7. That's a great passing position. Is that something that you have taught Chevalier and your drivers to look out for, that position to overtake? And we've got an even better battle going on now, going up to the corkscrew. It's all action here in Minimax Group B and D. Costinha, Endo, Ochepa, Gudalevicius. Is that yellow flags waving? I think we're going to have maybe a full course caution. Can't quite see what that's for yet, although Jakub Kabera and Shantosh Kumar have not come round, and there's a cart off there at turn 13. Okay, we're going to reset that for yellow flags. Doesn't look like it's a full course caution. No, it's not a full course caution, but yellow flags are on circuit. The top 3 are clear now, and a move there. Poland very, very strong this year, it seems to be. But Arata Endo from Japan moves into top spot, and now we've got a 4-cart breakaway at the front through turn number 8. That's an awkward corner, isn't it, Sana? Because the temptation to run wide and go over track limits but gain a bit of speed is great.
Super fast track, especially that corner, it's really fast. I mean, like you said, it does tempt you to go off the track limit sometimes, but obviously that's not allowed.
No. Very good, well done, Sam. Oh, battle for third place. We've had changes galore going on there. We've Santos Kumar sadly out of the race. Santos Kumar, he raced in Paraiba in Brazil. Mohamed, who is the sort of head circuit manager here now at Bahrain, who's been helping us an awful lot. Mohamed was actually Shantos' mechanic back in Paraiba, Brazil, and Shantos got a very late entry. One driver had to withdraw sadly due to COVID, so Shantos was able to take his place. Great for Shantos in that respect, not great so far here. And also down at the back, Khaled Najjar, so 2 of the Bahraini drivers. But this is what we're talking about. We're on that 5 out of 6. It's their home circuit, they know the track. The adrenaline must be so huge for them, and sometimes it just gets a little bit too much, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is their home track, okay, but also comes down to gaining that race experience. It's a combination between speed and race experience. You can't have one and don't have the other.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is like I said, this is a learning experience for both of them, and this is, I'm pretty sure, you learn
by
valuable
mistakes.
things, you know.
Yes, you learn by your mistakes. Final lap goes out. It's Arata Endo looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in kart 1-1-3 for Japan. He's got a 5 kart length lead over Julius Ochepa. Too much of a gap, Saned, for Ochepa to close? Maybe, we'll see. He's having a good go though, out of Mosport. Gap back to 3rd. Costina in 3rd, Strela in 4th, Gudalavicius in 5th, then Sinyabok. Great result for Belarus. And so far, if Makita can hold on to it, Hugo Marti, Karnijak, Scott Marsh up into 9th place for Team Great Britain. Then it's Melnikov, Nassar, Luca Horton from Bahrain up from 25th to 12th. That's a great result from Luca. Langlois, Grisel, Dauvergne, Menamne, Meissner, and then Kermachi from Hungary. That's the top 18 with 2 corners to go. Arata Endo, I think, is going to hold on, and we have got 2 double race winners, 4 Minimax races, and they've been won by the same 2 drivers, Arata Endo and Boris Lisan. Perfect score so far. And a great race there, Saned.
Yeah, it is. It's a high level competition.
Very high level.
Very close. So yeah, it's really tough to see who is going to be in front or not, you know.
But now, so the drivers that have won, their 3rd race, Arata Endo and Boris Lisan, you can actually relax a little bit, can't you?
Yeah.
Where we're going to see the action is the drivers like Ewan Charman, Shantosh Kumar, Jakub Kubera, who failed to finish, Adam Wooden, who retired, Khalid Najjar, who retired, and then drivers down at the back of the field, Santeri Leitonen, Alexander Jacobi, Jung-Hun Choi, Rasmus Koskinen. They're the ones that are going to have to be even more aggressive, and that's worrying for some of the drivers that are down at the back as well. So, there we go. There's a look at the sand. Now, you don't want to be going into that sand, do you, Saned, and then dragging it back onto the circuit. What's it like, and again, what's it like when you do drag sand back onto the circuit as a driver, as we look at the results here? How difficult is it to negotiate sand on the track?
Well, first of all, you need to clean the track. Obviously, yes. You're the one who's going to clean the track.
Yes.
Okay. While passing through it.
Yes.
It might, once you pass through that dust, might take you 1 lap for you to remove, you know, the dust from your tires. So that will take a bit of time. So don't expect that you will have a fast time, especially when you go on top of this.
Exactly. Well, Saned, thank you very much for joining us this morning. You're going to be back later on at 1:50. Back here for the 2nd round of Minimax races. It's a fantastic insight into you. Thank you very much, Saned Al-Rawahi from the Muscat Speedway and the Omani Automobile Association. We're going to see Saned's brother Abdullah Al-Rawahi, who finished 7th in his first TD2 heat yesterday. Saned's his mechanic, so if anything falls off, it's Saned's fault. Here we go. Thank you very much, Saned.
Thank you so much.
As you look at the results on your screen from that race, we've got another guest commentator coming in to cover the junior races. Double European karting champion Matilda Olsen is going to be joining me here in the box. Saned escapes. Great job, Saned. That's a bit nervous about doing that because he's never done that type of thing before, but I think that he's a natural. But there is a look at some of the drivers who didn't have the greatest of starts to their day here in the sun in Bahrain. And as we look at there, we'll have a little breather. There's a look at the sun shimmering, and you can see the heat haze here in Bahrain. So Independence Day in Bahrain, great start to the day. 4 races in, junior up next. Oh, there is poor old Ewan Charman, didn't even make it around the first lap, sitting in his kart on the way back to the pits, knowing that his week has just got an awful lot tougher just to make the final. And so there is a look now onto the juniors, and well, we're looking at a Swedish driver there. That is number 2. Who have we got there? That looks like it's going to be, what's the number? Well, it's a can't quite see, that was Sebastian Svensson. And as we're looking at the Swedish driver, let me bring in one of the fastest Swedish drivers of all, Matilda Olsen, a double European senior Rotax champion, I believe, now racing in E20. Matilda, welcome to the commentary box. It's been a very busy week for you. You have been out racing in the E20. We'll talk about that in a little bit. First of all, we'll get into the junior races. Now, you started as a junior, is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. I started when I was 14 and joined juniors, and I didn't. I didn't do the small karts.
You didn't do cadets, which is really surprising because you had to gain racecraft really quickly.
Exactly. So I just stepped into juniors first of all, did it for 2 years, and then moved up to seniors. So I had some experience in juniors, and it's a very good class to start with.
Yeah. Then you moved on to seniors, really where you found your stride. Now in E20, obviously the difference between it's a very different driving style. How have you found adapting to it?
It's very hard to get used to it. A lot of weight on the kart and front brakes and boost button, and it's very hard to get used to it. But I think you need more practice in it to get everything right. But yeah, hopefully get it in the end.
Yes, well, you can see on our camera there, Jen Wade just attaching our onboard camera to Rio Sakai's number 232 kart. So all the junior drivers on the Sodi kart chassis. We've got Thomas Dolsamanis there. We're looking at 228. That is yesterday's winner, Harry Linden. Now, again, Harry from my hometown in South Wales. Barry just lives just outside now in Dinas Powys, about 5 minutes from me. Not often I get to call a driver at a world level event from my little hometown. So we're not saying he's my favourite, but he's my favourite. But not against any of the other drivers, I mean no disrespect. However, Thomas Dolsamanis, has been a very competitive year, as always, in juniors. Look at some of the results yesterday as we look at our partners. So it's Sodi with the and E20. So you're on a Sodi car as well, is that what it's a Sodi chassis? You've been to this event now 3 times. It just gets bigger and better, even with COVID restrictions and the lack of parties and what have you this time. There's nothing like it in the world.
No, exactly. I think it's just getting better and better every year with all the equipment. It's more equal now, and the racing is very tough and very hard. And I mean, everyone is together here because of a reason, and that's why everyone is very good.
Now, the other thing is that before we get going, because we're going to go through the grid now very quickly, what's the difference in mentality? Instead of driving for your team with your team race suit, you're driving with the Swedish national race suit. How does that affect you as a driver, and what does it make you feel like?
It feels very special to compete for your own country, and it's different to not be with your team, but I think it's a good experience to try something else and work with other people that you're normally not doing. So I think it's good actually.
So the green flag waves. Out onto the circuit we go. This will be an 8-lap heat race for the juniors. Starting lineup as follows. Pole position for Latvia, 244 Thomas Dolsamanis, and 228 from the UK, Harry Linden. Mark Koziev from Russia and Pacom Weissenberger from France on row number 2. Row 3, Farin Mega and Edgars Vilkans from Latvia. Then we're looking at Federico Alrifai, Rodrigo Vilatza on row number 4 from Portugal. Row 5, Vic Stevens from Belgium and Alan Krepsik from Hungary. Then it's Rio Sakai from Japan and Matthias Tirlo from the Netherlands. Sebastian Svensson, your countryman, Matilda, starts on the inside of row 7 alongside Lebanon's Edwin Knesser, Leon Zelenko and Neo Clark go from row number 8. Mirai Nishida and Filip Neviandowski on from Poland on row 9. Kem Argon from Austria and Kamal Mrad from Australia are next. Nick Trobech, Megumo Suzuki, Leon Ochai and Rafael Renhofer round out the top 24, with Matvei Andrusha from Ukraine and Yuching Q from Canada next. The top 28 rounded out by Zach Schooler and Cooper O'Clair. Now, of course, being a senior driver, you maybe not be familiar with some of these names, but Sebastian Svensson is a Swedish thing. Have you got to know him at all, or have you been around him?
Yeah, of course. We've been racing at the same tracks in Sweden, and he's never been racing international, but he's doing a very good job out there.
Okay, into the tram lines, 8 laps, lights are up, we're off and racing side by side through the start, turn number 1, and it's Stolsamanis holding off Harry Linden as they go through turn number 1. They cut back. Great flowing section of the circuit here, and it looks like all the leaders are through cleanly. 2-3-2. Rio Sakai is our camera card. He's just behind Belgium's Vic Stevens going into Mosport corner. All runs a bit wide, and somebody off as well in front of him, and a spin. 2 cars off. Wow, good camera shot there, and couldn't quite see who they were, but 2 drivers up at the front of the pack, running wide and getting together. That's going to cost them dearly, but up the front, second place battle. Linden losing second and third down to fourth. It's a great start though from Thomas Stolsamanis. Matilda, as a driver, that is the dream getaway. Pole position, halfway around the first lap, you've got a 10-car length lead.
Yeah, for sure. You have some time to calm down and get in your flow, which is very good. That's exactly how you want to do it.
And you see there's a couple of loud exhausts going past. Somebody has lost an exhaust in that incident, and they're going to be, I'm sure, given the technical flag. Matthias Tirolo was involved. Neo Clark from the UK was involved in that incident. Also, we've lost Leon Zelenko down towards the back. Tem Argon from Austria has lost a lot of positions, but it's Stolsamanis. It's a Latvian 1-2. Edgars Vilkans, Pacome Weissenberger and Harry Linden in 4th position. Lots of changing down at turn number 7. You've got to be aggressive, haven't you?
Yeah, you have to. This race is so tough. Everyone's so fast, and you need to be aggressive, and you need to be there when you have to, for sure.
Oh, and getting your elbows out as well. That looked like Tem Argon from Austria in the bright red Austrian race suit there. We're Sebastian Svensson. Where are we? We're in 16th position. We're right in the hornet's nest, as it were.
Yeah, for sure. Where it's happened most of the times in the middle of the pack is not easy. But if you get in a good flow and just let them line up and take one by one, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, now talk about, as a driver, coming through this first section of the track, what's it like to drive? People have been calling it like a roller coaster. Oh, we got to move there. That is for P2, and that is Pacome Weissenberger in car 210 from France, passing Edgar Vilkans, and another move a little bit further back. That, I believe, was Alan Krepsik, possibly passing Farin Mega. That first section of the track, so nice to drive.
Yeah, it's so nice, so smooth, and if you get it right, you really feel it.
And up here at the corkscrew, do you feel the gradient slip away?
It does, but if you're aiming for the apex right and you get it right, it's like driving like on the rail.
Uh-oh, 3 wide, somebody off there at the back of our screens, and of course, that's the problem with being in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
You say to some of the drivers this morning that that I was speaking to, that they weren't happy with qualifying. They qualified 20th, they're starting 15th, and I said, you will not get another clear lap for the rest of the week.
Never.
You will always be right behind somebody or right in front of somebody. That's it. That's the rest of your week sorted.
Yeah.
It is elbows out all the way.
That's what you have to do, elbows out and be hard and race fair, obviously.
Well, I'll be hard but fair.
Hard but fair, yeah.
You're not condoning anything.
Yeah,
no,
of course not. And also they're dragging out so much dust on the track, so it's very hard to overtake and all that, because you don't want to have shit on your tires.
Yes, I mean, and again, so like that's the other problem. It is difficult to overtake.
Very difficult, and this track is a lot of sand outside the track, so it's very hard for the drivers to overtake and get dust on the tires.
Yes. Well, Thomas Stolsamanis, this year, yesterday, let's have a look at his results. He won his heat race yesterday, the 14-year-old driver, the Baltic champion, also the Latvian champion. Oh, somebody coming into the pits there. That was the car with the very loud exhaust. I wonder who that was, who's dropping down the road. Sebastian Svensson's had a problem. We'll catch up with them next time around, but the driver with the exhaust bracket that had come off is now pitted. We'll catch up who that was. Fastest lap though, Kamal Murad from 20th to 10th, 55.020, and that's what you were saying, Matilda. If you can get into a rhythm in the middle of the pack, you can really move forward.
For sure, that's what you gotta do. Get into the flow, as I said before. That's the way to gain some positions, for sure.
Now, Stolsamanis, the 14-year-old driver from Rapazzu, 5th in the 2021 World Championship in OKJ, so a very, very experienced driver. All these drivers are champions, vice champions in their nations and regions and what have you. You came into this event as a European champion yourself. You go from being top dog to being in a big pack of champions all around. that could be a bit of a shock, can't it?
It is, definitely, because all countries doing different things, and the racing, I would say, is so tough here because we're equal equipment, and you don't really have the last things that you normally can do on your car. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's Harry Linden, outside front row starter, has had the exhaust problem. He has pitted, so a win yesterday for Linden. 35th today. That is going to put him in a really awkward position for the third and final heat. You wouldn't want to be in that situation, would you? Although the advantage is at least he'll be starting at the front for his last heat.
Yeah, he needs definitely to work hard for the last heats, and I think he got the power and the equipment and himself to do it. He's been very fast during the weekend, and you can see he got a lot of experience as well.
So, as we start, lap 7 out of 8, the penultimate lap, it's Stolsamanis, 1.7 seconds in front of Weissenberger from France. Vilkans from Latvia is third. Vilacha from Portugal is fourth. Farin Mega making good progress from Germany, the 2018 Minimax Grand Final champion. He is in fifth. Then it's Krepsik from Hungary, Koziev from Russia, Al Rifai from the UAE, Murad from Australia, Stevens from Belgium, then Nishida, Knessa, Naviamdomski, Sakai, Renhofer, Irazu, Biagi, Auclair, Argun, Ifrit. That's your top 20. Further back, Leon Zelenko's 24th, Sebastian Spencer down in 23rd, and Matthias Tierlo's lost a lot of ground, the Dutchman down in 28th position. Nick Trobech, I think, also might be about to retire. Last lap board goes out, a battle's on for second though. 2, 4, 6, 7 carts all in a line. There's a move. That is Krepsik trying to pass Weissenberger. Brave move, Matilda.
Very brave move. It's very tough. Now the pack is very tight, and it's not easy this last lap.
There's Kamal Aga in the Team Australia, the green, yellow and black race suit. He is there now in 8th position. But of course, the minute you start to defend, you lose touch with the cart in front. As they're 3 wide on the grass, you just think, fingers crossed, is it all going to be 4 wide going into the corkscrew? That's not going to work, but somehow, Matilda, they make it.
They make it. They're doing clean races, but very hard, and the elbows out on the last lap, as we can see.
Yes, but up at the front, Thomas Stolsamanis. Well, we've had double winners in Minimax. We've now got a double winner in Junior Rotax. Thomas Stolsamanis from Latvia, carrying over the form that saw him take the Latvian Championship and the Baltic Championship. He wins 2 out of 2. Oh, and that's 2-1-6 crossing the line, or is that 2-1-8? That's Kem Argun crossed the line without a nose cone. I have to say, I don't think Paul Klasser and the rest of the scrutineering team are going to be too happy about that.
I don't think so either.
No. Oh dear, poor old Sebastian Svensson. Last lap, drops down. I don't think he made it round. Maybe, well, you have 1 cart crossing the line with no nose cone and 1 cart not crossing the line at all. You don't know what's happened, but you start to put 2 and 2 together.
Exactly.
As one of the more experienced members of the Swedish team, Sebastian's going to be devastated about that. Yeah. How do you go about, and there's other, Hannes is there as well, and lots of other experienced drivers. We've all got Edqvist, etc. How do you go and calm Sebastian down as a driver that's been through that disappointment?
I know exactly what Sebastian thinks now.
Okay.
He's probably
Don't swear.
No, I'm not swearing.
Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, great shot coming over the corkscrew. But while you're looking at the slow-mo, what's Sebastian thinking?
I think he's very disappointed about this race, as he was very good yesterday in the heat he did. But what you can do now is just, okay, forget the race and try to move on and make the other race better.
Exactly. 1 race to go. Last chance saloon, really. Looking at the circuit now, before you arrived here, we're going to look at the results on your screen. So while you, the viewers, look for your favourite driver on your screen, again, Latvia 1-2, Hungary. Well, Eastern Europe, it's about minus 50 degrees in Eastern Europe at the moment, but they're red hot on track. No, Western Europe, what am I talking about? Germany in 4th, Portugal, and then Federico Al Rifai from Al Ain Raceway in Dubai. Now Federico in kart number 216, he finished 17th yesterday, but with a nose cone penalty. 14 years old. There's Australia, great result. That's their best result so far. 7th for Kamal Murad. Then Japan, Belgium. A lot of the nations that you'd expect to see up at the front.
Yeah, for sure. There's like, everyone is very good, and I mean everyone deserved to be here.
Yes.
Because everyone won something, so they got a ticket, and it's so many different nationalities here, and I don't really know who's going to win it, but it can be anyone.
That's the beauty of it. You don't know until the very end. Time Asia from Bahrain finishing down in 31st position. For Svensson, for Linden, for Neo Clark, this is now really squeaky bum time.
Yeah.
Because you've got to get it right in the last race, or you do not make the final.
Exactly.
Simple as the last heat race, or else you don't make the final. Looking at the track, have you been here before?
No, never. It's first time.
So we see, oh, here's a nose cone. That I think is an Austrian nose cone from Tem Argon. Obviously, you follow Formula One, and you see a lot of the new Formula One tracks in this region, including Bahrain, which is right behind us. You've got Qatar. You've got, obviously, there's the Yas Marina circuit, but then there is several others. They're all, how should we say, boring and flat.
Yeah.
Did you, when you saw this circuit, did you think, it's going to be like that, flat as a pancake, quite computer design, or were you surprised when you see, look at the ups and the downs?
When I had the first look on the track, it looked very good to me.
Okay.
Because there is still some hills and all that, and the track is very smooth to drive, and me as a driver, I prefer this kind of tracks.
Does it remind you of anywhere in Europe?
I think it reminds me about Adrev a little bit. Yes, because Adrev is
not Kristianstad, maybe?
Kristianstad as well. They're both smooth tracks with like, they're very fast and very long, and very nice circuits, and it fits me very good.
Okay. That's your style?
It's my style. But
you've never raced in the UK much, though.
I have.
But you haven't been around Fulbeck at -4 degrees in November.
No, I've been
when the
around
tarmac's
PF.
50 yards. Oh, well, PF is
and
like
Wilton.
European. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Jesus, in -4, snowing, ice everywhere.
You should be used to that.
Yeah, I'm actually used to it, but not my thing at all.
No. Okay. The second half of our junior heats for this morning, Group B and Group D, another 36 drivers on the Saudi kart chassis. Now here's a driver taking after yourself, Matilda. Kai Rillart's pole position from Belgium. Let's reel off what Kai has achieved this year. Euro Trophy winner, BNL winner, Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner, Belgian Rotax Challenge winner, 4 titles for the 15-year-old driver who's from Tremolo. That is obviously, he is on the top of his game, but that also puts a target on him because everybody knows he's the man to beat.
Exactly. That's a hard thing to like. It's hard when you know you're that fast. You always need to prove that you can be in the top. But he's a very talentful driver, and I think he will do a very good job here.
So, some shout-outs to people watching back home. GeoWin Racing. Thumbs up for Hugo Marti. We've just seen Hugo Marti in the earlier racing Minimax, Spanish driver. Emil Klotz is cheering for Francesco Rodriguez. Maybe he just likes Francesco Rodriguez. We haven't got Francesco Rodriguez racing. But anyway, hello. Karting is my passion says that Callum Bradshaw is going to win Senior Max. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I can agree to that. You never know, it's racing. Everything can happen.
Ruhan Alva getting some support as well. Indian driver. Daniel Schollenberger, that's from Sonna. So Schollenberger in DD2 Masters for Germany. Edwin Knesser. Yes, Edwin, you're racing and you're cheering on for Lebanon. Well done. Good lad. And we've also got Chinese drivers getting a lot of support. Lu Yuday and Chen Yu-Q. And also in Australia, Christina Stasi getting a lot of support. Leonardo Reis from Brazil getting some support. Gabriel Cacolo, Ellis Spiezia. Ellis has got lots of people watching in Arizona. It's the middle of the night out there. Here we go, the Matilda. Okay, we'll go to the grid now very quickly. When the karts leave the grid, what's on your mind as a driver?
Now, as me, if I would...
Yeah, put yourself in the seat.
I'm like nervous before I put the engine on, and then when we go out on track, all the nervous is going away.
Do you know what? When I raced, I found the same thing. You sit on the dummy grid, the butterfly goes. The minute the grid gates open, you go, everything just calms down.
Yeah, the focus is fully on the racing when you go out from the pits.
So here's a look at the starting lineup. Rillarts and Joep Riedveld on row 1, Matis Konik and Jaden Teen row 2, Theo Blen and Sebastian NG row 3, Marty Ritteren and Bruno Mulders are on row number 4. Row 5, Maxim Shirko and Daniel Maulam, then Mohamed Wali and Enzo Ball. row 7. And Elio St. Paul and Ethan Jeff Hall, that rhymes, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. George Kafataris from Greece and Magnus Pedersen, oh that doesn't rhyme, that's a shame. Milo Kaskinen, his older brother Marco Kaskinen used to race the grand finals. Guillermo Diaz, Giacomo Macciolo and Pietro Ponzon, all Italian 10th row, mamma mia. Aiden Ingrata and Nicolas Fuca, Tito Giaffoni and Andre Pickle, let's hope he doesn't get himself in a pickle in this race. Ruran An Alva, he's got a lot of support online from India, starts on row 13 alongside Antoine Brogio and Paul Alberto and the rest. You can see on your screen 36 drivers. Hold your breath into turn number 1. That's the key, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. 100%.
So watch for Alejandro Samaniego on the penultimate row of the grid, the South American champion. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Wow, and that is Bruno Mulders or Sebastian NG coming out of the second row of the grid like a cannon there, cutting across. Hopefully they didn't break the tram lines. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack there. That driver very lucky that he went backwards and didn't come into oncoming traffic. We'll see who that was. I think that may have been one of the Team USA drivers, that dark blue race suit. Elio St. Paul did make the start, that's unfortunate for Elio, and the top 2 breaking away, Rillarts and Joep Bridveld. Here we go, let's have a look at the replay, what's happening here. So on the outside, we'll look for the outside, there's somebody losing it on their own, Matilda, or having help. Oh, it was Mohamed Vali in the white crash helmet on the outside. Rear wheel to rear wheel contact, Matilda. That is not something you want to do, especially through turn 1.
Exactly, then it's going to be a hard job to get yourself up in the field.
Yep, but okay in the race. So Rillarts leads at the end of lap number 1. Jaden Teen in car 259 is second. So the Dutch are marching forward. Bridveld is third, Mulders is fourth, then Konik and Panama's Sebastian NG. So we'll say this, you've been in a race meetings where you've been the only female racer.
Yes.
Sebastian NG is the only Panamanian driver here, he's the first. Do you feel like an outsider? Do you feel any extra pressure because you're the only one?
Sometimes I do, but I think I got quite a lot of respect from the other drivers, which makes it easier.
Well, the first time they went wheel to wheel to the final corner, and they found themselves on the grass. That'll give them respect.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, and the problem there, what was up there at the front? So there's a bit of lack of respect.
Yeah.
So we're on a bit of an oak here, and that is a NASA panel down, and blue and white race suit, possibly from Finland. It's driver number 203, Milo Kaskinen from Salo in Finland, out of the race. Good to see he's okay. Now, are we going to have a yellow flag while that car is removed? And we'll see. But up at the front, Rillarts still leads. Rillarts doing exactly what he needs to do. So, Belgium and the Netherlands, great start.
Good.
Yeah. Is that a reflection of, because you've raced at the BNL, Genk, fantastic circuits in Belgium, other tracks, Marienborg and places like that. Is that a reflection of the strength of the Belgian scene as Rillarts lose the lead? Jaden Teen, good move.
Good move, very clean move.
Over the top of the corkscrew. Top 4 clear. Now these drivers will know each other very well indeed. Tien, who came within a couple of corners of being on the podium at Sarno 2 years ago. Tien in car 259 from Maasbracht, 13 years old, leads the way. Rillarts in second. Now Rillarts isn't going to panic, is he? We're at half distance.
Exactly, it's just 4 laps to go, and I think these 4 in the front, they will do very good, and it's going to be a very tight race between all of them. For look, now they're going for the move again.
Yep, that looks like well, Rillarts thought about it. Rillarts down to third. Which of our 3 Flying Dutchmen has the lead now? Is that Mulders now in car 209, or is it still Tien into turn 8? Oh, at the back there, that is Joep Bridveld running wide. And look how much, look, one mistake and it cost you. He's out of the tow now, isn't he? He's out of the slipstream.
Yep, it's cost you a lot to lose a little bit of grip under you. It's going to cost you so much time, and if you do that, you might not win the race.
So he's now looking backwards. So the top 3 are using the slipstream. Behind them, battle for 5th position between Sebastian NG from Panama and Théo Blanc from France. Matej Konik is next, and Martti Rittonen, George Kafataris from Greece. Greece had a win yesterday in DD2, which we're very, very happy about. Still side by side, Théo Blanc involved in that with Matej Konik, Martti Rittonen, and then NG. And was that there? 3 wide. Who's going to come out in front? The Dutch. So Rillarts made a move. People going off at the top of the circuit. So okay, so Rillarts, he's had a little go, and no dice.
No dice.
Mulders and Teen holding firm. And the country, yeah. No love lost there in Team Netherlands. But that's what you have to do.
Yep, you got to do what you got to do out there. And you don't have so much time to think of what you're going to do.
Yeah, it's 1 lap 5 out of 8. And there's a move.
Clean
this
move.
battling those. Rillards goes back to 2nd position. But look how much closer. So Breedveld, let's have a look, talks through this. What we're seeing. We've got Tien and Mulders. Mulders on the inside. Ooh, what are you thinking there, Matilda?
I don't think that's fair at all.
He's showing in the grass. Well, he had the lead and he gave his teammate 2 options.
Exactly.
The sand or the brake pedal. And he chose the brake pedal.
Yeah. Exactly, he got squeezed out.
Exactly, he got squeezed.
Yeah.
Got squeeze. Then elbows out.
Elbows out.
Yes.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Riart's in 2nd, but look how close Breedveld has got back up. So that battling, Breedveld, he made 1 mistake, and I think to use a golfing term, he's used his mulligan.
Yep.
You know, he's got away with it. He's back in the lead pack. Lap 6 out of 8. And we've got Theo Blom, Matej Konik, Rittinen, NG, Ponce, Moccioro, Fucha, Alva, Ball. Ruan Alva from India, great job there. Good to see drivers that you wouldn't necessarily know, but they're having a fantastic run here.
Yeah, it's good to see other nationalities than you're normally not seeing.
Yep, Rillards takes the lead, okay.
Defend.
Yep, defend now. So 2 laps to go. Is this where we start to defend, Matilda?
Yeah, it looks like that. It's very tight, but that's also how you can get away with a little bit of gap.
So you back them up intentionally,
yes.
Let them battle and then go.
He got a gap now and he can be more relaxed now.
And the 3 Dutch drivers have now been caught by number 237, Theo Blom from France, and number 227, Matej Konik from, I'm going to get this wrong, it's Slovakia. Matej finished 4th yesterday. Oh, game on. 2 laps to go. Rillards perfect.
Exactly. He kept it cool and did what he wanted to do and he got away with it.
Yes, he did indeed. Down the hill. Well, not going to. It's a tactical move.
Yeah, it's definitely a tactical move.
I spoke to a dad yesterday whose driver did very well, but the driver knew they didn't have the pace. So halfway through the race, he started defending early just to back everyone up. And then when they battled, he went, and it took them until the end to catch back up. So it is a tactical move.
Definitely, it's tactical all the way. You can see that he's definitely doing it because of tactic.
Yep. So last lap. And it's Mulders in 2nd, then Tien in 3rd, Blom in 4th, and side by side for 5th position between Breedveld and Konik. But Kai Rillards en route to a very solid victory. Who's going to take 2nd? Bruno Mulders in car 209. Yesterday he only finished 13th, had a nose cone penalty, so he really does need a good result here.
For sure he needs.
2 corners to go, not 4 corners to go out of the corkscrew, down the hill for the final time. Kai Rillards stamping his authority yesterday, finished 2nd. Just going to show that class, even without your own equipment, if you're on top of your game, you're on top of your game. Checkered flag waves, and someone ducks into the pit lane early. That is maybe, you're allowed to do an extra lap because the pit lane entrance is so close. Maybe not the best thing, but if you're frustrated and angry, you just want to get into pits early.
Yeah, it can be dangerous to do that, I think. But also if you're on the limiter on the weight and all that, some drivers don't want to really go out 1 lap more.
I mean, would it be even to save tyres or to save weight so they don't want to use a lap of fuel? Could it be that?
It could be the fuel or saving tyres, because this track is making the tyres not last for that long, and if you want to save your tyres, it's definitely a way to do that, but I think it's quite dangerous to do it because you're going over the straight with a very high speed, and it can cause dramas.
Yes, exactly. And speaking of dramas, at the top of your screen there is the drama that sadly put paid to Milo Kaskinen's race. Who was the driver that he went off with? Can't see. On the last lap, George Cafantaris retired. Tito Giaffoni from Brazil and Rafael Terran also retired. Terran in car 251 from Ecuador, out of the race on the last lap. And we'll see as they come around who the other car was, but as we look down the order, Rillards taking the win by 1 second over Mulders, Tien in 3rd, Blom in 4th, Konik 5th, then Breedveld, Sebastian NG, great result for Sebastian, In 7th position, Riordon, Pietro Pons, Enzo Ball rounds out the top 10. Here are the results on screen. Looking down the order, Matilda, is there anyone there that you know have raced around this year that you're a bit surprised to see down the order?
I think definitely Ethan Jeff Hall moved down a lot of positions. Don't really know what happened, I didn't see it, but I think he's very disappointed with that. He shouldn't be where he is at the moment. He should be up in the front fighting for the
Well, of course,
win.
Ethan Jeff Hall, the British Minimax champion, but of course the age restrictions in Britain are different to Europe, and so he's too old to race in Minimax, so he's got a junior ticket, so it's a big step up for Ethan, who is a freestyle scooter rider in his spare time. I did say to him, maybe have you ever thought of taking up chess or any sort of hobby that doesn't involve breaking bones before you get to the race circuit? Exactly. But he's right now, I tried chess, thought it was boring.
Yeah,
obviously never seen the Queen's Gambit on Netflix.
No.
There we go. Well, thank you very much for joining me here in the commentary box, Matilda. Now you're seeing the racing from a different angle. Does it give you a different insight?
It's very nice to see it from this view as well. And thanks for being here.
Well, we've now got a break until about 12:25. Thank you very much for joining us. Please keep your comments coming in. Say who you're supporting, where you're supporting them from. We want to involve as many of you as possible. We'll have a few more guest commentators this afternoon. I think, Matilda, you'll be back for the next round of junior races at 2:25. As long as I don't put you off too much from the commentary position. Thank you very much for watching. This has been the morning session of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. We'll be back at 12:25 local time. That's in, half an hour. Time to go get a cup of tea.
Get some more.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed that break. We've got senior Rotax up next as we get into the afternoon session for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, Heat Day number 2. Joining me in the commentary box now, a driver that knows exactly how to win the Grand Finals in this class that we're about to see. 2018 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion, Senna van Valstein. Senna, welcome to the commentary box. You're here working for Sodicart. You're an official Sodicart driver now. Yes. What are your memories of racing in this event?
It was always been really good, enjoying like every single second of it. I did 2 years. First year was in Junior Max. Yeah, it was really good. It was a good experience, and we had the speed was good. Coming into the final was a little bit of a bummer because we didn't got the result what we wanted, but we got a second opportunity in Brazil in Senior Max this time around. And yeah, obviously we got the win, which was really great. But just the whole event around, it's really nice to be here. There's a good atmosphere in the group and in the tent. So yeah.
Yeah. Now, as a proud Dutchman, you've had some great Dutch success on the circuit this week. It's not been a bad week for Dutch motorsport worldwide, has it?
No, obviously with Max Verstappen, it was really great to have this.
It's a serious question. Do you think Max winning the world title has been a boost for the Dutch drivers here?
Yeah, I think for sure it's been a boost because everybody is watching him. They see him as some kind of hero for a lot of drivers. So yeah, seeing him win gives everybody a boost of motivation. And yeah, at the end the goal is to win. So yeah.
Brilliant, that's good stuff. So don't forget, keep texting and messaging on social media, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram to tell us where you're watching from and who you're cheering. We have got Group A and Group C coming up in qualifying Heat 2 for Senior Rotax. The driver on the left-hand side of your screen there, number 311, Callum Bradshaw. Callum, the 2020 World Karting Champion, the CIK World Karting Champion, won the Euro Trophy as well this year to get his ticket. Alongside him is an all-British front row, Kai Hunter. Callum, a driver that has impressed you, Senna. Here's the grid. Callum Bradshaw and Kai Hunter, row 1. Andrej Petrovic and Diego Porras on row 2. Petrovic for Serbia, Porras for Colombia. Looking back towards row 3, it's a great sight there. 36 Sodicarts, Senna. Wilgot Edqvist from Sweden and Lachlan Robinson from the UAE via Australia. Mark Metzer and Uranicik Balas from Hungary on row number 4. Row 5, we've got Callum Baxter from Canada and Thomas Ritchie from France. Ayato Iwakasi and Lewis Smith share row number 6. Awasi from Japan, Smith from Bahrain. What a week they're having. Linus Henson and Mario Sidler on row 7. Fahad Al-Mukla and Joao Oliveira on row number 8. Row 9, Kenta Kumagai and Zombo Kovac. Zombo 2016 Junior Grand Finals runner-up, but not having a great time of it this year. Nicolas Guerra and Rikuto Tamashi from Japan, they share the 10th row. That's your top 20. Futa Kojima and the Colombian lady Valera Garcia on row 12 as the green flag waves. Out onto the rolling lap, Nicky Gauci from Malta and Pedro Souza from Brazil are next up. Justin White and Stylianos Petrisis from Greece on row 13. Row 14, Wu Jin Shin and Reese Hunt, the British champion, quite a long way down the order, struggling this week. Christian Estasi and Tobias Verlo are on row 15. Mai Sadar and Daniel Kukuzarov on row 16. The last 2 rows of the grid, Victor Platiu from Belgium and Eugeniu Moutagno from Romania. The grid rounded out by Chen Han Ling and Benjamin Pacheco from Chile. We're on the rolling lap set, and this is where, as a driver, your juices are flowing. You're trying to visualise the first couple of corners, yes?
Yeah, here obviously you're trying to warm up the tires because you got only one roll-out lap before the start. You see the driver swinging around to get the heat up into the tires.
Now, technically you're not allowed to warm your tyres, but we call it checking your steering.
Checking your steering
check
wheel,
your steering. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, they're checking the steering wheel. And yeah, coming into the formation up the straight.
Look at Callum Bradshaw trying to squeeze Kai Hunter wide just to get a little bit of dust on their tyres. Smart.
As well, and to have a good run up to the straight.
Into the tram lines. This is going to be a 10-lap race. No, it's not. The false start light comes on, so we'll go around again. Frustrating as a driver, all the adrenaline builds up to that, and then you've got to mentally reset.
Yeah, definitely. When you come up to the straight, you're ready to start the race, and yeah, when you have a restart, you need to calm down again, do everything over, and yeah, try to get your head calm.
But obviously it's the front row starter's job to control the start. If we have another false start, as being on the front row, you run the risk maybe of even getting put to the back, because it's your responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah, most of the time, but sometimes you have as well that the drivers in the back, they're not catching up fast enough, or there are a lot of people going in the middle of the circuit, which causes a problem for the start procedure. So it's not always your fault, but most of the time it's because you're driving up too fast and they want to have a restart. So yeah, you're running the risk of getting set back.
Now, looking at the timing screens, Nicolas Guerra from Italy, not starting in kart 351. A real shame for the 19-year-old from Sant'Urbano, the Italian champion. Again, Bradshaw and Kai Hunter holding back a little bit now.
Yeah.
Games being played into the tram lines. This looks better. This looks better. Lights are out. We're off and racing. And right from the second row of the grid there, the Colombian driver darting to the inside. That was Diego Concheta. Everyone through cleanly through turn number 1. Beautiful part of the circuit this to drive. Oh, somebody running wide there, but towards turn number 5 at Mosport corner, it is Callum Bradshaw leading the way, and it looks like Andrej Petrovic into second place with that white race suit. Good start though from the pole sitter.
Good start for Callum Bradshaw. Kai Hunter dropping a bit back down the order, but still nothing to lose.
Yep, down in about 5th position there. Lachlan Robinson in the, that's Wilgot Edqvist, sorry, in the Team Sweden race suit, the deep blue and yellow. But a move there from Lachlan Robinson to go past this corkscrew section down towards turn 12. A lot of late braking manoeuvres there. If you run wide coming into the corner, you lose a lot of momentum coming out. Would you say that's the most important corner of the entire track?
It's definitely one of the most important on the track. You want to have a good exit as possible because you're going up the straight. If you mess it up there, you will lose all the way down the straight. As well, coming through the corners here, you want to have as much speed as possible.
Yep, and you can see now Andrej Petrovic in kart 325, the driver who hails from Serbia. He's from Belgrade, 15 years old, won the Sport Still Cup this year, as well as the Central European Challenge. Closing in on Bradshaw, we've got Daniel Kuzarov's kart off at the side of the circuit, so the Ukrainian driver out of the race. But the 3rd place there, Kai Hunter, moving back up after that poor start. Kai Hunter on lap 2 out of 10, you've got to get aggressive though after a poor start, because Bradshaw and Petrovic, they might work together.
Yeah, he had not the greatest start, so now he's fighting back to get the 3rd spot. You got to be a little bit aggressive if you want to keep up with the pace of the leaders, because they have a little bit of a gap now. But hopefully they're smart and working together to catch up to the first 2 leaders then.
Yep, well, he's just been overtaken there. That is Wilgot, that is Lachlan Robinson, Wilgot Edqvist,
and
side by side, yeah. And back now, there was dust in the top of the screen there, so somebody's gone off. It's Futa Kojima in kart number 309. The Japanese driver has gone off, and I think Christian Estasi has also had a moment, which is a real shame. But so we've lost a couple of drivers, and yeah, it is great to watch this battle for 3rd place, but they really need to get their head down. Is it frustrating? Because the drivers signal to each other. You pass somebody, and then you go tap your head and press forward. And you think, oh, well, why do you just sit behind and push me then?
Yeah, like Kai Hunter, he obviously got the pace, so they want to catch up to their front. If they just work a little bit together, they can definitely catch up. But like this, they're just fighting with each other, and now the 2 leaders, they will get away.
Kai Hunter getting defensive going into turn number 1. He obviously decided, no, I'm done battling, I'm going to go. We're on that 4 out of 10, so still time to go. Change of place behind Lachlan Robinson in kart 307, passes Wilgot Edqvist there up at Mosport corner. That is turn number 5, so that's the 4th position. Jurisic Balas is next, then Diego Concheta, followed by Thomas Ritchie. Lewis Smith from Bahrain up into 9th position on his local track. There he is with a red and white race suit. What a thrill this must be for Lewis Smith, who races at this track regularly, so he knows the track, but he never races against competition like this. Now he's got a chance to really show what he can do.
Yeah, for sure. He used to drive many laps on the circuit. He knows it like his backyard, but now with a competition like this, it's really nice to have the opportunity to drive against like one of the best drivers on Rotax.
And show what you can do, show what you're on equal equipment, to show exactly what you're capable of. Behind Lewis Smith, who's now up into 8th position as they come through turn 5. Oh, there's the 3-1-3 cart of Jurancic Ballas side by side with Thomas Ritchie from France. Battle for 7th place. A bit further back, Zombor Kovacs has moved into 14th position. Linus Henson, Mark Metzer and Joao Oliveira are just outside the top 10. Sidler, Baxter, Kumagi, Almuqua, Valera Vargas Garcia, Reese Hunter up 8 places to 20th, the British champion. The People's Republic of Tyne and Weir will be going nuts for Kai and Reese Hunter. Kai Hunter in P3, not really gaining though.
No, they're still battling a bit. Callum Bradshaw doesn't really need it though. He's setting the pace on his own. Bradshaw is getting in, trying to hold on, but it's not really working out for him at this moment.
Trovic just he was there for a couple of laps. I mean, tyres are a worry. You know, you've got one set of tyres for qualifying, 3 heat races, pre-final and final. This is a very fast track. The temperatures are so high, it's eating up the tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. And that's one thing with the grand final. You got only one set, so the driver who managed to get the tyres, to save the tyres as best, they will have an advantage coming into the final, of course. And yeah, the final is definitely really long as well. So, as one of the leaders would be doing now, they will saving the tires. They don't have to worry about what's behind.
So yeah, maybe Petrovic is doing that. You'll see him look over his shoulder just to see there's no one behind, or his mechanic will be signalling, giving the signal saying no threat. He's thinking, if I try and pass Callum, I'm going to use up 2 of my tyres. So let me just settle for second.
Yeah, settle for second is good for the ranking, obviously. And there's no point of trying to push the tires to the limits and trying to overtake Callum. He gotta get behind, he can manage the tires, have a nice race and finish in second to get the points.
Oh, there's a change though, and that is for 3rd place, Kai Hunter and Lachlan Robinson. Lachlan Robinson has been progressing really well this year. Kart 307, he finished 5th in this class in 2019. He finished 3rd in this year's Euro Trophy to get his ticket. So he's doing a lot of racing. There's Wilgot Edqvist coming into turn number 12, chasing the 313 kart of Jurancic Ballas from Hungary. We're going to look back at Callum Robinson. We're on to lap number 8 out of 10 now. Callum Bradshaw, rather, here he comes. World Championship winning driver. Let's just follow his driving style. What's his driving style like? You know, as a driver to driver, what's he doing?
Callum Bradshaw's really smooth on the steering. He's driving his own lines now. He doesn't need to worry about what's behind, and you see just in his driving style how calm he is, saving the tires a bit. He's obviously an English driver, so you see him hanging to the inside, approaching the corners always.
But in Britain we call that the Euro lead. But that's the thing, they hardly look like they're turning the wheel. That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, you want to steer as less as possible. The more you steer, the more speed you lose as well. So yeah, the key is to put
hands low on the wheel. You're not right up top and just sort of like feed it, you know.
Yeah, and putting the pressure on the steering wheel when you go into corner, that makes sure your steering wheel isn't moving too much in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, fantastic insight. So Bradshaw on the penultimate lap leads Petrovic by 1.4 seconds. It is United Kingdom leading Serbia, leading the UK, or leading the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir in 3rd position with Hunter. Lachlan Robinson for the UAE is 4th. Then it's Ballas in 5th, Edqvist 6th, Concheta in 7th, Ritchie, Oliveira, Iwasaki, Kovac, Smith, Henson, Almuqua. There's a battle going on there. Into turn number 9, this is 3rd place, this is Hunter, Robinson and Ballas. No, for 4th place, it's Robinson, Jurancic and Edqvist. Lap and a bit to go. Out to turn 13, into turn 14. Hunter's now clear in 3rd place. The best battle is for 4th position between 307, Lachlan Robinson in the black and gold race suit. Then the 313 of Hungary's Jurancic Ballas, the predominantly white race suit. And then the deep blue and yellow of Sweden's Wilgot Edqvist. Through the roller coaster section, this corner now you're looking at turn 5 is the next real opportunity for a move. But I don't think you see they've just spread out a little bit. But Bradshaw, perfect controlled race, pole position, got away at the start and then was able to save his tyres in Brazil, hardly breaking a sweat.
Just controlling the pace, just it's not pushing, not overdriving the chassis. It's all good.
As a former winner, is there a danger that you peak too soon? You want to be as fast as you've ever been in the final. You know, this is brilliant from Callum Bradshaw, but to win, he's going to have to go even quicker.
Yeah, definitely, but to see in a pace, you just set your pace. Like if you need to fight, you're doing more your best than you have to. Like Callum doesn't.
There's a dodgy NASA panel there. That was 315 Ayato Iwasaki, who's not come round, and I think it was Joao Oliveira who has made some modifications to his Sodi kart. That will not please Sodi kart. The kart was not designed with the NASA panel on its side, was it?
No, it wasn't, no. Maybe he had a bit of a crash, I don't know.
I think judging by the fact that Ayato Iwakazi lost 18 places on the last lap, and the driver he was battling with came across the line with a bent NASA panel, you tend to put one and one together. Yes, but again, brilliant drive from Callum Bradshaw, textbook driving. Again, as Senna was saying, just the style, the smoothness. It's remarkable how calm you've got to stay when there's overtaking happening all the time and battling. Staying calm behind the wheel is a skill that you learn as a driver. You see the results on screen now. We'll take you through the top few. But then, Senna, I want to know, how do you stay calm as a driver and how you're coaching people this week? We'll do the first few, then we'll ask you that. Bradshaw, Petrovic, Kai Hunter, Robinson, Ballas, Edqvist, Great Britain, Serbia, Great Britain, UAE, Hungary, your top 5, Sweden, Colombia, Portugal, Hungary, and France, the top 10. Great result for Zsombor Kovacs. He retired from his heat race yesterday. He gets a top 10 today. Then Linus Henson, Fahad Al Mukla, and Bahrain, 12th and 13th for Bahrain. Good stuff there. Reese Hunter, Kai's older brother, only 21st. So yeah, how are you, because you're doing a lot of coaching, they're asking you a lot of advice. How would you say how to relax in an event like this?
Yeah, obviously, because I know my experience from when I was younger. I was always like, I was a bit aggressive, and I could.
Really? I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. No, so I had some troubles with that as well. But after you seeing, like, when you're getting out of control in your own head, that's the moment you start making mistakes, and that's the thing you don't want to do in the heats or in the grand final, because at the end the final is counting. So what I always tell my drivers that I used to coach, just stay as calm as possible. Okay, if you lose a position, it can happen. Don't get too messy. Just try to get back on it. If you finish 5 instead of 4, doesn't matter. Lose 1 point. But in the end, the final is the moment you need to push, and the final is the moment you need to give it your all. So now just scrumming through the heats.
Yeah, because there are people watching this around the world. There are people who are just starting out in karting watching this. And it's important that that drivers like yourself can advise them. You know, just say, listen, calm down. Just it's only a race.
Yeah.
Here we go, looking at the next lot of grids. Well, just quickly, so Nicolas Tanchevekiol is commenting in from Thailand. Thailand Minimax driver Sidaket Shirimungon Kase, Touch Yonsal and Chaniuch Buddhas Arakul in junior, and in senior Rotax, driver number 370. He's just been out on track. No, he's in this race, so I know that Nichal is going to be watching 370. Ashitafon, you not. Yaran Polara in this race. So Ellis Spezia getting lots of support from Arizona. Danny and Jordi Westerleken, fellow Dutchman, giving Team Netherlands, wishing them all the success, especially Tom Pappenberg and Tom's mechanic, Rick Westerleken. Here's a look at the drivers now. So again, thank you for this. There's a few more shouts out to come. Here's the driver coming onto your screen now that won his heat yesterday, Mark Kimber, 2016 junior Rotax champion, and a driver that you would have locked horns with and battled with over your career as well. Very, very strong driver. 320 is Kamal Aga, sat in his kart. On a hot day like this, you're seeing some drivers sat in the kart focusing, others they want to wait as long as possible. What were you doing? Were you wanting to sit in the kart and zone out, or did you just want to wait until the last minute to stay cool?
No, I would prefer to stay out and wait until the last moment. The moment I'm starting to sit down in the kart is when I I'm gonna think of a lot of things. So I just want to have as much as company as possible before the race, and put my helmet as late as possible on, and then get fully focused.
As much as possible.
Yeah, to be as relaxed as possible. Yeah.
So we're looking down a bit further down. There's number 322 car. That's Luna Bloom. Very, very quick Dutch lady.
Yeah.
Dutch champion this year. Macy Williams, the young lady from the United States. Behind her in cart 368. There's the number 338 of Amir Al Najaf, the only driver from Jordan here. That's a great result for Jordan. There's Miska Kaskinen, and that is Team GB's race suit Lewis Gilbert. While you were winning in 2018, he was finishing 5th in junior. Very tall driver, the Diamond of Dalry, we call him in Scotland. I'm going to embarrass Lewis a little bit now. His family have just bought a new puppy, and they've had to leave the puppy home, and they're missing the puppy. Oh. There's Chiarello, Santiago Chiarello in 336 from Argentina, a little bit further up. Now, Christian de Kleyen, another Dutch driver that you may know of. I mean, the Dutch drivers doing so well. They're always... The Dutch race suit's always so smart. Now, I remember there was a white and orange race suit that you raced. You've raced all over the world. You race factory safety car driver. What is it like when you put the Dutch colours on?
Yeah, it's obviously something special. You don't get that very often, and I think as every driver you want to come up out of your country, so that's something nice.
Yeah, 372 Mario Novak. So here we go. Mario was here anyway, helping out someone. He's finished in the top 5 in the grand finals before. He hasn't driven a kart for over 12 months, but because he was here and somebody dropped out because of COVID, he said he had his license. They just said, right, we need to fill the grid. There you go, and he finds himself starting on the 4th row. That must be, you know. You can't imagine that would feel like. You come out here because you're going to help somebody, and the next thing you know, you find yourself, oh, I'm on the grid again, and I'm in the top 10.
That's basically really funny.
Yeah,
coming on a circuit and not knowing that you will be able to drive.
And someone drops out, well...
And even 4th row, so that's not bad at all.
Here is your starting lineup then. Paul Forquemin from France and Teresa Babichova from the Czech Republic. Is she going to be the first Babichova family member to win a race this week? Clayton Ravenscroft in kart 360 from the UK, and Farhed Al-Khaled. What a drive from Farhed on row 2 from Kuwait City, the first Kuwaiti driver to ever qualify. Dmitry Kirilov and Sean Butcher on row 3. There's Mario Novak and Mark Kimber, yesterday's heat winner in kart 334, and we're going to talk about the Kimberline in this race. Row number 5 is going to be Ruben Volt from Estonia and Kamal Aga from the UAE. Francesco Grimaldi from Argentina and Leon Mandel from Austria on row number 6. Row 7, Hamish Fitzsimmons from Australia and Victor Frost Bay from Denmark. Christian de Kleyen from the Netherlands and Adam Ali from Canada. Adam's brother Daniel starts on row 9. Gabriel Cacciolo on row 10 alongside Santiago Chiarello and Enzo Calderas. Row number 11, Lewis Gilbert from Scotland and Mads Rees from Denmark. Miska Kaskinen and Luna Bloom from the Netherlands share row number 12. Row 13, Amir Al-Najjar from Jordan and Macy Williams from the United States. Eduardo Duran Reyes from the Dominican Republic shares row 14 with Sin-Kun Kang from South Korea, Griffin Dowler and Franicek Palmirski on row 15. And in the last couple of rows, Martin Friere. Martin's got Diamante diamonds on his crash helmet. Nice little touch. And he starts alongside Maurizio Herrera Gama. Then it's Matej Sikart and Joanna Hassoun. And the final row, Ben Pinto from Israel. And with support from Thailand, Ashitafon Yaron Lanpopara. Luckily, 370, Ashitafon, he likes to be called Japan instead. Here we go. Into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Forquemin, but round the outside from Teresa Babakova. Great start. All wheels contact there. Tyre smoke as they come through there, but Babakova leads. Teresa Babakova has the lead in turn 5. On board camera. I think this might be Ravenscroft possibly we're on board with. The 304 of Farhed Al-Khaled What a great start. The Kuwaiti driver up to third. That was very close at the start, Senna.
It was a really close start. I thought I saw Mark Kimber running wide with the start. Teresa got away good from second up to the lead.
Teresa's driver coach, Danny Curl, was saying that she could have won yesterday. She was fast enough, but I said there was one move that was a little bit aggressive, too aggressive, going into turn number 1. He went, yeah, but she was aggressive again, and this time it worked. But who's that in second place? It's the first of the UK drivers, our pole sitter. Contact between the two at the start. For Quetman has dropped back to 4th place. It's Clayton Ravenscroft, oh dear, and that looks like someone from Team Portugal out of the race. Now the track's going to be very dusty, it's going to be very slippery, but it's Babichova leading Ravenscroft, and Fahid Al-Khaled in third, with Quetman, Butcher, Kirillov, and looking down to see who's lost. Kimber, yeah, you're right, he dropped down to 11th. And more carts on the sand there. Oh, Gabriel Cacciolo from Portugal, Ben Pinto, oh dear, Team Thailand, out of the race on the opening lap. Shitafon Yarona Popala, Shitafon you not, out of the race. Babikova leads, fastest lap 56.003. Now, can she just get ahead down? Ravenscroft is closing in, oh dear, and there is an incident. See, catch a replay of that in a moment. Lap 3, and see if they come across the line, dropping down the timing screens. That was Hamish Fitzsimmons and Leon Mandel. No, it was Hamish Fitzsimmons and Mauricio Herrera Gama, I think. Oh no, it was Mandel, sorry. Both out of contention, but they do cross the start-finish line, so they're still in the race. Abichova leads Ravenscroft a 10th slower through sector number 1.
Teresa has a good pace. She's getting away a little bit.
There's 4 of them here. Third is Fahid Al-Khaled. Kuwait.
He's putting purple a lot of times in the sectors.
Again, incredible. I mean, Fahid Al-Khaled, driver number 304, he won. He's the local champion. He won the Bahraini Rotax Max Challenge. But again, still, no disrespect, the level of teams and equipment and the competition here in Bahrain is not yet up to, say, Great Britain, Europe, Belgium, South America. It's getting there, but to show what you can do here, this is fantastic. And he's moved for second, up into P2. Fahid Al-Khaled puts Kuwait into second place. Great move.
Great move, yeah. Almost didn't lose some time. Clayton getting overtaken again by the French driver. He got pole.
Yes, he got pole. Foucault got pole, but then that little touch of wheels with Babikova sort of unsettled him a little bit. He lost a few places, but we know he's quick and he's coming back into play. There on the screen is Ruben Volks going through, the Estonian driver in car 348. Ruben is 7th. Now I can hear an exhaust bracket that has come off, a rather loud go-kart. That is going to be end of sports for somebody. But at the front, Babikova looking strong, looking controlled. You know,
yeah, we see a little bit of the same situation as Callum was in. Now she got a little bit of a gap, so the question is what's she going to do? Is she going to keep pushing and taking a little bit more of the tires, or she thinks she's controlling the pace now?
Some drivers don't like to drive at 95% because you lose that tiny little bit of concentration, and that's where mistakes come in. Or do you find it easy to relax and just ease back a bit?
No, you can see it from both ways. Like when you start driving at 100%, there's more chance you make a little bit of mistakes. But what you say, if you're at 95%, your focus is getting down and down. But you're more relaxed, so you can control the pace. You look a bit behind. If they're closing in, you're going back on 100% driving. So yeah, you're making the pace. So
now Teresa, as we start lap number 6 out of 10 in the last grand finals at Sarno 2019. Teresa, she made the final, finished 35th after a problem. She's obviously a champion in the Czech Republic. She's raced all over Europe. She's a very successful driver. She hasn't won in either heat race. She hasn't won at world level yet. That first win, the mind is going. She's looking over her shoulder. Now she's looking over her shoulder to see where Fahid Al-Khaled is. Fahid Al-Khaled and the pressure from Paul Verquemen. When you're looking over your shoulder, Senna, that means that maybe nerves creeping in a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. If she's seeing now that they're basically coming in a bit, but depends on what state of mind she is. If she is like, yeah, it's okay, I know I have some more speed left and it's all okay. But when she's already on her top speed and not getting faster, that's the moment you're starting to be a little bit nervous. But I think she's having it under control.
The gap, she's 53.8 on that last lap. She leads by 1.3 seconds. Now the battle is on for second. There goes Paul Foucault, passed by Al Khaled. Now we've got two British drivers in 4th and 5th. Sean Butcher in kart 308, the driver from London via Australia. Don't mention the cricket. And then Clayton Ravenscroft now makes his move on his teammates for 360. They're teammates in the UK, Ravenscroft and Butcher. Let's have a little look at this again. Here is the move. Paul Foucault. Yep, gets the apex.
Yeah.
Doesn't cost himself too much time either.
You saw him preparing himself, going to the corner before and then setting up for the overtake.
Now back to Butcher and Ravenscroft. Battle behind Foucault in second. Here's your leader, Teresa Babakova. Teresa Babakova from the Czech Republic.
She's still setting the pace. She's putting purple in sector 3. Last time around she was 3/10 faster than the guys behind.
In his zone. In his
own, yeah.
Foucault in second. Then it's now Butcher in third in kart 308. Then it's Ravenscroft fourth in kart 360. Then it's Al Khaled down to fifth. Still remarkable though from Al Khaled. Kirillov from Russia is sixth, and he is the. Oh, he's having a little look now. Kirillov at the inside of Al Khaled runs him wide. That was a bit rude, but like we say in Russia, don't compromise you. Behind him, Ruben Vogt in 7th place as well. Kamal Aga in 8th. Here comes Kamal through your screen there in the dark United Arab Emirates race suit. Victor Frost Bay is 9th. Mark Kimber down in 10th. Then it's Adam Ali, Christian DeClayan, Mario Novak, Lewis Gilbert, Francesco Grimaldi, Mason Williams, Enzo Calderas, Daniel Ali, Miska Kaskinen, von Martin Frier, Luna Bloom in 21st, Mandel, Reyes, Hassoun, Al-Najjar, Palmirski, Kang, Sickart, Gamma, Dowler, Chiarello, and we've only got 30 cars still running, so Griffin Dowler's retired, Chiarello's retired, Mads Rees is retired, Fitzsimmons is retired, and we also lost earlier on Cacciolo, Pinto, and Yarwen Lapanopa. Lap 9, lap and a half to go. Teresa Babakova did, it's hard to say, she did all the hard work in turn number 1 by coming across, spoiling Foucault's momentum. Brave move, a little bit of contact, took the lead.
Yeah, she was coming from the outside. She had a good start. She tried to squeeze him a little bit short into the first corner and got out of the corner in first place. From that moment on, she had a bit of a gap already, so she didn't have to worry about what was behind. So she could just do her own line, and that's what you see. She's setting the pace.
Yep, and she starts her final lap. Well, you know that you've got Petra and Aliska. They're going to be racing DD2 in a little while. Zenek Babicek in Micromax has already done his racing. I'm sure that they will be hanging over the fence, cheering Teresa on. It's only a heat race, but still a win at this level, the first win for a lady driver in a long time here at the Grand Finals, even in a heat race.
It's definitely an
emotional moment, and a moment that says, yes, I can win. A confidence boost. There we go, checkered flag. Teresa Babichova from Czech Republic takes her first heat win in the Grand Finals. There are 378 drivers here. 13 of them are lady drivers. The first of those 13 has taken a win, and well, say in Bahrain, here come the girls. Oh, that was a 3-3-0. Matej Sickart and Amir Al-Najjar from Jordan battling over 26th place.
Definitely a bit of a wheel bang up.
Yes, but it just shows you how competitive it is. The fight for 26th is just as intense as the fight for the win.
Definitely, for them, everybody is a position gaining. So yeah, why not? As for sure, when you're further down to the back, you're aiming to go into the final, and then every single position can be counted. So for them, they need to have as many positions forward as possible.
Yep, and we can see them coming around again. But so we've got the Czech Republic take the win from France, Team Great Britain in 3rd and 4th, then Kuwait rounding out the top 5, Estonia in 6th, Great Britain in 7, Denmark in 8, Russia in 9, and Canada rounding out the top 10. The first of your countrymen, Senna, the Dutch driver Christian DeClayan, in 11th place. Then Camel Aga, Lewis Gilbert, Grimaldi, Novak, Calderas, Macy Williams, Kaskinen, Ali, and always great to see. Look at the variety. Okay, so we've got 4 British drivers in the top 13, but everyone else, you know, so many different nations competing. Here is a look at the full result on your screen. So while the viewers look at that, Senna, I think you're going to be back with me for the second round of heat races at about 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
In the commentary box. Now that you've seen the racing from a driver's point of view here at the Grand Finals. Now working as a driver coach and working for Solicart, but now behind the scenes, you get the feeling, you get the impression of what a major event this is from what you look at on the screen. The racing is fantastic. You see it live in person. Now you see it on the screen. It really does get the blood pumping, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. The racing has been really intense so far. It almost looks like it's already a final, but it is still the heats.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. I know, just a heat race. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we mean. The racing will only get even more intense from here on in. Senna van Valstein, thank you very, very much for joining us here this morning, or in the afternoon now. We'll catch you later on. Good luck with the rest of the day. We'll be back with you in a little while.
See you in a bit.
So there we have a look now at the DD2 Masters grid, and as Senna leaves the commentary box and heads back out there, we're going to be joined by another special guest in just a few moments. And a look at, so DD2 Masters is their only heat race of the day, because of course it's only 36 Masters now, and joining me in the commentary box of the Masters race from Team Canada. It's a great to have you back here, former Grand Final champion yourself. How many different countries did you win the Grand Finals for? It's Ben Cooper.
Just 2, UK and Canada.
UK and Canada. Ben, you've been a fixture here at the Grand Finals for so many years. I won't say, you know, because I don't want to make you sound old, you're still young and sprightly, but karting in Canada, it's obviously been very tricky the last 2 years, but realistically, it's what you're doing there, it goes from strength to strength.
Yeah, I think having spoke to several people here this weekend, I think everyone's kind of living the same situation. We're all a bit panicky about the future of karting in certain countries. I know when it first hit the first wave, when we was in lockdown, myself and my girlfriend Kim, we were, you know, I was not as worried as her. She tended to panic a bit more, but we was very worried about going bankrupt.
It's your livelihood, yes.
But you know, thankfully, I think like everybody else around the world, it's just gone crazy. The numbers have rose, and it's we see it here this weekend.
The good thing about karters is they absolutely love it.
Yeah, exactly.
So they will be there, and the minute they can get to a track, they will be on track. That's for absolutely certain. Obviously, you know, you're here overseeing Team Canada. We've got in this next race, well, the story of the Grand Finals so far, Pierre-Luc Wallet, Montreal driver, second yesterday behind Paul Louveau, I believe, or it was
Morgan Riesch.
No, Morgan Riesch, the other French driver. You're obviously supporting, you know, the Canadian drivers, but really, I mean, it's a special story, isn't it, Pierre? Well, that's his return, and he discussed it on the show. So if you haven't heard this, you know, watch the studio show that we put on last night. It's the end of yesterday's stream. Pierre-Luc tells the story of what's happened to him over the last 2 years, from his boating accident and nearly losing his feet, spending 10 months in bed, you know, not being able to put his feet on the ground while they saved his feet. The phone call to you 10 days after the operation to save his feet to say, Ben, I'm going to walk again. I'm going to race again. I'm coming back.
Yeah, exactly. I remember hearing about the accident through mutual friends.
Oh, yes.
One of my good friends was the actual guy that sort of saved his leg, put his belt around his leg and so on, stopped the bleeding. And yeah, like I said, a few days after the actual accident, I sent him a text, and then a phone call was like, Ben, my goal is to come back and to win this race, and we're here now. He's at the front on pole.
Yep.
Just saying that gives me goosebumps.
Not just to come back, but to come back and win.
Exactly. His goal is to come back and obviously win, but at least take a trophy home to show the surgeon who wanted to chop his leg off that this is why he didn't do it.
He made the right call.
Exactly.
He made the right call. And again, that's so you know, we're not saying that you have favourites and things like that, but if you're a neutral supporter, or if you're just watching and you're thinking, I want someone to cheer for in Masters, well, you know, all these drivers have got, you know, big stories. We've got Ilya Aloskins, who's racing with cracked ribs down for Latvia in kart number 527. We've got Antti Ollikainen, who has finished second 3 times in a row in 2016, 17, 18. He's a Finnish politician. We've got 56-year-old Eriks Kasparovic, who won the Latvian Championship this year, which in Europe is one of the hardest TD2 Masters Championship to win. But there he is, 5-2-4. Pierre-Luc Wallet from Montreal in Quebec. Here is your full 36 kart starting lineup. Morgan Riesch, yesterday's race winner in kart 531 from France, starts alongside Wallet on row 1. Mohamed Matar, KZ2 driver from Bahrain, starts on row 2 alongside Henry Gruber, sounds like a die-hard villain, on row 2. Paul Louveau and Derek Wang. Derek Wang, his 10th consecutive finals. David Cole from e-karting news was saying, who's the longest serving driver in the grand finals? Because Derek Wang has done 10 in a row. Christoph Adams, 15 in a row. He's in this race. Igor Mukhin from Russia and Fabio Kiltka from Belgium are on row number 4. Then you've got Daniel Schollenberger, Slavomir Moransky, Eriks Kasparovic, Michael Hitchcock. He's a systems engineer for the Alfa Romeo Formula 1 team in his spare time, when he's not driving a kart. Row 7, Antti Ollikainen, a little bit further back than what we normally expect. And Carl Claribo, who had not had his haircut before his photo on the screen was taken. Rodrigo Eckelt from Chile, and Dennis Ladefoged, whose children Maisie and Alex have painted some lovely pictures for him to hang in the driver's tent because they're not allowed to be here. João Cunha and Gaston Hirsch, an all South American, row 9. Marco Balestra and Peter Goitai from Hungary are on row number 10. Then we've got Bojan Lukovic, John Bonanno from the United States, Tony Hogg and Masanori Kato from Japan on row 12. Names keep on coming. Nicolas Mazinas, Christophe Capitan, France. Christoph Adams representing the Netherlands for the first time on a Dutch licence. He starts all the way back on the 14th row. There's the oldest driver in the field, Lebanon's Patrick Sarai, 66 years old. Luckily for him, he's starting alongside Dr. Young Kyun Park, who's a sports scientist and a medical doctor, just in case it gets a bit too much for Patrick. There is a doctor in the house. Juan Hernandez is next alongside Mohamed Al-Shamsi. Green light, green flag. Karts on circuit, Camilo Ladino, Ilya Aloskins, injured ribs and all, and 2 very quick drivers at the back, Fernando Guzzi and Matias Rodriguez. So Ben, rolling lap time, you know, you've got a couple of Canadians in the race, but also, does it take you back to a driver the minute you go on a rolling lap? Do the memories come flooding back?
Yeah, I can say this week is probably the first time I've missed being on track as of the start of the weekend. Recently in the World Finals we've been here, it always tends to be finals day. That nervous energy is what I miss. But now I'm kind of living it through Pierre-Luc and everything he's gone through. So yeah, the moment I saw the guys on track this week, I've wanted to be out there. And maybe next year.
Maybe next year. So Cristiano Morgado in South Africa, are you listening? That's all I'm going to say. Scott Campbell, of course, hasn't made it this year, but again, another really key member of the Canadian karting firmament. Just out of curiosity, very quickly, we're getting going. So Team Canada, they were the first person to make a real big social media post about the first member of the team to go to the steward's office. Who was the winner?
I think it was Alexis Baillargeon.
Yes.
Micro driver is also one of my academy drivers.
Okay, into turn 12. 36 DD2 Masters drivers, 10 laps. Wallet from pole, yesterday's winner. Riesch on the outside. Matar, the wild card. Then Gruber, Louveau, Wang, Mukin, Kietka, Schollenberger, Moransky into the tram lines. Wallet brings him to line. No, he doesn't. And that is because Mohamed Mattar is just a little bit too keen to get away. Now, when you come to the grand finals, you are always against drivers you know and drivers that you don't know. This generation, okay, some of the drivers that are in the DD2 Masters class know Pierre-Luc from before, they've been racing before, some of them don't, but very few of them know Mohamed Mattar. He's the wild card. As a driver, does that make you a little bit nervous and edgy when you've got somebody who, not being unkind, but is unpredictable? You don't know them.
For sure. Obviously, when it comes to the races, you kind of want to know the tendencies of each driver around you. And when someone like Mohamed has been so fast this weekend and you've not raced him before, sure, it's playing in your head how he's going to race. Is he going to
turn on me? Is he going to break?
Exactly. Everyone tends to have that mutual respect, but when someone new's towards the front or you're racing someone new, you have that, that second thought just there in the back of your mind, not too sure. So far, everything looks good, but I'm sure as we head up to the finals day, the intensity's
and I'm just using Mohamed as a because he's a local driver as an example, but not just because I'm worried about his driving credentials or anything like that. He's a very experienced KZ2 driver, but a lot of the Masters drivers, they won't race against him regularly, year on year, month on month. So for the second time of asking, come around, and of course the back, Matias Rodriguez was pole position in kart 528. There he is. He was pole position for the final in Sarno, dead last. He's going to make moves. And Gruber underway there. We're off and racing, but Gruber was quick to move to the inside, and it's 3 wide. A good start there from Wale, but I think he's been a little bit swamped going through turn 2. Think of that. That looks like a French driver, possibly Paul Louveau.
I believe so. I think he made a really good jump from the third row there.
Well, they'll be looking to see how much of a good jump, whether it was too good or whether it was just right. Louveau leads, Wale into second place. And Wale, he said in the studio show last night, when he got overtaken by Morgan Rishi, he didn't let it bother him too much, but he's going for the lead here. Ooh, up the inside, into turn 10, the corkscrew, downhill. Well, so that will tell Pierre-Luc that Paul Louveau isn't necessarily inclined to let him go.
I think he managed to get through there into the chicane, so we'll see as he comes back in the shot.
Downhill, yes.
In front. I think it's a Canadian-French guy in the front, followed by 2 French in the back.
Oh, now what's happened there going through turn number 1? Well, it's slowed. Now, was that a mischief, do you think, possibly? I don't know if we can have a look at a replay of that, but coming into turn 2, turn 1, well, that was slow. He's chopping and changing for the lead. A little bit of signalling there. Is that because there's been a yellow flag gone out? Well, there's a yellow flag on the screen. I did see an incident in the last corner, and it was Tony Hogg, sadly, who found the gravel, found the sand.
It seems like the gloves are off in the second heat there. They're really getting stuck into the first few laps, whereas yesterday seems to be a lot more calmer. But yeah, obviously this is their last heat before the pre-final, so this could set the grid for the pre-final tomorrow.
Yeah, we forget, so only one race for Masters today, because it's only a 36 kart grid, they all make the final, so instead of doing 3 heats, they're doing 2, as they cross the line to complete lap number 2. It's Riche now out in front, Wale second, Louveau third, Igor Mukin is in fourth, the top 3 gotten away, and you'd like to think, Ben, that they would start working together, but evidence in this race suggests otherwise, as Louveau has a little nibble at the inside of Wallet's rear end.
Exactly, knowing Pierre-Luc, he'll be playing it a bit more calm to start off with, just settling into the race. Obviously you see the front 3 are broken away now, he won't want to ruin any chances of a bad heat here, could put himself towards the back of the pre-final. I know yesterday he wanted to sit there behind Morgan and just pay attention, see where we can be quicker and learn from him, so maybe he'll do the same here for the first 2 laps, if he feels like he's going to be held up.
Now, I saw 2 karts up at Mosport Corner that were off the track. I think one of them, well, it was the 2 karts battling for 4th place, Igor Mukin and Mohamed Mattar. So, the 4th and 5th place cars, the 5-2-3 of Russian Igor Mukin and the 5-3-6 of Mohamed Mattar from Bahrain are plummeting down the order. That means the top 3 are even further in front, and it means that Derek Wang, in his 10th straight grand finals, is up into P4 in kart 522, but he has got Heinrich Gruber and star of the show, Eric Kasparovich. He's 56 years young, and he's driving better than ever, is Eric's, and I think he's got his other half with him, and she's not 56 years old, so he's young at heart.
There we go.
Feeling the joys of spring, and he's driving fantastically. That's Christoph Adams, and he's also 56. He said it's getting harder and harder and harder. Gasparovich is getting easier and easier. Kjeltke is 7th, Eckholt is 8th, Hitchcock 9th, and Moransky is 10th. The drivers that start at the back of the field. Fernando Guzzi is in 21st, and Matias Rodriguez is in 23rd. Yet we've lost a couple of drivers. Antti Ollikainen has gone out. So, Antti, disappointing heats. I don't think it's going to be a first Grand Final win for the Finnish driver this year, judging by the way things are going. Looking at the front, Wale just following in Reese's wheel tracks. Now, you're not just playing for the leader. Pierre will be looking, studying, looking at racing lines.
Exactly. We'll be paying attention to what's going on in front. You see now he seems like he's quite on the bump with Morgan in front here. So I would have thought in the next lap or so, if this continues this way, and especially if Paul comes up close behind, Pierre-Luc can make the move. But again, it's the second heat. We don't want to do anything silly. No. We're starting the top couple of rows for the pre-final tomorrow. We should be in a good stead.
But you find the very best drivers, they can sense when to move. So if you do see Louveau starting to inch towards, and when I mean inch towards, I mean put Pierre-Luc in a situation where if he does make a move offline, he can get lunged.
Exactly.
And so the millisecond before that happens, you'll see a driver make a move to pass to get himself out of danger.
Yeah, it's that sixth sense that we tend to build up through the years of experience.
And it is a sixth sense,
guys
isn't it?
have the most experience than anybody, so you tend to pick that up when you can use all your sensations,
all your faculties,
exactly, to understand where everyone is. But now, I just said, Pierre-Luc was getting closer, but now it looks like he's moving way out.
Because that sixth sense that Morgan Reich has, thinks, okay, you've got close, let's just see if you can go with me. That's the key. Okay, anything you can do, I can do better. Exactly. And sometimes you see, these three, they're pushing and pushing and pushing. They're all in 53.6, 53.7, 53.8, a personal best lap for Morgan Reich, 53.335, and that's actually 2/10 quicker than Wale, and half a second quicker than Louveau, who looked a little bit sketchy there through the roller coaster section. Turns 2, 3 and 4 of the circuit. The load on these karts is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insane. Obviously we've got one set of tyres all the way through from qualifying through to the final, so when you see maybe a bit of a gap behind you, maybe like Louveau has now, he might take a little back step on his tyres to save them towards the final.
Yeah, just think we're up 7 out of 10. I'm not going to catch them. If I do, I'm going to ruin my tyres, but I'm in no danger from behind, because there is a 2.2 second gap back from Louveau in 3rd to Gruber in 4th in kart 514. Then it is Wang 5th, Kjeltke 6th, Gasparovich 7th, Eckholt 8th, Hitchcock 9th, Moransky 10th, and it's Cunha, Ladefoged, Hirsch, Gutai, Clerivo, Massinas, Lakovic, Bonanno, Capitan, Rodriguez, Kato, Guzzi, Adams, Al-Shamsi, Kosakowski. So Robert Kosakowski, talk a little bit about Robert Kosakowski.
So Robert, he's qualified from the West of Canada this year. He actually qualified last year as well, but obviously the event was cancelled due to COVID, so this is his first real experience here. Throughout practice, they've had a few issues with the engine cutting out, and now we seem to have solved those problems. But we're into racing; it's kind of hard to work on your driving and things like that when you've got 36 other karts around you. So we're using the data with Pierre-Luc, and we know where he needs to work on with him. But he's really just taken in this experience of being here. This event.
You've got to be like, if you find yourself at your first Grand Finals and you've got a driver of Pierre-Luc, or it's a double Grand Final winner, don't forget, around you, you've just be like a sponge, haven't you?
Exactly.
Any sort of arrogance you've got as a driver, I want to qualify here, but you're now a small fish in the biggest pond.
I guess something we keep explaining even to our younger drivers, Micro Mini, everyone here is a champion.
Yep.
Everyone here is used to racing and winning at the front. Yep. So when you're down mid-pack and so on, you're not necessarily used to it normally. No. So you have to soak in all that atmosphere.
And you're not racing mid-pack drivers. You're racing championship winning drivers who just happen to be in the middle of the pack.
Exactly that.
Well, same result as yesterday. Now, where did Louveau finish yesterday in kart 516? The answer was 3rd. So it's a mirror. 1, 2, 3. Now that's not to say that nobody else has got a chance to win, but as they start their final lap, the pecking order has been established, and it's now the onus is on everybody else, apart from the top 3, to work on their karts before the pre-final, because we've had 2 races in Masters, and on both occasions, Riche in 531, Wale in 524 and Nouveau in 516 have basically cleared off and left the rest to fight over the scraps at the dinner table.
Exactly, I think looking at the lap times, Nouveau has really gone into tyre conservation mode. You know, it's 6-7 tenths off the pace compared to Morgan out front. My underdog for this weekend is Derek Wang. He's always there when it comes to the final, and we see him there sitting in 5th and 6th place. He's running the same speed as Pierre-Luc at the front, so depending on how the pre-final and finals go tomorrow, I think he'll be up there fine.
So the checkered flag waves. Morgan Riche, 2 out of 2. The tricolour of France stands atop DD2 Masters. In fact, the tricolour of France and the crown of Quebec complete the podium. It's a mission still to be accomplished, but mission on target.
Exactly. I think for Pierre-Luc, obviously it's never great to just finish second both races, but we've been able to be behind Morgan Riche now the last 2 races and see where we need to work on. I'll head back and see what he has to say after that race, and we'll come up with some ideas. Maybe I'll jump in the seat for him tomorrow.
I think you need a pretty big pair of pliers to get him out of the seat
that's
there.
not the case.
But Ben, we're going to have a look at the finals. I mean, looking down there, Gruber in 4th, Kjelke, Wang, your dark horse, Kasparovic. Of the drivers that you're familiar with, we've got a couple more carts coming across. Oh, that's Riche and Wale. They did the extra lap, you know. They would have been, that was a very slow lap.
Of course, it's actually something we've been commenting a lot of drivers coming in straight off the
Yes,
checkered flag.
I'm not happy with that.
No, which I believe the race director's actually been giving everyone the briefing on the grid before each race, saying you have to do a lap. And I know some of our drivers have already got a last final warning.
Yes, I think
so. Yeah, obviously it's not good, an extra lap on the tyres, but at the same point it's a slow lap. You can cool them down, so it shouldn't be.
Yeah. There is a look at the results, ladies and gentlemen. The top 7. There's the rest of them. Good result for Rodrigo Eckholt in 8th. Drivers that you're familiar with, any surprises for you that drivers that you've known over the years that maybe didn't do as well or not on the pace as much as you thought they would be?
I think mainly Guzzi and Rodriguez coming from the back there. We expect them to be quite more towards the front. I think Matthias has put up 17 spots in that race, so he would definitely be there come the final, that's for sure. Hopefully for him the gap at the front won't be too big come the start of the final, so he can be in the fight. But they've got a pre-final tomorrow to move forward. I would expect maybe a little bit more out of Christoph Adams. Maybe his age is catching up with him now, but again,
and I think he doesn't race. He used to race all over the shop, every continent. I think that time and tide wait for no man.
Exactly that. I feel the same at 31 years old.
Only 31, oh my word. Dear me, how old am I? Well, there is a look at the remainder of the results so that you can look for your favourite driver. Ben, I know you're going to get back to see Pierre-Luc Wallette. I mean, hopefully you'll join us for the pre-final and the rest of the weekend in DD2 Masters. No I've usually got a Canadian with me, with Scott Campbell for the DD2, so an honorary Canadian. Now, it's just as good. Sorry, Scott, I'm there. But anyway, yeah. Best of luck for the rest of the week for Pierre-Luc. We'll see you tomorrow. Ben Cooper, thank you very much for joining us. We have got the DD2 class coming up next. Now, you need to fasten your seatbelts and strap in for that one. But we'll be back in a few short moments. So a look now at the DD2, first DD2 heat of the day, Group A and Group C, and another highly competitive grid. Let's have a quick look at some of the more of our social media chatter. Chris Zidis in DD2, Latvian driver. We're going to see him shortly. His older brother is saying he's watching here. So William S.A. is supporting Team Denmark. Mark Marja Rittinen is supporting Marty Rittinen. That's Marty Rittinen 215. Ah, yeah, that's his surname, his nickname. But Marty Rittinen is there in 215 getting support. Hamish from Australia, Hamish Simmons. So Brody Nunn is supporting Hamish Fitzsimmons from Australia, and Garrett Britton supporting Eugen Q from Team Canada. Esther Gullias is supporting Nicolas Sabo, and then we've got drivers. Well, we've got people coming in shouting their support for Nimrod Nogradi from Hungary. That is Sombor Letty. And then Noah Janssen from Germany getting some support as well on the social media channels. Few more to go through. We've got supporters from Poland. Rafael Renhofer getting some support. Boris Lisan getting lots of people commenting saying they're supporting Boris. And Chen Yang Sai from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan. Chen Yang lives in Taiwan, but at the moment he's getting a lot of support. The Dutch team, the entire Dutch team from Team NL Rotax Grand Finals, and Kunatum Changratul is supporting Thailand's Yonsai Touch. So again, thank you very much. Keep on to Facebook and Twitter and Instagram to say where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. Meanwhile, a look at the DD2 grid on track now. There's number 417, Nicolas Pico, a runner-up at the last Grand Finals, only starting on the 6th row here. There's the 401, Kyle Kumaran, the Indian driver who's very, very fast indeed this week. 457 is Nicolas Sabo. We've just seen some of his friends cheering him on from Slovakia, and also Martin van Leeuwen. Martin van Leeuwen, kart 463, the Flying Dutchman. Team Netherlands getting lots of support online. Big contingents of Dutch. For everyone at Kronos Karting, Gabby and the rest who aren't here, can't make it with us, know that you're supporting the Orange and Blue Brigade. 435, Antoine Barbaro, yesterday's pole sitter, starts on the front of the grid. Kart 435. Gustavo Suarez from Chile in kart 469 is alongside him on row number 1. Then it's Italy's Michael Rosina on row 2 alongside another race winner from yesterday, Dimitris Vasileris from Greece. Greece having a great day yesterday. Then it's Martin van Leeuwen and Glenn von Porish from the Netherlands and Belgium, respectively. Nicolas Sabo from Slovakia and Dawid Maslakevich, or Johnny Bravo as he's known. Kyle Kumaran from India and Abdullah Al-Rawahi. Well, Sanid Al-Rawahi was here commentating this morning. His brother Abdullah is starting from 10th from Oman. Then it's Nicolas Pico and Rasmus Vendelbo from Denmark. Row number 7 is up next, and we have another Danish driver, Matthias Dahl, and Italy's Gregorio Batoncio. Gonzalo Coutinho and Petra Babichova. Row number 8, Petra's sister Teresa has just won her first ever Grand Final race. Ragnar Virus and Anthony Mie on row 9, defending champion Petter Bazel, only 19th on the grid. He's struggling this week. He starts alongside Khalid Ray Saab. Ivan Skamska from Belarus and Maxim Dirix. Maxim getting lots of support online from Belgium. Then Geronimo Berrio from Colombia and Alexander Sanhibekian from the Netherlands. Max Jaeger from Chile and Wahib Al-Karousi from Oman are next, followed by David Cadenas from Colombia, Nadim Knesser from the United Arab Emirates, starts 28th. Leo Kirschenbauer and America's Alex McPherson-Wyman are next, followed by Nikola Tosic and Alejandro Herrera. Row number 16 from Mexico. Row 17, Gustavo Gomez from Colombia and Matish Kolmanik from the country of Slovenia, and Kevin Shine from Ireland and Shishi Seng from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan rounds out the field. Well, Kevin Shine, be hoping the luck of the Irish is upon him today because he retired from his first race Let's see what the DD2 drivers have got cooked up for us this afternoon. Baking hot sunshine here in Bahrain. We're off and racing the first 10 laps. Barbarou gets a good start. Suarez up in, lose a few places, and at the back of the field, a few cars tripping over one another. I think Michael Rossina from Italy's made a very good start. Oh, 3 wide into turn 5. Are they all going to behave themselves? Yes, just about. Down the hill now towards turn number 8. Rossina looking for the race lead, but Barbarou in car 435 still has it, and Barbarou still defending the inside. Rossina now in 431, trying to swing to the outside, then cut underneath Barbarou as they come into the corkscrew. Barbarou holds on. Looks like Gustavo Suarez has dropped back to 4th position, and defence going into turn number 12. Carts just tripping over one another. At the end of lap number 1, poleman Antoine Barbarou from France, the 18-year-old from Port Rivelet leads. Martin van Leeuwen, Flying Dutchman, up to 3rd in cart number 463. Then Suarez in 4th. Vasileris is 5th. Komaran 6th. Van Pori 7th. Abdullah Al-Rawaki in 8th. Then it is Maslakevich, Patoccio, Bazell. Good start from Peter Bazell. Up 8 places to 11th on the opening lap. That's more like a champion's drive. However, Nicolas Pico, last Grand Finals runner-up, is down to stone last. A problem for Pico. It's going to be an uphill battle for him. Through the corkscrew we go. Down the hill towards turn number 12. The front 10 or 12 carts have broken clear in one big pack, and you can see that from yesterday's heat race, the intensity level has certainly been turned up a notch. Rossina leads. 4-3-1. Michael Rossina, 10th as a junior driver back in the 2016 Grand Finals. Got a lot better here. And Leeuwen, who was absolutely lightning fast in practice, now beginning to turn the screw, and Rossina beginning to defend, and Gustavo Suarez up the inside of Van Leeuwen and almost took a chunk out of the Dutchman, had to back out. That's cost Suarez a little bit of time, but now Van Leeuwen starts to line Rossina up for a move, coming through the corkscrew down the hill towards turn 12. Rossina still defending. He's not going to be gaining himself any friends by doing this on lap number 3. But if this is what he thinks he has to do to stay in front, then that's what he has to do. You can see him defending. He's okay. Everybody in DD2 was talking about how fast Van Leeuwen was in practice. So I think Rossina looking at Van Leeuwen behind, thinking, okay, if this guy gets past me, he's going to go, and I'm not going to be able to hold him off. So I have to defend, and hopefully we'll drag Van Leeuwen and Suarez come together. And just I say that, hope to drag Van Leeuwen into a scrap. Side by side, wheel-to-wheel contact. Suarez spins. Van Leeuwen somehow keeps going, and Van Leeuwen goes from a crash to battling for the lead with inside 3 corners. Absolutely incredible stuff. Half a lap ago, Van Leeuwen was staring retirement in the face. Let's look at this again, and you can see Van Leeuwen on the outside clashes wheels with Suarez, but luckily for Van Leeuwen, he was on the outside and he was able to sort of maintain his trajectory. Suarez on the other side, straight across, spinning out of the race, bits of Birrell bodywork flying, and the drivers behind, Komaran, Barbarou, Van Porish, etc., were very lucky that they were able to just sort of slide by without getting involved. Great slow-mo replay there from the crew at Kart Day to show you that. Meanwhile, back at the front, we have had a lead change. So Van Leeuwen has gone from bidding it to potentially winning it. Normally it's the other way round. But Van Leeuwen moving to can go from the edge of disaster to the front of the field. Rossina, and you can see why Rossina was defending now as we start lap number 6, because Rossina is 3 or 4 kart lengths behind Van Leeuwen. He's still in the slipstream, but he's not able to put Van Leeuwen under any real pressure. You've got Kyle Komaran in the 3rd place now. So Kyle Komaran, he's got Paul Carr running in from the UK. Paul Carr, very, very, very experienced man in karting for many decades. So Kamaran has got some very experienced man on the tools. But Kamaran has still got to drive it, and is doing an exceptional job in kart 401. Again, just driving above and beyond, not above and beyond, sorry, but maximising his ability, also not over-driving and letting the occasion get to him. Barbaru in 4th, Maslakiewicz is 5th, Montparish, Vasileris, Al-Rawaki, Sabo, Dirks, they're your top 10. Then it's Dahl, Coutinho, Saab, Knesser, Jaeger, Max Jaeger, kart 471. Well, this is Max Jaeger's 3rd Grand Finals. He's never finished higher than 67th in his first 2. 67th in the overall rankings, never made a final, and he is now running in 15th position, up 10 spots. Further back, we seem to have lost Millet, Herrera Gama. Oh, Petter Mazel has retired. It's not going to be 2 titles in a row for Petter Mazel, out of the race. Didn't see what happened, whether it was an accident or a mechanical problem. Alex McPherson Wyman has also retired. You've got Gregorio Bertoccio down at the back of the field in 32nd position. Kevin Shine, the Irishman, up to 28th. And we've got Gustavo Suarez, after that incident, is down in 25th. Nicolas Pico and Rasmus Vendelbo in 23rd and 22nd, respectively. Came into DD2 this year with 4 of the top 5 from the last Grand Finals. We're thinking, right, they're your favourites. And the form book is being turned on its head, because we've got the Netherlands, Italy and India leading the way. Although as I say that though, Kyle Kamaran is losing his position in the dark crash, having the red and white race suit. He's dropped behind Antoine Barbaru. So coming into turn 12, lap number 8 out of 10. It's afternoon sun now, so it's actually starting to cool down a little bit. You can see the flags in the background, just fluttering away, so there is a bit of breeze in the air. Through turn 4, cresting the rise, plunging down towards Mossport. Turn 5, now downhill again. Turn 6, that right hand flick, staying off the inside curve, setting yourself up, using the exit curve a little bit to come through turn 7, flat out down towards turn 8, double apex left hander, hit the first apex, let the kart run out wide but not too wide, and then up the hill towards turn 9, 10, the corkscrew. Looking at on your screen there, the dark race suit of Greece's Dimitris Vasileris in kart 4 through 7, running in 7th position. Nicolas Sabo having a good run in 9th. Abdullah Al-Rawaki is 10th. We've got Minimax just after the DD2s. Then after Minimax, we've got Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax in the 2nd round of DD2 races, racing all the way up to 4:30 local time here in Bahrain. So still a long way to go today, a lot of racing to get in. There one pulling away now. Change for second, Antoine Barbaru. No, we haven't. We've had a change for second. Have we? No. Michael Racina holding firm on the outside as they go round the corkscrew. He's under pressure though. Not only is he under pressure from Barbaru, he's under pressure from Maslakiewicz. On the final lap, the checkered flag comes out, and Leeuwen wins for the Netherlands. And there's what we talked with Ben Cooper about, drivers pulling into the pit straight away. I think there's going to be an accident at some point. That people, look at that, nearly driver number 451, David Cardenas, piled into the back of Rasmus Vendelbo, who decided to pit. That would have been nasty, so I don't like that. I have to say, I don't think the driver should be doing it. All right, that driver coming in there, Gustavo Gomez, no one around him, right to the back. I think that is acceptable, but generally, as a rule, no. I think you need to do the extra lap. Look how close the pit entrance is to the checkered flag line. They're coming across the line there at over 100 kilometers an hour, and then suddenly jinking left. That, if you ask me, is a recipe for disaster. Hey, I'm only a commentator. Ben Cooper did say that Ramiro Brito was giving drivers a final warning and saying you must go and do an extra lap for safety. And drivers being drivers, sometimes they just do what they want. So Van Leeuwen, Rosina, Barbaru, Maslakiewicz, Kumaran, Ramporish, Marceleris, Al-Rawahi, Szabo and Dirks your top 10. The Netherlands, Italy, France, Poland, India, Belgium, Greece, Oman and Slovakia, followed by Belgium. So 2 Belgians in the top 10. There are the results on your screens. At the end of this next race that will be coming up a little bit late in the next few minutes, you will have seen every driver here will have done 2 heat races. The drivers in E20 and Micromax and DD2 Masters will have completed their heat races, but for the drivers in Mini, Junior, Senior and DD2, they've got 1 race to go this afternoon, their last chance to score heat points that will set their grid positions for the pre-finals. So while you look at the results for this last race, we'll take a 2-minute break, maybe have a word from some of our partners and our sponsors, or maybe just have a little look at the sights and scenes of Bahrain, and I'll be back with you very shortly.
get some more.
Well, welcome back, everybody. And again, always a big thanks to our sponsors, supporters, for their continued support of this event. There is number 446, Patrick Loxmelis from Latvia, who starts on the outside of row 1 alongside Poles to Gianluca Savalio, Emils Akmens, and that man there, Chris Zidas, whose family have just messaged us on social media to say they're watching and supporting. Then it's Ethan Ho and Axel Sanyala, looking at the number 458 cart of Ethan Ho there. Axel Sanyala, last year's senior champion. Then it's Aliska Babakova and Charlie Anderson on row number 4. Row 5, Vincende Carpint and Zendarua, third in Sarno in the last grand finals. Matthias Njem and Max Linden go from row number 6. Our camera car is our pole sitter, Gianluca Savalio. Christopher Njem and Jakob Bazel go from row 7. Then Mika Metz and Philip Watsi from Austria on row number 8. Row 9 is Kane Cherian from the United Arab Emirates and Martinas Morkis from Lithuania. Manuel Tenshirt and Leonardo Reis on row number 10. Row 11, Luke Schepers and Bensit Major. Fabian Bock and Francisco Rodriguez. Francisco Rodriguez getting support online earlier from Chile. Lucas Perno and Andres Birkbach from Denmark on row 13. Omar Alderean, first Saudi driver to ever qualify for the grand finals. He starts on row 14 alongside Federico Panetta from Argentina. Then it is Chen Yang Tsai and Anshul Mahatma Gandhi. Mike Zurcher and Nicolas Stien on row number 16. Row 17, Dan Tate and Mariana Ramirez, Noel Dowler and Andres Arroyo start at the back of the grid. Row 18, 36 drivers. Jakob Bazel hoping to uphold Bazel family honours because it is not going well for older brother Petter. But it's Gianluca Savalio, the driver from Toronto, the Canadian champion this year, 17 years old, closing the field down. He's got our onboard camera, so from the bird's eye view, here we go. From the driver's perspective, they come into the tram lines. He's looking up at the lighting gantry. Red lights go out, and now we're off and racing. He looks to his left. He covers the middle of the track, and into turn number 1, our pole sitter hangs on to the race lead. Clear track now, downhill, left, through the camber at turn 2, turn 3, uphill. Now this brilliant turn 4, hard on the brakes as we head up towards Mossport at turn number 5. And it's Savalio leading. Loxmelis is right behind him in second. So from second on the grid, Latvia's Patrick Loxmelis right behind Savalio. You can see Savalio defending in at turn number 8. Dust in the background at turn 6. So several drivers at the back of the pack off already. But up at the front, Savalio holding off Loxmelis into the corkscrew. Hit that apex, a little bit wide. Downhill now. He's got Loxmelis clambering all over him. And Loxmelis hard on the brakes in the turn number 12. Oh, Savalio goes deep. That's going to cost him a little bit of speed coming through this turn 13. And now here at turn 14, Loxmelis looks to the inside. Change of lead. Patrick Loxmelis goes through, and now it's Savalio's turn to follow. Inches from the ground here on board with the Canadian. Up, down, roller coaster ride. Almost like a carousel corner at the Nürburgring that one was. Now to turn number 5, but Savalio still able to try and pull away from the cars. Why, in fact, we've got a 3-cart breakaway. That is Emils Akmens in the Netherlands, and in fact it's Akmens in cart 438, the second of the Latvian drivers who has got the lead. And now Loxmelis moves to the second place, so Savalio down to third, Canada, and he's got another Latvian driver right behind him. Well, not right behind him, but 5 cart lengths behind him. Oh, and there's a big crash. Oh my word, coming down the hill. Somebody hard into the tyres, and I'm looking up at the top of our screen. That driver is okay getting out of his cart. Thank goodness for that. But that is a complete and utter wipeout. Look at the state of that car, and he's well enough to pick the cart up. We'll get a number check next time by. That was a very frightening accident. We caught it at full speed there, just at the back of our pictures, but the driver, it was Chris Zieders, the Latvian driver, Chris Zieders. Well, I think Chris Zieders' brother has been texting us saying he's watching this. So Chris's brother, yeah, he's okay, but that was a big crash. There's some work to do there. And look at this battle pack here. Let's have a look at this again. Now you're looking in the middle of the pack. You can see drivers 2, 3 on one car, comes back on the circuit, bounces across. So over the curb, bounce across, side swipe Zieders, and this is at 100 kilometers an hour, and Zieders trying to avoid hitting the tyre barrier head on, side swipes it, more airtime than Michael Jordan, and spins around. Luckily he wasn't collected by anybody else, but he's up and out of the cart okay. But Chris Zieders, he will be a little bit battered and bruised after that one. So we've got Lochmelis, Ackmans, Savalio, Axel Sanyala. Spoke to Axel Sanyala earlier this morning. He's there now in 3rd position. I said, Axel, what's the problem? And he went, they think the cart is maybe a 10th off, and maybe I'm a 10th off. And look at that, there's good support there. That is Chris Zieders pointing at his teammate saying, go, 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 go. Here's a replay of Savalio. Is he going to have a little look for 2nd position at turn 5? Yes, he is. There's the move. Great stuff from Gianluca Savalio, and Patrick Slotmelis getting cheered on by his teammate from the side of the circuit, which is great to see, because I no doubt Chris Zieders will be very, very upset at what happened to him. It was coming down towards turn 12 it was, and that was a nasty crash, but he's okay. Somebody else out of the race, Nicolas Stien, the Norwegian driver, parked at the side of the circuit. There is Stien, Norwegian. Anshul Gandhi failed to start, so we're down to 33 drivers. In fact, Mariana Ramirez, the Colombian lady, also pulling in, and this is the move for 2nd into turn number 2. Over the curbs. That's not a place where you want to go over the curbs, and that was that was Sanyala monstering the number 412 car Savalio. So that's our onboard camera. Be interesting to see if we've got a replay of that, just to show how physical that would have been. That would maybe, he's lucky not to break or any of the parts on the underside of the rear axle. Savalio in 2nd place, but Lochmelis is pulling away. So the battling behind him is allowing Lochmelis on lap number 6 out of 10 to pull clear. 3 cart scrap per 2nd. At the moment, Savalio's got it. Sanyala's got it. Savalio wants it, but Savalio then getting muscled wide by Emils Ackmans. Let's see if Chris Zieders is still at the side of the circuit. No, I think the adrenaline has subsided, and he realised, well, I'm actually in a bit of pain here, so I'm just going to chill for a little while. Top 4 are clear, so let's have a look. Here we go. There is Sanyala was over the curbs and bounced into Savalio. Savalio sent for a wild ride into turn 4. Great shot there, and to show you just the curbs, they're big curbs here. But Sanyala getting to grips with DD2, his first season in DD2. Look at the back of the screen there, the pack coming through. So you've got the top 4 are clear. Ethan Ho is in 5th position, all on his own. There's Ethan Ho going through, and then 3 seconds behind Ethan Ho is the 6th place battle. Here we go, Savalio on Ackmans for 3rd, turn 12, up the inside, gets it slowed down, back on the power, nice nerding. Great move at turn 12. That's how you want to do it down at turn 12. So there's the top 5, and wait for it. There is 6th on back, Charlie Anderson, Zen Darua, Eliska Babichova, Jakob Mazel, Mateus Najem. They're flooding through turn number 1. That scrap is from 6th place back to 20th. 13 carts, and it's Anderson, Darua, Bazel, Najem, Babichova, Moitzi, Linden, Metz, Morkis, Reese, Carpet, Pernod, Major, Panetta, Cherian, all in that battle group. just off our screens here. We're on lap 8 out of 10 now. Lochmelis leads by 1.5 seconds. From Sanyala, Savalio, Ackmans and Ethan Ho. Good drive from Ethan Ho. Behind the top 20, 10 shirt wins 21st. Noel Dowler up to 22nd. Zurcher is 23rd. Then Schkepers, Yang Tsai, Tate, Bock, Najem, Christopher Najim, followed by Rodriguez, Alderean, Birkbach and De Royo is the last cart still running. 32nd position. There's a fantastic view of that first sector there from the top of the hill at turn 5 Mosport corner. But penultimate lap, Lochmelis driving the 4.46, 15 years old, one of the youngest drivers in the class. Won the Nordic Championship, won the Latvian Championship this year. He's from Lielvārde in Latvia, and he is in control of this one. The battle for second between Sanyala in 4.68 and the 4.12 of Savalio has calmed down significantly, and Ackmans in 4th place, keeping a watching brief. So the top 5 nicely spread apart as we start the last lap here at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. Lochmelis, Sanyala, Savalio, Ackmans and Ho. The real battle is for 6th position. We're going to see the karts coming across the top of your screen there, and it does look like Charlie Anderson for Sweden has managed to escape that battle in 6th position. Jakob Bazell is 7th and Zen de Rua is 8th. Still not where Zen wants to be. Like I said, the form book here in DD2, based on previous seasons or previous grand finals, has really been turned on its head. But for Latvia, Patrick's Lochmelis crosses the line, takes the win by 0.8 of a second from Sanyala. Savalio is 3rd, Ackmans is 4th, 5th for Ethan Ho, Anderson is 6th, 7th for Jakob Bazell. Look at that, 3 wide in that pack for about 10th place. The 444 kart of Federico Panetta was amongst that, along with Kane Cherian and Leonardo Rees. They finished 16th, 17th and 18th. Aliska Babichova is 14th behind Martinez Morkis, Mika Metz, Max Linden and Philip Watsi. Lucas Perno, Panetta, Cherian, Rees, Carpent is 19th, Benson Major 21st, and let's have a look as the kart's nice and slow through the corkscrew. Oh, just kissing the curb there, Lochmelis, allowing the curb to help turn the kart. Perfect, absolutely perfect there. Sanyala again, just missing the curb ever so slightly. You can use the curbs here correctly to help turn the kart, believe it or not. And Lochmelis, that was absolutely brilliant. And to be fair, in 3rd place, Savalio going through a little bit more leery. The back, you can see the back end of their kart sort of wanting to step out a little bit on the drivers. Even in 4th, 5th and 6th positions, Lochmelis kart absolutely on rails. We're in the desert, there's a boat, this is Bahrain, and here is your result. Lochmelis by 0.8 of a second, although in reality he had eased back ever so slightly. Sanyala 2nd, Savalio, Ackmans, Ho, and then the battle, well, it was eventually won by Charlie Anderson for 6th position, ahead of Jakob Bazell, Zen de Rua, Matthias Najem, then Philip Watsi, Max Linden, Mika Metz, Martinez Morkis, Aliska Babikova, Lucas Perno, Federico Panetta, Kane Cherian and Leonardo Rees. That's the top 18. You can, watching at home, can have a look for your favourite driver as the rest of the results go through your screen. A bit disappointing for Luke Schepers, down in 23rd position. Likewise, Omar Alderean from Saudi Arabia, but the list of retirements, Stien, Zeders, they are now up against it to make the final, even though they got one heat and then a pre-final to go. It's not looking good for them, has to be said. They're going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. USA to make it through. So we are here at the Bahrain International Circuit in Sakhir. The top left hand of your screen, you can see the end of one of the Formula One grandstands here at Bahrain. We're at the Bahrain International Circuit. It is Independence Day here in Bahrain, the country celebrating 50 years of independence, and what a way to celebrate it than by some world-class kart racing. Next up will be the third round of heats. It's Minimax, Group A and Group D. And this is their last chance to score heat points. At the end of this race, and the next two races, there's the Lithuanian race suit. Driver number 143, Dovydas Gudravicius. Great race suit. I think it's like black, but with Jackson Pollock spattered colours of the Lithuanian flag all over it. There's the 163, Makita Sinyabok from Belarus. Makita. And again, we mentioned it yesterday that every time we see a Belarus driver here in the grand finals, our thoughts go back to the late Semi Kanibok, who sadly passed away in a car accident, who represented Belarus in this event. Arti Kaminok, to apologise, but Belarus represented by several drivers here. There is Matteo Berruti, kart number 134, due to start on the inside of row number 11. What do we know about Matteo Berruti? Well, he finished 20th in his first heat. He's from Prodeo, and he's the Italian champion, and he, as well as his karting, he's a big MotoGP fan. I'm guessing Rossi. And a black belt, not a black belt in karate, but aiming to get to a black belt in karate. There's number 139 from France, Matteo Dauvernier from Rouen, the French champion, 11 years old, the number 121 kart of Great Britain's Adam Wooden, retired this morning from Kingston. That's Kingston upon Thames, not Kingston, Jamaica. There's the number 137 giving us a wave. That is Tom Langlois, another driver from Rouen. Same kart club as Esteban Ocon. Number 105 is Sebastian Bach, 12 years old, or 13 years old, from Aalborg in Denmark. Just his second year in Minimax. And I'll resist the Bach musical pins. There is Sonic the Hedgehog. So, Mika van der Pavert asked Mika, why Sonic the Hedgehog? He said, well, because he's really fast and he's coming to get you. So, Sonic van der Pavert there. Great crash helmet design. But yeah, well, he'll be hoping to collect a nice gold, not a gold ring, but a gold trophy at the end of this weekend. But Van der Pavert in kart 150 starts 23rd on this 36-strong grid. They'll be led by Jensen Burnett. There's Rayan Manania. Now, Rayan Manania, he represented Lebanon in the last grand finals, but he's now moved to Boulder, Colorado, so he's representing the USA here now. 107 is Akos Kamachi, from the 11-year-old Hungarian champion from Budapest. Number 129, Jakub Kubera. Not sure, don't know much about Jakub, but he's down towards the back of the field. 167, that's Khaled Najjar, 10 years old, second in the Bahraini Championship, lives in the capital city here in Bahrain of Manamah. Down at the back of the field was Jung Hun Choi. Car number 155, the Korean driver from Jinju. He's 13. And this, believe it or not, is Yun's very first year of karting. His brother is his mechanic. He's qualified for these grand finals in his first full season of karting. He's starting at the back, but what an experience for that young Korean. So, from the driver's eye view, we're looking at the number 166 kart. That's Mate Kobahadze from Georgia, the only driver from Georgia with the Vroom Karting magazine stickers on his crash helmet. There are some of the interested spectators. 106, that's Lucas de Longchamp from Canada. Lucas from Montreal, Quebec, won the Canadian Open to qualify for this event. 122, Timothy Clark, another of the Canadian drivers. Ben Cooper was in here earlier. Timothy Clark, 122. He's from British Columbia. First the Canadian finals, 12 years old. Here on your screen is a full list. Harrison Crowther, watch for Harrison, didn't start the first heat today. So number 120, Harrison Crowther will be going all guns blazing here. As we look, there's Jensen Burnett and Arata Endo on row number 1. Boris Lisan and Tom Strella on row 2. Boris Lisan has won both his heats so far, going for a clean sweep. Yunya Kaneko and Dovidas Gudravicius on row 3. Thiago Folavenier from Argentina, and there's Nikita Sinyabok on row number 4. Row 5, Gage Korn and Santino Panetta, followed by Alexander Klugel and Paul Grisel. Still making our way up the grid. Mies Uban and Artemi Melnikov start on row 7. Adita Kamat and Matteo Dovigné on row number 8. Row 9, Harrison Crowther and George Nassar. Row 10, Jackson Walney and Adam Wooden. That's your top 20. The young lady at the edge of the grid prepares her green flag to wave. Matteo Baruti and Tom Langlois are next. Then Mika van der Pavert, Sonic the Hedgehog and Rasmus Koskinen on row number 12. Row 13, Timothy Clark and Sebastian Bach. And then it's Luis Alejandro Umana Sanchez and Rayan Menemne on row 14. Row number 15, Lucas de Longchamp and Akos Kimochi. Row 16, Chevalier Sina, the birthday girl, 12 years old today from Oman, Jakob Kobera. Row 16, Chevalier's mum, watching from Germany. She can't be here, but Chevalier's in fine spirits with her dad here. Mate Kobahidze from Georgia and Khalid Najjar on row 17. Lorenzo Salazar Escamil and Yun Hun Choi. Yun Hun Choi, the least experienced driver here. This time, a year ago, he hadn't even started kart racing properly. So, what he lacks in experience, he's obviously a very quick learner, and this is the biggest test of his career. He's just here to enjoy, take some notes, ready for next time when he'll be a lot better prepared. So this Minimax race will be 6 laps. It'll go by in a flash. Down the hill past Marshall Post 13. How do I know that? Because it's got MP13 written next to it. Can't get one past me. Down towards turn 12. Are we going to see any fireworks? So desperation is going to start kicking in. There will be some drivers here that know if they've got any chance of a decent grid slot for the pre-final, which will help them get into the main event, they must do well here. So we are going to start seeing drivers making moves out of desperation. No holds barred. Let's hope they all stay nice and safe and clean. On to the start line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Jensen Burnett. Arata Endo tries to hang tough around the outside, but can't. Oh, and there's a problem in the middle of the pack. 2, 4, 6 drivers running wide, but most of them were able to kind of carry on without running into anything. We've got another spinner down in the dip there at turn number 2. As they come out of turn 5, it looks as though our Paulson and Jensen Burnett has been passed by Arata Endo. Let's have a look. Now you can see in the middle of your screen there, there's 6 wide. They're funneling down, all trying to make the apex, and it's like Skittles. 1, 2, 3, one driver almost getting tipped over there, and then on the outside, those 2 other drivers just nowhere to go, and a bit of airtime there, bouncing through the air. 2, 4, 6 carts all off the track. we'll see who they were when they come around. Change for the lead. Burnett, I think, back in front, or is that Lisan going for the move? Because Arata Endo initially had top spot. They crossed the line to complete that number 1 of 6. It's Endo, sorry, who has the lead. Burnett second, Tom Strella is third. We got a cart off the side of the circuit. It's Boris Lisan in fourth. Gudulevicius is fifth. Then it's Kaneko in seventh. The drivers who spun at the start: Harrison Crowther, Jackson Walney, Matteo Dauvergne, Rasmus Koskinen, Adam Wooden. So the 2 British drivers had a terrible time this morning. It's not got any better for them, sadly. Walney, Crowther and Dauvergne out the race. Harrison Crowther hasn't done 1 lap, sadly, today. At least Harrison, it's sunny and you can get a tan. Let's just look at it like that. Always look on the bright side of life, as Eric Idle once said. Endo, Burnett, Strella, Lisan, Gudulevicius, Kaneko, Panetta, Sinyabok, Uban, Valavenye, Korn, Klugel, Grisel, Van der Pavert up 9 places, so good start for Sonic Van der Pavert. In fact, he's up 10 places, up to 13th now. But as the sun begins to set, you know, so it's going to cause a problem for the drivers now a little bit. As the sun gets lower in the sky, the shadows are lengthening. It does get dark quite early here in Bahrain. Looking back, Chevalier seen it up into 23rd position. Mate Kobahidze from Georgia up to 26th position. Lucas de Longchamp up to 20th from 29th on the grid. And a change. Here comes Jensen Burnett up at the entrance to the corkscrew, retakes the lead, and we have got 2, 4, 6, let's have a look, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers all in a row head down towards turn 12. Burnett, Endo, Lisan, Strella, Gudulevicius, Panetta, Uban, Kaneko, Sinyabok. Then a gap to Gage Korn in 10th place, the American driver. Can Jensen Burnett hold on through turn number 1? Flat out in these Minimax cars. Instantly set yourself up for turn 2. Trying to scrub too much speed off by jigging the car from right to left. Up towards turn 5. Oh, and that was a battle for 4th place. That looked like Santino Panetta going for a move on Gudulevicius, and it didn't quite pay off. Oh, and at the back of this group there, 2 drivers, wheel-to-wheel contact, up and over into a cloud of dust. And we'll wait to see who they were down towards turn. That was coming to the flat-out kink at turn number 7. It was Panetta and Mies Uban, the Argentine and Dutch driver. Let's have a look at that again. And as they came through turn number 7, we're going to pick it up very shortly. Here they come. Oh, and there was a cart on the inside that hit the curb, and that bounced Uban into Santino Panetta. Uban airborne 360. Oh, look how close his rear wheel came to the helmet of Santino Panetta, and up and over the top of Panetta. Oh, thank goodness for crash helmets. Thank goodness. And you can see Panetta's hand going up. Hope that he's okay. That was a scary one, and we just hope the drivers are okay. Uban looked fine, but Panetta was very lucky not to take a go-kart to the chin, and more problems, and that is the number 143 cart of Dovius Gudulevicius getting involved. I said we were going to start getting a little bit desperate up at turn number 9. Gudulevicius and possibly, was it Arata Endo or Jensen Burnett that he was getting involved with? No, Burnett is second, so it's Boris Lisan who leads. We start the last lap. Gudulevicius and Endo coming together. So 1 lap to go. Boris Lisan looking to take a clean sweep of victories. 3 out of 3 potentially for the Polish driver. He's got Jensen Burnett from Canada hot on his heels. Strella, and from Belarus, Makita Sinyabok looking to the inside, halfway around the last lap, and there's Gudulevicius, and it was a move too far from the other driver on Gudulevicius there, on the curb into Gudulevicius, and around they go. So Panetta, but now up the corkscrew, last lap time. Lisan, Burnett, Strella, defending from Sinyabok. Here comes Makita Sinyabok. Belarus into P3, but he overshoots turn 12. And a great crossover move from Tom Strela to retake third position. Last corner, it's a clean sweep for Boris Lisan from Poland, the driver from Szczawnica. He was 11 years old on Monday. Burnett second, Strela third, Sinyabok fourth, Endo fifth after that incident with Gudravicius. Yunya Kaneko from Japan in sixth position, so Japan in 5 and 6. Gudravicius recovered to 7th place for Lithuania. Sonic van der Pavert, great drive from Mika van der Pavert, we call him Sonic, up 15 places to 8th. Alexander Klugel is 9th, then Artemi Melnikov, Gage Korn, Aditya Suresh Kamat, Tom Langlois in 13th position, Thiago Falvene in 14th, George Nassar 15th, Grisel, Bach, De Longchamp, Luis Alejandro Umana, and Khalid Neha. Rayan Manemne is in 21st, followed by Timothy Clark. Shivali Sina gets a 23rd place finish on her birthday. Matteo Baruti is next, Adam Wooden in 25th, followed by Yun Hun Choi. Well, for a driver in his first year of karting, he finishes 26th. He gains 10 places. Okay, there were a few retirements, but he passed a couple of drivers on track, and he finished ahead of Rasmus Koskinen. Lorenzo Salazar Escamil. Ooh, there is a bit of tarmac that has been chewed up. Is that, or is that the rubber build-up on the side of the circuit? It's so hot here. Is that rubber at the side of the circuit? That is a little mountain of molten rubber. Sadly, out of this race, we lost Santino Panetta and Miss Uban. Oh no, Panetta actually get going. Well, that answers your questions. We were worried about Santino Panetta because Miss Uban's kart went up in the air, and I thought it came very close to hitting his crash helmet, but Panetta finished the race. Huban sadly didn't. Neither did Akos Kimachi, Jakob Cabrera, Matthew Tavernier, Harrison Crowther and Jackson Walney, all retiring from that race. Well, those drivers in Minimax have now completed all 3 of their heat races. The remaining 36 Minimax drivers are settling themselves down on the dummy grid. We will catch up with them very, very shortly. Once again, please keep your comments coming in on Facebook, on Twitter and on Instagram. Where are you watching from? Who are you cheering on? And I will do my best to read them out. The problem is, when you do it on Twitter and Instagram, you've all got these funny names, little handles, so I can't pronounce them. I can't say, Melly -2+4_ says hello to John. I'm not quite sure who that is. It'd be much better to say Auntie Val's watching from back home with a cup of tea, and she's cheering on her grandson or her nephew. Now we shall go to a commercial break. Please stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Minimax, Heat 3, Group B and Group C. Rotaslav Kostynia and Marcus Silkunas will share the front row from Poland and Lithuania respectively. Matis Karnajak from France and Mateo Radenkovic from Belgium on row number 2. Row 3, Julius Ochepa and Christopher El Fagali from Poland and Lebanon respectively. Hugo Marti, we've had his family tuning in and telling us that they're supporting him from Spain. He starts on row 4 with Yu Delu from China. Mizuki Inoue and Marcel Zibo from Japan and Hungary respectively start on row 5. Scott Marsh, Scott's older brother Sam Marsh, competed in the grand finals back in 2015. Max Sadursky from the Netherlands is alongside Scott. Jan Meissner and Nicolas Suvatsoglu from Greece on row 7. Ewan Charman, his mates call him Charmander, on row 8 alongside America's Kyle Drysdale. Then it is Salvador Trinidade and Riku Akieda from Japan. Jakub Gasparovich and Petar Bogdanitovsky from North Macedonia. Shantosh Kumar from Bahrain and Siriket Sirimon Kolkase from Thailand. Santeri Leitonen and Timofey Vladimirov from Ukraine share row number 12. Luca Horton and Loritz Anderson on row 13. Caden Higgins and Charles Goddard from Bahrain on row number 14. Rounding up top 30, Carol Strout and the third Bahraini driver in the race, Gracie Grantham. She drove really well this morning. Lorinus Zadika from Lithuania and Pedro Arango from Colombia on row 16. Alexander Jacobi and Alexander van der Meeren from Belgium, and rounding out the field from Estonia, Oliver Kerg, and from Germany, Nicolas Casarino. Oliver Kerg in car number 153. Well, he's from Antsla. Only came 4th in the Estonian Championship this year, but that was enough to get him a ticket because one or two of the drivers that finished above him couldn't make it. In his spare time, he likes to go ice rallying. At the age of 12. Interesting. Also likes collecting autographs. Sell them on eBay. Smart lad. Here we go. On the rolling lap. 6 laps. We've had a very, very good start to the week for Poland in this class. And we've got a Polish driver, Rotaslav Kostynia, number 133, starting from pole position. He had a 3rd place finish in his first heat yesterday. He actually lives in Ukraine now, but he is the Polish champion. And Rotaslav brings them down to a nice slow speed. We're on the way up to turn number 9. The corkscrew, he slowed them down nice and early. Kunas, Karnajak, Radenkovic, Chepa, El Fagali, Marti, Udelu. Chinese driver number 160. Very, very strong performance from Yu. Finished 6th yesterday. From Shanghai, Chinese champion. And look at now though. So as you can see our cameras now, it's getting very difficult there because the sun is so low in the sky. A lot of these drivers have still got their iridium visors on, so when they're going uphill they're going to get the glare of the low sun, which is going to be a little bit problematic for them. Let's hope that we don't have any incidents. But in that previous Minimax race we saw desperation starting to kick in. Drivers making moves, going for gaps that weren't really there. Let's see if we can firstly get everyone through turn 1 cleanly. Kostynia, Silkunas, Karnajak, Radenkovic, Ochepa, El Fagali, and the rest. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Kostynia. He gets a great jump over Silkunas. In turn 1, we're 4 wide, middle of the pack. They somehow make it through. Now they're going to file down into turn 2. Downhill, uphill, through 3. Don't run too high. Oh, kart spinning backwards as they go up the hill. Luckily, they all stayed out of the barriers. Getting going, and somebody else getting spat wide. That was one of the Belgian drivers there up at turn number 5. Down the hill we go towards turn 8 now, and it is Kostina still leading with a black top on his crash helmet. Looks like Radenkovic is up into P2, can't want to wait from Belgium. And side-by-side action all the way through turn 10, now down the corkscrew. Here we go, it is Kostina from Radenkovic, hard on the brakes. The Belgian driver in second position, third, that red race suit, that looks like it could be Junior Chipa. Or is it Christopher Alfaghali? No, it's Alfaghali into P3. Great start for the Lebanese driver. 1:16. Of course, Christopher sprung to prominence early this year by winning the international trophy, the biggest success for a Lebanese driver. In fact, he won the international trophy in 2020 as well. Oh, down the hill, 3 wide. That's not going to work. They sort themselves out. Battle for the lead. Radenkovic and Alfaghali up to the inside of Kostina. Kostina gets shuffled wide, but he's managed to hold on to second position. New leader, Matej Radenkovic. Now into turn 10. Oh, behind them you can see the action is picking up. Faghali having to fend off Karnajak. Julius Ochepa is in this lead battle, so is Spain's Hugo Marti. Lithuania's Marcus Silkunas, Inoue, Deleu, Trinidad, Salvador Trinidad, and Scott Marsh for Team UK in P11. Across the line, battle on for 4th place. That is Ochepa going to the inside of Karnajak. Karnajak, the Frenchman, trying to defend, but number 108, Matej Radenkovic, leads, trying to pull out the gap now over Kostina and Alfaghali. Faghali right on the rear bumper of the Polish driver, number 133, Rotislav Kostina, down the hill towards number 8 now. No gaps appearing at all. It's just a multi-coloured train of international kart racers. Turn 8, oh, Radenkovic goes wide, going into turn 9, just leaves the door open, and Rotislav Kostina went, thank you very much, I shall join the party, but now Radenkovic comes back at him, going into turn number 12, Alfaghali on the outside, Radenkovic back into the lead, Alfaghali hanging tough around the outside of turn 14, wheel to wheel for P2. Alfaghali's going to get swamped if he's not careful. The freight train, the NASCAR style freight train coming through there, but Alfaghali somehow holds on and only drops 1 position. Gracie Grantham has gone off, and yellow flags out on circuit from post 14. That is on the run down to turn 12, and I think that is Gracie Grantham and possibly Alexander van der Meven, who have had some sort of territorial dispute. But the leader, Matej Radenkovic, now getting away, and up the inside there in the blue race, that's Marcus Silkunas, and trying to make his presence felt. Now we're coming down to the area where the yellow flags were waving. Say were, I don't think they're waving now. Radenkovic leads. Second is Kostina, the pole sitter. Alfaghali's dropping to 4th position, and it is Ochepa up into P3, the older of the 2 Ochepa brothers. Faghali down to 4th. Hugo Marti is 5th. Somebody gets muscled wide. We're on that 5 out of 6. It's been absolutely intense from start to finish. Karnajak 6th. Scott Marsh up in the 7th. Scott Marsh looked for the blue, white and red race suit with a white back on it from Team UK. He's making good progress into P7. China's Yu Delu is in 8th, and it's Silkunas down to 9th. Miss Uki Inoue and Jan Meissner are next. Then it's Portugal, Salvador Trinidadi. But Radenkovic, 10 kart length lead as we go up towards the corkscrew, and you can see Radenkovic, he doesn't have to defend. Now, experienced driver, even at this level of racing. Radenkovic, we haven't seen him look over his shoulder, or if we have, it's been off camera. He knows he's not under any pressure because he's going to come to take the last lap board. We'll see him look over his shoulder now. There he is, because he's okay. I don't need to defend. That's what he's thinking. He's got a 5 kart length lead over Ochepa. If he starts to defend, he'll slow himself down and put himself under pressure. Take your normal racing line, Matej, through the roller coaster, up the hill towards Mosport at turn 5. Ochepa's got his own battle to deal with, because here comes Kostina back into P2. It's the 2 Polish drivers, swap positions. Yellow flag at post number 11. That is not far away from where we are now. Can't quite see where the incident is, if there is one. Oliver Kerg has gone off, the Estonian driver, but Matej Radenkovic from Belgium now leads Costina. You can see the red racing with Christopher Elfagai. Oh my word, on the outside of the corner, there is the kart off, and yes, yellow flags are waving. Have to say, however, the drivers didn't do a great job of slowing down for that, and the kart was right on the outside of the circuit. Oh, someone goes wide at turn 13. It's in the top 5, but it is Radenkovic wins from Ochepa. It was Costina and Elfagai who came to grief. Oh, Christopher Elfagai drops from 4th to 14th. That is not good news for Christopher Elfagai, who had a poor finish in his opening heat race, 28th, and he was in a prime position. I thought I saw somebody diving up the inside into turn 12, bit of a last lap banzai manoeuvre, and it didn't pay off. So Carnijak comes home in 3rd place for France. 4th is Hugo Barty for Spain. Scott Marsh, didn't hardly mention him, didn't really see him on screen. Calmly, quietly picked them off one at a time. Gained 6 places in 6 laps to finish 5th. Then Marcus Ilkunas, Udaloo, Misuke Inoue, and Jan Meissner from Poland. So Poland, well, Rotislav Kostina was the driver that came together with Elfagai there right at the end. Wonder if we do have a replay, possibly not. But I think what happened was Elfagai went full bore into turn 12, sort of gained the position but missed his braking point, ran wide, and then was very slow and got absolutely swamped and probably got clipped by another following driver as he came round the final 2 corners. There is a look at your race results. Big congratulations, North Macedonia's Petar Bogatinovsky, I got it right this time, and even better for Siriket Sirimungal Kase from Thailand, finishes 16th. That concludes all the heat races for Minimax. What happens now is the results all verified. These are provisional results. Any penalties that need to be applied are applied. Then all 72 drivers are ranked according to the points they have gained throughout their 3 heat races. And the driver who is first in the rankings, they start from pole position for pre-final A. The driver who's second in the points ranking starts from pole position in pre-final B, and so on, down to 72nd and last. 2 pre-finals. You add your pre-final points to your heat points, so really there are already some drivers who are probably mathematically out of contention to make the final, but at the end of tomorrow's pre-final, the top 36 go through to Saturday's main event. Everybody else, sadly, their grand finals are over. But that is a long way away. We are still only up Thursday afternoon, and next up we have 2 junior heat races, the last 2 junior heat races of the 2021 grand finals. Once again, I am joined in the commentary box by Matilda Olsen, and we'll hear from Matilda very shortly. So as we look down at the dummy grid area, back to juniors. Well, Matilda, had a chance to be in the tent. What's the atmosphere like in the paddock? I take you've gone back to help your friends at Team Sweden and also around the world. What's going on out there?
Everyone's busy doing their own things in the tent and working on the kart, so if they got any problems or if they wanted to make it faster, so everyone's working hard down there. And I was speaking to my countryman Sebastian.
Yes,
dad.
yeah, because
I was speaking to the dad, and he was they were a bit disappointed about the first heat today, but they said let's push for it the next one and hope it's going to go better.
Yep. So, I mean, you know, Sebastian's now going to be one of those drivers that he's got to take risks.
No.
And I think this is what we're going to see, drivers that are going to be desperate. We got looking at Joep Breedveld there. Now, Joop's got his own fan club.
Yeah.
His fans are called the Joopsters.
Really?
Apparently, yeah. And I know that because his mum is walking around the paddock with a T-shirt on with like the Joopster. She's the president of the fan club.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Got
You got a fan club?
No, I actually don't have a fan club.
Oh.
Not yet.
Maybe there's something to consider.
Yeah.
You know, maybe there's some.
Hopefully
but
there is some fan club.
You won't have a name as cool as the Joopsters, though.
No.
I have to say, very
I need
impressive.
to try very hard to get a better name.
Here is a look at the grid. There is Thomas Dolsamanis, who won the race earlier this morning that Matilda was commentating on. Joop Breedveld on the outside of row number 1. Then we've got Mark Koziev from Russia and Jaden Teen from the Netherlands. Row 3, Farin Mega and Sebastian NG from Panama. Row 4, Federico Alrifai and Bruno Mulders. I think Bruno Mulders has gone 2 for 2 on nose cone penalties. Hopefully he doesn't make it 3 for 3. That would not be clever. Vic Stevens and Daniel Maulam are on row 5. Rio Sakai, our camera cart, and Enzo Ball on row number 6. Row 7, Sebastian Svensson will be speaking to Matilda, speaking to her dad just to calm him down. After that, alongside Ethan Jeff Hall, Leon Zelenko from Croatia, and Magnus Pedersen are next. Mirai Nishida, Guillermo Pania Diaz, Kem Argon and Pietro Pons. Pietro Pons has got Filippo Laghi mechanicking, a 6-time Grand Finalist for Italy. Nick Trobech and Nicolas Fuca from row 11. I've always got to be careful when I'm pronouncing his name. Leon Okachai and Andres Pickle on row 12. Row 13, Matvi Andrusha and Antoine Brogio. Then Zach Skula and Jens Christensen, row 14. Row 15, Santiago Biaggi and Balas Lantos. Then Samuel Ifrid and Chamanuch Bud Saratkul. Row 16. Row 17, Q Ho Lee from South Korea. Alejandro Samaniego, the only driver from Paraguay. And the final row, Christian Sobrinas and Yu Tsai Chang. Yu Tsai Chang, you've got the Hong Kong flag there, but he is from China. Well, so, Tilda, we got the calm before the storm. Senna van Valstein was up here. We've had Sanad Al-Rawaki up here. Ben Cooper. This is the moment where, I think where we said earlier, now is there a gap? No, there's just they thought that there was maybe a cart missing. Yeah. This is the moment where every driver is going through a different set of emotions. You're focused. You've spoken to your mechanic. You know, this is what we're going to try and do. This is where I need to be.
Yeah, this is the last heat to improve that you can actually deserve a place in the final and also drive as good as you not do any stupid out there, so you actually make it to the final. It's going to be very tough, and I think this heat's probably one of the nervous heats of the whole event.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously you're thinking about the drivers, but you've got full confidence that your mechanic has bolted everything together properly.
Yeah.
Because that's always a concern. You're gonna go out. There goes the green flag. Yeah. First things first. You know, get the cart off the dummy.
Yeah, for sure.
That's nervous for the mechanics.
Yeah.
There's Alex Ferris in the green shirt there, with his mask on his arm.
Not good.
Ferris. Deary me.
Yeah.
But he's mechanicking for
Jeffy.
Yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall, who has. It's been a big learning experience for Ethan Jeff Hall. He's been loving, like we had a great interview with him. He goes, this is like no other event I've ever been to. It's amazing. And then, you know, but obviously a driver that's used to winning in the UK and suddenly not winning and struggling. But a lot of these drivers are a lot older. We've got drivers that are 12, 13, 14 and 15. Well, mainly 13, 14 and 15. Yeah, but a young 13-year-old is very different to an older 15-year-old.
For sure.
On board.
Different in experience.
Yeah, and physical strength. You know, it's a hard track to drive around. Were you kind of grateful you only had one race today, or were you like, no, I want two, I want more?
Yeah, I would definitely could race two. Yeah. Like, definitely. That's a normal race day. This is not normal, but there's so many drivers and so many different classes, so I understand why it's like this.
Now, we were talking to Senna. Senna's like, they're warming their tyres. And of course, technically in karting, you're not allowed to warm your tyres.
No.
But you check your steering a lot. Yes, steering's okay?
Yeah, but I think it's more warming tyres, to be honest.
Here we go. Oh, no start. No. False start there. A little bit too fast. Maybe Thomas Dolsamanis was too keen to get away. We're going to go through turn number 1 again. Now, the sun is now low in the sky. You can see these drivers, they've got their iridium visors. Have you ever been in a situation where the sun's got low and of course it causes a glare, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does sometimes actually when the sun goes down a little bit, and it can be hard sometimes with the shadows, and you just need to go out there and have a look what it is like and go.
Yeah. Because the last thing you want to do is, you know, you're coming around a corner, suddenly you're blinded, you can't really make out the cart in front of you.
Definitely not. I went out like 2 days ago and I didn't put clear visor on and I couldn't see anything because it got dark so fast. But that was my mistake.
Yes, it certainly does.
Yeah, it does.
Right, second time of asking. Here we go. Stolsamanis, Breedveld, Koziev, Teen, Thomas Stolsamanis. Where does Thomas live? Well, I know he lives in Latvia, but he lives in Ropazu, which I'm sure is a lovely place. Into turn 12. Now, the tension building once again. Stolsamanis, Breedveld, Koziev, Tien, Mega, NG, Alrifai, Moulders. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing into a good start from the poleman. Covers the middle of the track. Stolsamanis leads him through turn number 1. Impossible to see which carts are which there, but all the shadows go through and it's a clean start. Oh, not quite. There's 1 or 2 drivers at the back that have already come to grief, but the leaders away cleanly. You see Van Breedveld and JT. Oh, and I say that into the dust. Go 2 carts there. Again, desperation started to kick in, and look at the dust coming across the circuit. So Stolsamanis is going to come into this corner. It's going to be very, very slippery. Watch as they slide wide, maybe. That could be risky. You can see them understeering. Let's have a look at the bottom of your screen. Our camera cart, Rio Sakai, right on the rear bumper of Vic Stevens. So they cross the line into turn number 1. And so far so good. Oh, took a bit of a clout there. That's a bit of a concertina effect, sure. Like dominoes. And we're okay. So Sakai okay, but a little bit later on round the lap, Vic Stevens and Rio Sakai came to grief. It was those 2 drivers that we caught on at turn 5. So, well, I hope the drivers are okay, but I hope the camera's all right as well. But right there at the exit of turn 5, not a great start. But for Thomas Stolsamanis, he's away at the races. Easy money.
Yeah, very easy. Got a clear gap to just go now. But it's hard with a slipstream.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we've got Breedveld, Koziev and Teen all sort of working together maybe. Anything you saw in that opening lap that sort of really sort of surprised you? I mean, okay, there were a couple of moves, but this is to be expected. We've got Nick Trobech has had an incident, Jens Christensen. Now let's have a look. Yeah, at the bottom of your screen here, let's have a look. Wow. And it's Stevens on the inside, our camera car on the outside. Up in the air. Ooh, take a rear axle to the head. A simple case of 2 into 1 don't go, or you know, Sakai's on the outside. Could he have maybe eased off a bit? But Stevens was coming wide. He knew he was there.
Yeah. It's not easy.
It's again, you know, no one wants to give a place. It's an 8-lap race. We're on lap 3 already. Stolsamanis leads by 1.782 seconds. Both Stevens and Sakai have retired, along with Jens Christensen from Denmark. How is Svensson is in the next race?
Yeah, he gained 7 positions
already. Yeah, he's already up there. So this is good. We've got someone off at the top of the screen there at the corkscrew. Find out who that is next time around. Lap 4 in the books. Stolsamanis, Koziev, Tien, Mega, Van Breedveld, Svensson, Ball, Moulders. This will tell us more. Oh, now Stevens gets backed up. He concertina effect. So Sakai's forced to the outside. And are we alongside? We're gonna. Ooh.
You got squeezed a little bit, and they bumped up on each other.
Yep. But of course the circuit is going right there, and Sakai on the outside line. Both drivers. The sad thing is, both drivers now are really on the back foot. There's a move up the inside of turn number 9. Is that going to make that look like Enzo Ball, Bruno Moulders, or maybe even Sebastian Svensson? So you must be pleased with how Svensson's doing.
Yeah, he's doing good out there, I think.
He's in this group. So you got Stolsamanis, it's clear. Then you got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it's
so
a pack
Svensson
of the carts there, so there it can happen a lot.
Behind him, he's got a little bit of a gap to Enzo Ball. In fact, Sebastian Svensson's got up to P5. He's passed Riedfelds, not very popular with the Deepsters now, but more significantly, fastest lap of the race until then.
Wow, that's good from his side.
And I think that was...
he's definitely needing this heat to go good, because the other one didn't go as planned.
Yep, so we've gone into turn 2 there. So we've got Koziev was second, but now Jaden Teen is up in the P2. So Koziev, the Russian driver in the dark race suit, is down to third. Farin Mega, the German driver, 208. He is there in fourth position. Then it's Svensson. Again, that really nice dark blue and yellow.
Yeah,
thing. So,
nice suit.
So Ronnie Peterson,
yeah,
the Super Swede, his helmet colours, you know, same as your Swedish
exactly.
racing. Yeah,
it is.
Absolute classic.
Yeah, it looks very
Mad
nice.
Ronald, Super Swede. Svensson in fifth, then it's Breedfeld, Enzo Ball. Again, the 3 Dutch drivers in the top 7. You know, this is really strong stuff. Oh, look at that. Look at all that junk and detritus on the circuit. That is going to cause a real problem. And of course, you're the leader, you're the first one to hit all that nonsense.
Yeah.
But Stolzmann through cleanly, further back in the back. There's a move. Oh, is that Sebastian? Or was that Farin Mega having a little look at the inside? I think that might have been. Is that Svensson making a move? I think it was, you know.
Not sure.
Down the hill towards turn number 12. This is lap 6 out of 8. Huge gap behind this battle. Al Rifai is 8th, Bruno Mould is down to 9th, Ethan Jeff Hall's rounding out top 10, but Ethan Jeff Hall in 10th place, he's 10 seconds behind the race leader. This is of Zelenko is next, then it's Nishida, Maulam, Pedersen, Skula, Ochai, Fucha, Brogio, NG, Argun, Andrusha, Lantos, Ifrit, etc. Pietro Pons has dropped back to 31st, Nick Trobech and Alejandro Samaniego are...
Sebastian Swensson's going for the move there.
Oh,
you're getting it?
That's smart move, 7 of 8.
Smart.
Now that puts Sebastian up into second position.
And he got the gap as well, he got away there.
So that's a key part, is it? Is making the move and then doing it in a place where you slow your rival down enough so they can't come straight back at you.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but we're on lap 7 of 8. Last lap now, what's he doing?
Last lap, I think because of slipstream, he might need to defend, but if not, he's not going to do it, I think.
He's not
I
gonna,
hope
he's not going to catch that, so that's a minus, but we'll have a look. Does he look over his shoulder? Not yet.
Not yet. I think his mechanic showing him it's alright, he doesn't need to look back and just stay focused on the race.
Because the minute you start defending, you're slowing yourself down.
Yeah, the minute you start to look back and defend, you're going to lose a lot and your focus as well.
Well, Thomas Stolzmann, there's a move. There are 2 more Dutchmen swapping positions. That was a ball going past Breedveld. But Stolzmann has had a brilliant day. He takes a long look over his shoulder just to check. No need to worry. So, Jaden Teen and Farin Mega in 3rd and 4th place. Have they got one more opportunity to catch Svensson? Now Svensson might need to defend.
No.
They're looking to the inside. No, he's okay.
He's alright.
Well, round the final corner, Thomas Stolzmann from Latvia. Latvia having a fantastic day. Latvia and Poland, certainly 2 of the top nations. Latvia, Poland and the Netherlands having a fantastic day here today. Stolzmann wins, Svensson second for Sweden, then Tien third, Mega fourth, Ball, Breedveld, Koziev, Al Rifai, Mulders. They're flooding across the line now, but a very spread out race. We got a good pack for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Then Bruno Mulders in 9th. Then Ethan Jeff Hall rounding up the top 10 ahead of Nishida, Zelenko, Ochai, Maulam, Brogio, Skula, Magnus Pedersen, Lantos and Guillermo Pena Diaz with Nicolas Fucha in 20th position. Obviously happy with Svensson. Do you think that was a little bit more than you expected?
Not really. I thought that he was, after the heat he had before, that he was going to get it this time. And clear his head a little bit and then just go. He was also in a very good position to start to fight for it, and he did it very good, and so did other drivers as well. You can see some of the drivers gained a lot of positions.
So obviously let's have a little look. What's the replay here? Here's a look at the demise of our camera cart on the outside and into the sand. Out goes Rio Sakai along with Vic Stevens. they drive it, when it doesn't go well for you, how often, so Vic Stevens, for example, I'll look at his first heat, driver number 266. He finished down in 23rd, so he's got a 23rd and a 34th. He was okay in top 6, I think, in his second heat, but that's 2 results.
Yeah.
In the pre-final, you're going to be starting at the back. When things don't go right, as a driver, how often do you replay in your mind the moment where you kind of know it all went wrong?
A lot of times you're going through it so many times in your own head, what actually did wrong and what did I do wrong and what could I have done better. It's not easy. No, but okay,
so as an experienced driver now, so you said Sebastian Svensson, we'll use him as an example because he had an absolute shocker earlier on. But you said he was focused. As we're looking at the rest of the results on your screen, find out where your favourite driver is. So as a driver, Sebastian didn't carry that disappointment into this race, did he?
Exactly, that's very important, to leave all the disappointment in the race that was and just focus on the next race. I know it's very hard to do it. I've been there myself as well. Very frustrating when you don't get it right at the first time in some of the heats. And
then you go into the next heat still angry, and then you overdrive it, so you go from bad to worse.
Exactly, you can still be angry, but you need to stay focused for the next one, otherwise you're going to lose that one as well.
Yeah, exactly. So, back to some shout-outs. We've got an audience, a worldwide audience. We've got the next junior race coming up. So, Samuel G Racing is supporting Team Australia. Martha Gurges is supporting Christian Estasi in Team Australia. And Matar Jr. is supporting Mohammed Matar. I'm imagining that it would be Matar Jr. being Matar's son. And then Callum Voisin, an ex-grand finalist, he's supporting Harry Linden in juniors. Josh Graham is supporting all of Team GB, especially Ewan Charman, the Charmander, and Plunirider. Not quite sure what that means. He's supporting Holland's Alexander Sanhak-Bacon. Samuel Ifrid is being supported by Livio Pinto. Luis Jacobs is supporting Team Germany. And let's have a look. The last couple. Oh, Christopher Kirkfogel is supporting Team Denmark. Kyle Kumaran getting some support as well. Thank you very much for all your support. Oh, there's more. Enzo Ball getting some love from Helena Hibbababa. Like I said, these Instagram handle. Concominas is supporting Dimitri Vassileris in DD2. Clayton Ravenscroft getting plenty of support. Zain El Hassani is being supported by Snefro, whoever Snefro is. Silkunas, Sebastian Bach, and the rest. I'll come back to you later on. Kai Rillarts and Harry Linden, pole position. So, talk about emotion in karting. Rillarts won this morning. Linden, exhaust came off, stone last after winning yesterday. Row 2 is Matej Konic and Paco Weissenberger from France. Theo Blon and Edgar Vilkans from Latvia. So can Latvia take 2 wins out of 2 here? Martti Rittonen and Rodrigo Velacha are next. Martti Rittonen, his nickname is Mara. And I learnt this morning, you say Mitakura Mara. How's it going, mate?
Alright.
Maxim Shurko and Aaron Krepsik are on row 5. Row 6, Mohamed Vali and Matthias Tierlau. Row number 7. It's going to be Elio St. Paul. He didn't start the first race this morning. Hope Elio is okay. Edwin Knesser is alongside him. Georgios Kafantaris and Neo Clark. He also retired earlier on. He needs a good result now. Milo Kaskinen and Filip Nawyemdowski are next. Then Giacomo Maccioro and Kamal Murad. Aiden Ingrata and Megamo Suzuki are next. Tito Giafoni and Rafael Renhofer are on row 12. Here's a look at the Rotax Racing Workshop. Ruhan Alva and Yuching Q from Canada, then Paul Alberto and Cooper O'Clair. Cooper O'Clair, I've been teaching Cooper O'Clair to say, slang words. In Britain we say, it's all gravy, baby. Get some all gravy, baby, from you?
Yeah.
It's all gravy, baby?
It's all gravy, baby.
That's the one. Ollie Stevens and Gaston Arazu are next. Then Paul Lazarescu from Romania and Time Asia from row 16, the Bahraini driver. here's a view that we don't want to see. Our camera cart's been brought back on the wrecking wagon. Rafael Turan and Xavier Suarez, Abdul Qader, Kesam and Touch Jonsai round out our field. We'll soon find out whether Harry Linden is carrying this morning's disappointment into this race, or whether, you know, his Dan Holland Racing team, very experienced. I know you know you've been racing around the Dan, and he's got Mr. Carter mechanicking. Whether he's done the same thing as what you were able to do with Sebastian. Oh, hello. That would be Ryu Sakai's mechanic, and that would be Vic Stevens. Well, Vic Stevens is okay. So look, he's looking down. He's just picking his nose. No, he's all right.
He's all right.
He's okay.
Yeah. It's a very strong field, as we can see here, and I think it's going to be a very tough battle between these good guys.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, Linden's desperate for it. He needs
he
a win and a last. You've got to think top 3.
For sure, he needs it.
Real Arts, I think we're safe to say, the most successful junior driver of 2021.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. And he obviously you want to win, but he doesn't need to win, because he already got so good finishes before. But the feeling to win is going to give you more. So,
so everyone knows that Relax doesn't need to win. So if you were Mattis Konik or Harry Linden or Paco Weisberger, and you know he doesn't need to win, how do you approach him differently?
I think you don't really see him as like the one you have to overtake.
No?
Obviously you want to win. You can't say anything about that, but it's not as much pressure to actually.
Because I would be of the thought process of that. Okay, he's not going to defend because
exactly. He's not
so I'm going to go for him.
Yeah. Of course, you will go for him, but he won't defend and do stupid things because he just need a nice finish. Doesn't need to win. Obviously, it's nice to win, as I said before, but he can stay there and be focused and just do his own thing without getting into some dramas.
But for Real Arts' point of view, is he one of those drivers that can drive at 95% and just relax and not make mistakes, or does he need to be 100% on it to maintain that focus and composure?
I think when you're on track, you're going to give it 100% every time you go out and not back off, because that can cause you dramas and you can end up very quite back in the field. So I think you always put 100% when you go out on track, and that's what you should do. Otherwise, you should not be racing, really.
This is well, of course, racing drivers are tough.
Very tough.
Mentally.
Yes.
It's a team's. I mean, we're racing for our nations here.
Yeah.
When you're on track, obviously you've got a team behind you that's put the equipment together, but you're in charge of, in the junior case, a 75-mile-per-hour missile.
Yeah.
And your destiny's in your hands, and you've got to outfox. It's a high-speed game of chess, and that's why. And it is, and we're seeing it here. The tactics that go into it. So Senna and Valstein and Sanid Arawahi and Matilda, they're able to tell you, the viewers, from a driver's perspective, what is going on in the mind. Because it's not just a simple case of left, right, go, slow.
No, it's more than that.
All more than that. This looks a bit scrappy. Are we going to go? No.
No.
Looking at Elio St. Paul. Not gone out, so I hope Elio is okay. Obviously an incident maybe yesterday, so Elio not out in today's heats. Time to reset. Go around again. This is the last of the junior heats. Relax. When you're in the zone though, you just want, it's just like, you just think, oh, I don't want to finish second, I want to win, because you know you're capable of it. You've got the equipment to be capable of it.
Exactly. Everything needs to work, as you said before. It's just more than just turn right and left. You need the equipment to work, you need a mechanic to work as you want it and listen, and you need to tell it in a good way so the mechanic understands you. And it's a lot more than just turning left and right, and if you get everything right, that's the person who's going to win. Yep. And also a bit of luck, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, luck plays a part in everything. Sometimes you make your own luck.
Yeah.
You've got to be the right place at the right time.
Exactly. Everything can happen in racing,
anything,
as we can see here.
And as the greatest commentator of all, Murray Walker, said, anything can happen, and it usually will.
Yeah.
So, Real Arts, taking Harry Linden's line away from him. And this isn't. Hang on, what's gone wrong here? Are we missing a drive? This is not looking clever. Are the lights going up? No.
What's happening?
Oh, we missed something there, because that is not Harry Linden near the start of the field. Right. Okay. Got any replays? There's Harry Linden is right there. How strange.
What did they do there?
How bizarre. Well, Linden wasn't on the outside line.
Yeah, so
Rillards was on the outside line. Did Linden try and go the... uh-oh, red flag. Red
flag.
So this will give us a chance to see our first game, and it is a game of Shut Up and Listen. Do you know the rules of Shut Up and Listen?
Not really.
Okay, Shut Up and Listen is where the race director gets a little bit upset that go-kart racers can't start a go-kart race properly.
Okay.
And they give him a couple of chances, and then he goes, no. So he'll bring them to the line, red flags, going out. He'll bring them to the start-finish line, I would imagine.
Yeah.
He will then invite the two contestants.
Yeah.
First and second on the grid.
Yeah.
Two contestants. He will invite them to the game. And the rules are, shut up and listen.
Right.
I tell you how to start a go-kart race properly.
Okay.
So let's see if it's all 36 contestants play, or whether it's just Rillards and Linden. There is Ramiro Brisso, the games master. Rillards is definitely a contestant.
Yes.
Linden is being invited to play the game as well.
Yes.
Now, here we go. Just a one-on-one matchup. There, see? Don't play games. Crossing over. And the rules that you're supposed to nod, like Kai's doing there.
Yeah.
You're supposed to say sorry. And the main thing is, you shut up and listen.
Yeah. That's how you learn.
Yes.
What do
are
you do wrong?
Are we now familiar with the rules of the game?
Yeah.
Have you ever had to play that game in your karting career?
Not really, as the pole sitter, never.
No?
No.
Okay.
No,
hang on. Any more contestants? Yes. That would be number 237, Theo Blon, who was trying to drive in the middle of the circuit.
Yeah, I don't know what he did there, to be honest.
Overexcitement. So now we're just making sure that we're all in the correct position.
Yeah.
While we're waiting to reset, quick questions. We had Teresa Babichova win a race earlier. Now, I believe, certainly in the 7 years that I've been doing it, that's the first young lady to win a heat race.
Yeah, for sure.
In the grand finals. Whether it happened before my time, I'm not quite sure. How does that, as one of the 13 female drivers here, and somebody who is very, very sort of proactive in promoting equality in motorsport and making sure that the girls get a fair crack of the whip, how does that make you feel?
I think Teresa Babakova, she's a very talented girl, and she's a little bit like me. We don't really got, how do you say it? We don't want to be...
Promote yourselves or be big-headed or,
No, we don't want to play as girls. We want to be one of the others and show that girls can also win a race. And, I mean, we're never going to break down because we're girls. We might break down because we not have the power or whatever.
Yeah, and you know what? Not a lot of people know this. Karting is one of the very, very few motorsport disciplines that has a female world champion. Susanna Ragnelli.
Exactly.
1966 or 67, you know. And it's not spoken loudly about enough, I think. But, and of course, I spoke to Luna Bloom.
Yeah.
And she said, what about the W Series? Would you be interested in that? And she went, I want to beat the boys. I want to be equal.
Exactly.
I want to be
equal.
And to be fair, we as the media, when the helmets go on, you're just a driver. And
we're exactly the same. Yeah. We're racing in same equipment, and it doesn't matter if you're boy, girl, if you're tall, short. We are same. And when, as you say, when you put your helmet on, it's up to the drivers, and not if you're girl, boy.
And I think we got somebody being moved up. And I think it's especially important in this region, the Middle East.
Yeah.
You know, I think Amna Al-Kabaisi back in 2017 was the first Emirati lady to race. We got Joanna from Lebanon is here, with Gracie Grantham from Bahrain is here, with karting really gaining popularity and gaining traction in this part of the world, and of course in the wider picture with human rights and what have you in certain countries around this area. It's so important that we see here women, men and women, boys and girls competing equally together, same equipment, and succeeding.
Exactly, and that's very nice to see that actually coming into more girls into karting, and shows that it's not just a boy thing to do, and girls can also do it. It's not going to be any difference between it.
No, exactly. It's just, again, like So obviously, when drivers see, like you were very proud when a Swedish driver just got there. But you know, as a young lady, you know, you're proud for, you know, the cause of women in motorsports, to show, yes, we're here, we're winning.
Yeah, obviously there's pros and cons with everything, but I would say it's more to my positive side. I'm a girl in racing. For me, it's been like that.
Yeah, but
for sure.
The success of young ladies in racing will only lead to more. You know, one day, you know, we'll have 378 drivers instead of being 13, probably 100.
Yeah,
you know, that would be the idea. Is that the opportunities are there. You know, because
exactly.
You've got 100 girls. You know, only 5 of them might think racing is possible for me, whereas 95 boys might.
Yeah.
You want that so that 100 girls think, well, yeah, racing is accessible for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, here we go. Right, now we've had that game of Shut Up and Listen. The bonus round in Shut Up and Listen is a free trip to the back of the grid if you don't get it right this time.
This is not good then.
So, but Riordon and Linden, does that affect that sort of situation? If you're on the second row of the grid, Matej-Konik, Weisenberger, you're thinking, okay, they're on their final warning here. They're not going to be. They're going to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm going to have a right old lunge up the inside of turn 1. Right hand down, send it.
Some people are trying to play tricks all the time.
Oh, we've seen it, yeah.
You can tell, like,
Callum Bradshaw was fantastic at it this morning. You could see him just easing the guy next to him out onto the dust.
Yeah, exactly, and that's part of the game as well.
Part of the game.
Yeah.
Riordon, Linden, Konik, Weisenberger, Blanc, Vilkans, Rittinen, Vilatza, Shurko, Krepsik. Here are your front runners. Now it looks good. Now the lights are out. Now we're off and racing. And Linden on the outside trying to sweep round the outside of Riordon. Riordon holds on to the lead. Linden holds on to second. Linden up the inside. Oh, and at the back of the field, 2 drivers up and over the top of each other. Couldn't quite see who they were because the low sun will catch up with them. But as they come through turn 5, Riordon has held on to the lead. Linden in second, and crucially, they've got a gap. Here's a look at the replay. Squinting through the light there. It looks on the inside, the back there. There's a lot of people crowding towards the apex, and that's never good at the first turn, is it?
No, never. We went out quite clear.
Oh, 2 drivers, 1 driver. So, okay, on the inside there, the driver bounces into the driver in the middle. The middle driver then puts into the driver at the outside, the 3-wide sandwich. He flies through the air and wallop straight into the poor innocent party there.
Goes over his head.
Dear.
Wow.
Quite glad that we can't quite see that so clearly because of the sun. You can see the top of the NASA panel is no longer there. So that was Yuqing Q from Canada, Gaston Irasu from Uruguay, and Paul Lazarescu from Romania. That is really nasty. Other drivers to get slowed down there, I think, was Xavier Suarez, Abdul Kader Kassem.
Linden got a move on
yes, so you carry on, you call the race here. I'm just busy looking to see who's yeah, Linden in the lead. Now, I was watching the time screen. How did Riordon react?
I think he still didn't want to give away the lead.
So he didn't make it easy for Harry?
No, not easy at all.
But
I think it's going to be a battle for them 2 in the front now.
Yeah.
Might the pack behind also come up to them?
Well, yesterday, Harry Linden took the lead in his first heat and started defending on lap 3.
Yeah.
And I sort of asked why this was, and he goes, we're a tenth or 2 off.
Exactly.
The others, so we had to back him up and then go. So it was Bruno Mulders he was backing up at the time. So he backed him up, and then when Mulders sort of got tripped over himself, Linden went. But Riordon is no. This is
looks like Riordon's not giving 95%. He is definitely giving 100%.
Yeah, he's got his nose planted on the rear bumper of Linden's kart.
Linden trying to break away. It's very hard, but you can see he's got a little nice gap there.
Does it work, tucking your head down behind the NASA panel? Or do you just think it works?
I think it doesn't work for me because I'm quite short, so I would just lose the focus if I do that.
Okay.
But for some people, if it works for them, it's good.
Well, Riordon following in Linden's wheel track. They got a little bit of a gap behind them. Matej-Konik is in 3rd place, and Konik has now got some free air. Then it's Blom, Rittinen, Krepsik, Vilkans, Tirolo, Neo Clark, Volley, Vilatcha, Cafeteris, Brad, Nawiam Domsky, Suzuki, Ingrata, Alva, and the rest. Yellow flags waving at post 14. That's down towards the end of the lap. That would be a turn 12 move gone wrong. But, said earlier, Harry Linden, I was hoping that his school, St Richard Gwynn High School in Barry, would be allowing the kids there maybe a free period to watch their classmates in action, because these drivers are all in school somewhere. And I'm sure you found the same, you know, when you tell your friends that aren't telling what you do at the weekend, they think go-karting like a fun fair. They don't know it's like this, do they?
They think it's rental cars we're doing, but this is definitely not rental cars. For sure not.
Even though technically you're no, it's not rental cars.
Definitely not.
Oh, here comes Renat to the inside, pops a move in, and Linden doesn't defend either.
No.
That's smart from Harry Linden.
It's very clean racing in the front from the boys, and they obviously trying hard, but they do it fair.
Yep.
Elbows out still.
Yep, elbows out, but look at the times now as we'll come through the first sector. Did Linden and Rillarts lose any ground? 18.9 for Linden, 18.7 for Rillarts.
Oh, he goes for the move again. Linden on Rillarts.
And now Blanc in 2.37. The Frenchman has joined the party. An unwanted guest. And here at the control window, somebody's exhaust has come off. That's what happened to Linden earlier on. Xavier Suarez, touch yawn side maybe, Maxim Sherko. Yes, so Linden now.
Now the pack is there as well.
Here we go, yes.
Here we go, now everything can happen from now on.
But what Linden checks over his shoulder, okay.
Yeah,
Does he defend?
down with the head. No, he's not.
No, so Rillarts obviously didn't have quite enough momentum there to dive inside like he did a lap ago. But what Linden's going to hope is that he backs Rillarts up. Defend. Rillarts to the outside. And look at Konich. Look at Blin. So Theo Blon takes over second place. And this is what Linden wants. He wants to back everybody up so they all get trip over himself and then he can go again. Exactly what he did in race number 1.
This is to his advantage that he can break away from the other ones.
So but he's now got Theo Blanc right behind him. Rillarts has been shuffled back. This is danger zone for Kai Rillarts.
Now he's going for the move. There, we move on Linden.
Wide, yep, crossover. Not quite.
Not yet.
Here comes Harry Linden, he's going to come straight back in now to turn 1, yes?
Linden leads.
Just crossover, so Linden fighting back, so Linden does not want to stay second. On to lap 7 out of 8. Rillarts is back in the 3rd position. Leo Clark is there in 4th, so,
last lap now.
No, penultimate, last lap next time around.
Next round, yeah.
So this is going to be chaos because we've now got 20 karts within 4 seconds. The leader, Linden, white lining it all the way through. He's going to run wide. Who's going to come out in front? Is it still Linden or has he lost it? Is it Blanc? Is it Krepsik? Alan Krepsik from Hungary now in there. Yep, still Linden. Will Rillarts get fed up with this?
Linden is defending.
Too much or?
No, it's still fair. No one can pass.
But and taking into account what's happened before, he's got to do this.
He's got to do it now. He's here.
Oh, he's going to squeeze him like a pimple.
Well.
Oh, and again, Rillarts backing out. Smart. Linden knew that.
Exactly.
And now Linden's got a couple of karts with a clean air. Is that Neo Clark up in the 2nd place? Oh, this is getting tasty. Last lap through turn number 5. Neo Clark up into P2 by the looks of it. Great drive from Neo. Blanc, Krepsik, Rillarts in 3rd. And I think it is. Was that in 4th place? Is that Neo Clark in 4th place? So it might be Theo Blanc. And look at everyone now tripping over. Oh, somebody aiming for the car park there, coming out of turn number 7. Okay, Matilda, last couple of corners. Call it as you see it.
Yeah, I think Linden is going to defend this one and get it. But it's hard to say because everything can happen. But he's definitely defending there. And I think he get it. Yeah, Linden is having it this one. And Linden takes the victory here. Good job from Linden.
Just about though.
Yeah,
Neo Clark.
It was very close, the last one.
It was like the width of a COVID mask between them there. Harry Linden from Barry in South Wales takes his 2nd win of the weekend. Well, it's feast or famine. He's either first or last.
Exactly.
But
he gave it all.
But that's a classic example there, Matilda. Harry Linden did not have the fastest kart, did he?
No, he had to do think smart and defend where he needed to defend, and he got the job done here, as everyone could see, and he took the victory.
And you can tell that he was backing people up, because Neil Clark, his British countryman, went from 16th to 2nd. Ruhan Alva went from 20 something to 8th, because the whole pack was battling. As they crossed the line, less than 5 seconds separated the top 18.
Yeah.
So drivers with momentum were able to just go whoop, whoop, whoop.
Exactly, and also if the one in front start to battle, it's easy to just
size them up, make a move.
Exactly. And if you like keep it clear, as I said before, like keep the racing nice and clear from everything, and stay away from the dramas, and be protected with a bumper so you don't get a nose cone, because that can put you further down the order. Yep,
indeed. So the last junior qualifying heat of the 2021 Grand Finals, won by Wales's Harry Linden. Neil Clark finishing 2nd. Neil Clark, good story there. His first time. Andrew Tooley is running him. Drew Tooley, again a contestant, a driver here before, has run here but then had to stop racing because he was diagnosed with epilepsy, and now has set his own team back up and is back here, which is really really good story. Rillart's 3rd, he's still in control. Blom, Krepsik, Rittinen, Cavanteris. Here is a look at the results that you can see. So everyone back home, see where your favourite or your countryman or woman finished. Tomorrow, Matilda, you're back on track for your pre-final in E20.
Exactly.
How are you feeling about that?
I don't know really what's going to happen. Obviously, I'm going for the win. That's why I'm here. But it's going to be a tough one. It's very fast drivers and drivers that done this before in E20. And
yeah, you're still just starting out.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a lot to learn, and because of the car is very heavy and a lot of power, so I'm struggling a little bit, but hope we can get it in the end as we want it to be. But it's going to be nice to go out on track tomorrow again.
Yes, you know, well, thank you very much for staying around and helping us through the junior races. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow and do the pre-final. Yeah. Hopefully you can come back and do the pre-final after you've had a really storming run in the E20 pre-final. Exactly. Matilda Olsen, thank you very much. Have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last 4 races of the day here at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. The second day of racing at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Once again, we've got Senior Rotax. The final heats up next, and I'm joined by 2018 Senior Rotax Grand Final champion, Senna van Valstein. Senna, welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you.
Had a chance to sort of recover from the first couple of races that we saw, and you were just there. There's some great junior racing. Now we're into the final round of heats. Desperation kicks in, but a real blockbuster to get us going.
I think this one's going to be really exciting. Obviously, we had Teresa winning the last heat, and Callum, so yeah. I think this can be a really interesting race.
Yeah, so this morning's 2 race winners, Callum Bradshaw from the United Kingdom and Teresa Babichova from the Czech Republic, they start on the front row for this one. 36 drivers in each heat race. For those at the back, it's time to really, really go for it. And we've seen it in the last couple of junior races.
The pressure is on now, because now is the moment they need to perform to get into the final, so I think we will see some great battles.
Have any of the drivers been sort of asking you for little tips and hints of you? Because I know you're helping to coach there, but has anyone come to you saying, okay, what do I do?
Yeah, sure. Like, a lot of people know that I've been testing here before, so they know I know the track. And so that's good.
Butter you up for
that's
info.
An advantage, yeah. But like that, I like to be coaching, and if people come to me, they're welcome any second. So yeah, a lot of people came to me, I explained them the track, and yeah, hopefully it works for them.
Well, let's see. Callum Bradshaw and Teresa Babichova on row number 1. Andres Petrovic and Fahad Al-Khaled, star of the show, arguably from Kuwait, on row number 2. What a story. I know he's a local driver, he races here, but from Kuwait, the only driver from Kuwait, he's got to travel out of his own country to even race a go-kart. Wilgot Edqvist and Sean Butcher start from row 3, Mark Metzger from Russia and Mark Kimber, 2016 junior champion, on row number 4. Didn't see much from Kimber this morning, he won his race yesterday though. Callum Baxter and Kamal Aga on row 5. Ayato Iwasaki and Leon Mandel on row number 6. Further back, Linus Henson, Victor Frost Bay, Fahad Al-Mukla and Adam Ali are on row number 8. Then we look back to row 9, Kenta Kumagai and Daniel Ali, the 2 Ali brothers from Canada, drawn in the same heats. Again, Nicolas Guerra, I'm not sure Nicolas is going to go out, he didn't start this morning. Enzo Calderas is next, rounding out the top 20 for France. Then it's Futa Kojima, Mads Rees, Nicky Gauci from Malta, Luna Bloom from the Netherlands on row number 12. Row 13, Justin Weiss and All-American Stars and Stripes. Row 13, Justin White and Macy Williams. Woo Jin Shin and Sun Young Kang are an All-Korean. Row 14, Christian Estasi, Franishek Palmierski are on row 15. Mai Sadar and Mauricio Gama on row 16. The final 2 rows of the grid, Victor Platiu from Belgium, Joanna Hassoun from Lebanon, Chen Han Ling, hopefully the handling of his kart is better than it was in qualifying, and Ashitafon Yaronapol-Arana. That's your 36 kart starting lineup. Business time now. For the drivers at the front, okay, so Bradshaw and Babakova, 2 really strong results. Will they go for it with as much intensity as they would normally, knowing that one mistake could cost them?
I don't think they will give it like 100%, as we see some drivers before it, because they are safe for the final. They have a good starting position. Yeah, it all depends, of course, on this heat coming up.
But it's so interesting. Matilda saying that you must give it 100%, because she, as a driver, can only give it 100%. You, as a driver, you've learned how to back off. It's individual pressure.
Of course, it's important to give you 100%, but when you're sure you're in the final, and they can do some stupid things and not make the final.
It's fascinating to get the different insights from different drivers. There's no right or wrong way. It's down to your personality, your way as a driver, and it's just great to get the insight. What will they do? World champion Callum Bradshaw, race winner Teresa Babikova. This looks messy. Early. Now you were in the back of the commentary box when we had our earlier game of Shut Up and Listen. Have you ever played Shut Up and Listen with the race director?
Yeah, I've had that. Back in Holland, we used to do a lot of hair starts, and yeah, I even got set back one time. So
really?
Yeah,
because
that's definitely not what you want at the
because the race director normally gives you 2 goes.
Yeah.
And then stops you. You play Shut Up and Listen, and then if you get it wrong the 3rd time, because it's the front row drivers. Was it just you that went to the back, or was it you and the fellow front row driver?
No, just the front 2 drivers. So me and this fellow driver next to me. Yeah, we got set back, and that's definitely something you don't want to do because you're performing all weekend to be in the front, and then something like this can happen.
But I bet you only got sent to the back once.
Yeah, it was only once. I learned from that.
Yes. Okay. More checking the steering.
Checking on the steering, yeah.
Of course. Yep. Ooh, left, right, left,
I'm
right.
not sure if he's sure if the steering is
I'm
okay.
not sure if he knows his left.
No.
That's down the hill. Bradshaw Knight and Colin Bradshaw's been the master of the.
He knows how to play the game.
Yes.
Definitely, yes, he knows how to play the game. Something Matilda also said as well is it's a mind game here.
Yep. Well, let's see if Teresa Babichova is playing the same game as Colin Bradshaw. She pulled off a ripper of a move. Earned her first heat around the outside. Lights are out with operation. She's going to go again round the outside. Can Bradshaw hold her off? The answer is yes, but only just. And Petrovic was trying to slide his way up the inside as well, going through, but Babikova gets across in 2nd place. But intention was clear. There we go.
She goes through.
Yeah, I mean, ultra aggressive crossover move.
Callum crossed it back.
And
let's see how they come out of the straight. Callum is in front. Teresa going back on the inside. No, it doesn't take it.
And Petrovic, what were you saying about them taking it easy? No, but again, so Petrovic now in 3rd place, but that's the sign of the ultra talent. You know, wheel to wheel, inches apart, and they're fine. Behind the top 3, this is a big battle. Sean Butcher and Mark Kimber leading that. The Kimber lean in car 334. There's Mark Kimber. You can see him, tall driver now is Mark, and you can see him as he turns left, he moves his body round in the car to adjust the weight distribution. Is that right?
Yeah. Some drivers use it as trying to get some more grips into the tire. Teresa going back again on Callum.
Yep, so again, she does like that first corner.
Yeah.
You know, but of course, that's a brave move.
Yeah.
You know, so and not every driver is expecting that move, so you've got to be ultra decisive, haven't you? You can't think about a move in that corner. Oh, and at the top of the screen there, karts coming together. Nicolas Guerra didn't take the start sign, so we only started with 35, and I think we've lost a couple. Several drivers are very wide there.
It's a little bit of chaos down the back.
But in turn number 1, you either commit to it 100% or you don't do it at all.
Yeah, sure, because it's
so fast.
It's a pretty high-speed corner, so if you want to go, you need to make sure you're gonna have it and give it 100%. If you're doubting, then you're too late, or not. You're not gonna make it.
Or you're in the sand and out of the race. So Babikova leaves. Bradshaw in 2nd. Petrovic in 3rd, Petrovic in 3rd, then it's Butcher in 4th, Kimber 5th, Wilgot Edqvist from Sweden is in 6th, Kamal Aga from the UAE is 7th, then Farhed Al-Khaled from Kuwait dropping down to 8th, and that's a move, that was Kimber.
Petrovic.
And Petrovic taking 2nd place away from Bradshaw. This is giving Babichova a little...
you saw that hand sign?
Yeah, he didn't look too pleased there.
No. He says, let's
get behind him, this driver's running wide, so that would be, I think, Kamal Aga and maybe Wilgot Edqvist running wide. 2 dark coloured race suits. Yeah, Callum.
He isn't too happy with that.
But hey, a move's a move.
Yeah, for sure. And he's defending now. I think Callum won't be happy with that. Like this, Terry can have a bit of a gap, some free air, like we talked about before. Now she's getting to set the pace, and they are in a fight now.
So we're going to see, Callum looking to the inside one. Petrovic is squeezing him. Now, I mean, Petrovic is not doing it because he's an inexperienced driver.
No.
He's doing it because he knows he's not as quick as the drivers behind him. That's the only way he can finish 2nd. And Bradshaw's signaling saying, come on, go, we can catch them. And this isn't going to end well for Bradshaw if he's not careful. No. And around the outside, now Kimber's going to have a go. Is that Sean Butcher? It's Sean Butcher in car 308, the driver from London. But look at Teresa Babikova.
Yeah, she has a big gap now. And I think Petrovic, he's now in 2nd spot, which is really good points for him for coming into the pre-final. So he would be really happy to get this spot. That's why he's defending like this now.
I mean, he is only 15, is Petrovic. He's from
very
Belgrade.
young still.
It's his first grand finals, and he is going toe-to-toe with a world champion. You think to yourself, maybe there's a little bit of teenage, come on, I mean, you know what it was like. You think, I'm a teenager, the adrenaline gets going, the hormones are going, and you don't maybe think as clearly as you would normally.
Yeah,
Bradshaw,
could be,
I think, has just dealt with it, though.
Yeah, it could be, but for me, for most drivers, when the 5-star is down, you have one focus, and for me, I don't care what it is.
Yep.
You're just having you're doing what you want, where you feel good with.
Yes.
But of course, like I've had some moments as well when you're driving next to a former world champion and you're thinking, okay,
let's get a nice better one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the guy in front of you was just going to up the road.
Yeah.
So half distance here. Let's have a quick rundown. There's Sana watching the screen, and we'll update you if any movements take place. It's Babachova leading by 2.2 seconds from second place driver Sean Butcher. Then it's Bradshaw in third, Petrovic down to fourth, Kimber is fifth, Al-Khaled sixth, Aga seventh, Iwasaki is eighth, then Metzger, Henson, Kojima for Japan in 11th, Mads Riesveld got Edquist has dropped to 13th, Daniel Ali just inches in front of his brother Adam Ali, 14th and 15th, then Al-Mukwa, Frost Bay, Justin White, Kumagai, Gauchi, Baxter, Calderas, Luna Bloom in 23rd, then Mandel, Jung Kang, Palmersky, Mai Sadar, Victor Platio, Joanna Hassoun, Chen Han Ling, Macy Williams, Achitafon, Yaronel Laponopa, Wu Jin Shin, Marcio Herrera Gama, and Christian Estasi. What I miss?
Not much. Sean Butcher was defending. Now they have a little bit of a gap on Petrovic with Callum. Now the question is for Petrovic, is he going to still defending because he dropped back to P4?
Yes.
Or is he trying to get on to Callum now?
Well, and of course, from my point of view, the drivers that he's chasing will now have seen, he's defending. So they won't trust him to work with him. No. So they're going to send the moves at the inside.
Yeah, definitely. When they see the chance, they're going to go for it because they know he's defending otherwise.
Yes.
So
they so he's defending, so we got to get past him quick. I'm not going to push him because he's only he's going to waste time.
Yeah.
But look at the gap that Teresa Babachova has. It's up to 3.3 seconds. This, I checked the time when Butcher got into second place and Bradshaw and Butcher got past Babachova. Babachova's lead was 2.8 seconds. Even though Butcher and Bradshaw have been working together, Babachova is still pulling away.
Yeah, you're seeing Teresa's having the pace on her own. She doesn't need a toe to be fast. That's what we see about the last heat as well. She can set the time on her own. She is in some kind of mood, some focus, and just doing her laps.
But she's done it. I mean, the move that she took on Paul for coming and race number one, around the outside of turn number one, wheel to wheel, to take the lead, that was a really aggressive move. And the move she pulled to take the lead here, up the inside of turn 5, there was no margin for error.
Yes. No, definitely. She
very impressive.
Yeah, she is. She impressing a lot of people, I think, this weekend. She definitely has the confidence. You see in her driving style as well that she has the confidence to go fully for it. She's not doubting when she does an overtake, and you see it pays off.
Well, she's on lap number 9, so 2 laps to go. She's eased off a little bit. You know, a 54.1 the last time is a 10th of her personal best. Okay. The drivers behind have closed up by a 10th, but not by much. And she could just, you can see her there looking, not over her shoulder, but as she came over the apex of turn 5,
just
looking
have
down
a quick
the hill.
Look, yeah, but now she can do it slowly, get down with the pace, save the tires a bit more, because she got so much margin between the 2 drivers behind.
Yep,
she doesn't need to be on there fast now.
Bradshaw has passed Butcher for second position, so 3-1-1. Callum Bradshaw from Leicester in the UK has passed London's Sean Butcher. Sean Butcher, Anglo-Australian driver. His dad is Australian, more's the pity. I'm talking about Glenn's a really great guy, and he's very supportive of Sean and all the British drivers who are racing. Kamal Aga up into 4th place. Last lap board goes out. Petrovic is down to 6th.
Kimber is going defensive.
Yep, so Aga, again, this is new territory for Kamal, up into 4th place, and he's going to make the rear end of that kart very, very wide indeed. He's got Kimber breathing down his snout, however. In turn 5, Kimber's going to get a run, is he? We'll see what happens. They come through turn 7, flat out there. Oh, no, Aga, white line, white line, white line. Kimber, and of course Kimber can't. Kimber can't move out wide, can he?
No, because he has a guy behind as well. So when he moves to the outside, there's a possibility he will overtake him.
Yep. So side by side there, further back. That's fired out Khaled. I think Linus Henson. Those rumble strips are pretty beastly, aren't they? So checkered flag, 2 wins in a row for Teresa Babichova, and although Karen Bradshaw was very quick yesterday, I think we're seeing Babichova show that she is potentially even the favourite now in senior Rotax. She has dominated both the heat races today, and she's only gone and beaten the 2020 world champion in that one.
Yeah, definitely. No, you see she is on the streak now. She's confident in all sort of situations, with overtaking, with the space. I think she's definitely one of the contenders for the win as well. Bradshaw obviously has the speed, and Butcher as well. He's coming back all the time, so it's. I think we can have.
Of course, we'll have another host of contenders for victory in the next race, which is about to start. Here is a look at the full rundown. Petrovic finishes 6th after that defence. Another top 7 result for Fahed Al Khaled. Kuwait City, if you're watching, your man is doing himself an amazing service here. Mark Metzger finishing 8th, then Iwasaki from Japan, Mats Rees. Adam Ali gets the better of Daniel Ali. They were right together at one point, but Adam finished 11th, Daniel finishes down in 15th. Kojima, Edqvist, Henson also in the top 15. Frost Bay, Calderas and Kenta Kumagai also in the top 18, while you, the viewer, watch the second half of the results screen. We shall do a few more shout outs. Thank you very much for all the people that are commenting in on Facebook and Twitter. Let's have a look. Hi from Argentina. Good luck for Santiago Biaggi. Well, you didn't say who your name was. Whoever you are, you're cheering for Santiago Biaggi. Amy Balesti is cheering for Mary Egan. Amy Balesti is saying, well done to Kevin Thomas Shine from Ireland. Great job. To be sure. Sorry, Ireland. Wishing Zen Derua a good heat. His uncle from Spain, Uncle Derua from Spain, wishing Zen. And Armando Conte is cheering on Italy's Minimax driver, Matteo Baruti. That was the first lot, and really pleased to say so many of you have commented in. We'll keep doing this over the course of the week. There is a look at how we support Macy Williams finishing down at the bottom of the order there. Tough week for some. There's some of the flags: Poland, Korea, Hong Kong, Paraguay, Oman, Portugal, North Macedonia, Spain, Slovakia, Slovenia, Serbia, Ecuador, Israel. Just some of the 60 nations that are competing here. Now, of course, we're missing some nations. Sadly, South Africa aren't here. They were put on the red list, and so they couldn't come because of COVID, which is a real shame. They had a really strong team as well. New Zealand didn't enter any drivers. They're not travelling much. But not only that, there are teams and nations that have become quite familiar fixtures here. The battle for tickets. No one got a ticket from Egypt. No one from Malaysia or Algeria or Bosnia. Pierre Runic was always a strong driver from Bosnia. No one from Morocco, Bulgaria, Venezuela. All those countries have been well represented, you know, in years past. It just shows to show how tough it is to get a ticket here. You know,
it's definitely tough. Like, to get a ticket, you must be one of the best drivers for sure in your country. And you see here, this is the best drivers in Rotax all over the world coming together to fight for the final win.
Yes, indeed. Now, there's a nice picture of the timing building here. The VIP area is next. You can see, I don't think that's a real Formula 1 car, but it looks quite like it. It looks like a Formula 3000 car done up like a Formula 1 car. Being perfectly pedantically honest. There's the VIP area. Our commentary box is behind all those rooms. Yes, the Prawn Sandwich Brigade. Are they allowing you in the VIP area, Senna?
No, they're not allowing me in the VIP. I should ask for it, don't they?
Well, I mean, they watch me coming and close the doors, but you know me. That's probably a wise thing. So here we go. The grid for the the final senior Rotax heat of the day. It's Group B and Group C. Our camera car, Paul Foucamin, starts from pole position representing France. Kai Hunter on the outside of row 1 and Clayton Ravenscroft from the UK on the inside of row 2. Diego Porras from Colombia also on row 2. Then it's Russia's Dmitry Kirillov and Lachlan Robinson, Australian born, now based in Dubai. Mario Novak out of retirement onto the 4th row. Uranchik Balash is next. Ruben Volt and Thomas Ritchie on row 5. Francesco Grimaldi and Bahrain's Lewis Smith on row 6. Row 7 is Hamish Fitzsimmons and Mario Sidler from Switzerland, Christian de Klein and João Oliveira from Portugal. Gabriel Cacciolo and Zombo Kovacs are up next, followed by Santiago Chiarello and Rikuto Tamahashi. Row 11, the Diamond of Dalrai, Lewis Gilbert and Valeria Vargas Garcia. Miska Kaskinen and Pedro Sousa are on row 12. Row 13 is Amir Al-Najjar from Jordan and Stylianos Petrisis from Greece. Then it's Eduardo Duran Reyes from the Dominican Republic, and the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, it is Reese Hunter. Griffin Dowler and Tobias Verlo are next. Then Martin Freire and Daniel Kuzarov from Ukraine. Matej Sikart and Eugenie Montagnu from Romania. Israel's Ben Pinto and Chile's Benjamin Pacheco are next. 36 drivers, 10 laps. You've got Foucamin, Kai Hunter. Both of these drivers were handed a defeat earlier on. Kai Hunter and Clayton Ravenscroft lost out to Teresa Babikova, as did Paul Foucamin. Here we go, Bradshaw as well. Lights are out, first time start.
Too wide going into the first corner.
Oh, Foucamin just held on. That pack is very closely matched. Really good start, actually. They all managed to stay.
Yeah, everybody made through.
Yep, and Hunter trying to go around the outside now. We're going to watch Kai Hunter have a little nibble up the inside of Foucamin as we come down the hill towards 8. The onboard camera is with Paul Foucamin. We're going to see Hunter try the outside.
Trying to really good.
But not really, you know, because if you go to the outside, now we go.
Does he make it into the inside?
We'll find out.
Yes, he's through. Oh,
what a crossover move.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was very good indeed. Inches apart. You know, inches apart.
I think they slightly touch each other.
I think maybe the momentum, took him, but Hunter didn't lose too much ground. He's still there in second. This has been one of the closest opening laps. Not one driver's had an off track. 36 carts are going to come thundering across the line.
Hunter going for it again.
One pack. Hunter, yes. Move. Both going to try to come back, maybe. Oh, he runs wide. Kai Hunter there.
Yeah, you see when he runs right in the corner before, you see he needs to defend the corner after because the guys behind him having a better run up.
And that's what this first sector of the lap there, it's all about momentum and flow.
Yeah, definitely.
Make one mistake at turn 1, you're still paying for it at turn 5.
Yeah, because it's flat out all the way. So when you make a little mistake, you miss the momentum and the speed throughout all the corners there.
This replay. This is the move.
Kai Hunter goes for the inside and slides a little bit to the outside, and the other one cuts back to the inside just on time. You see that?
Yeah, and you know what? It might have been a brush. But
yeah, but it was like it was clean, it was nice.
Yeah,
move.
Yeah, very good move. So back to the live action, and it is Clayton Ravenscroft now leads. So Foucamin and Hunter have obviously tripped over himself. They're now second and third. Clayton Ravenscroft, Clayton getting a lot of support from back home in the UK. And I haven't insulted his dad, Steve, once. He's doing a good job, is Steve, bolting that go-kart together. Fair play to him. In his dotage, took off his pipe and slippers to come and help Clayton out. Bless him. No. Great family, really supportive, really getting behind the Great Britain Spirit. Ravenscroft looking
over his shoulder if he needs to defend or not. Going a bit wide. Oh.
But now Clayton gets a good run down the hill. Look at the extra run. So that's the risk.
This is the moment you're choosing if you're gonna defend or going on the outside. Like when he takes the wider line, for sure you got a better run up to the straight. What's will open at the end of the back straight? Yeah,
but what Ravenscroft was hoping is that Foucamin wouldn't step in at the inside, and Foucamin, he did have a think about it.
Yeah,
he did think about it. It was inches. Perfect judgment for both. Now Foucamin looks good.
On the inside, he was lining up for it, going a little bit wider. the corner before. Oh,
switch back.
There.
Ravenscroft and Hunter get for Clement back. So Team GB 1-2. Ravenscroft from Southampton, which is south of England. It's called Southampton. And Kai Hunter from Horton-le-Springs, Sunderland, up in the northeast, where they breed them tough. They're Mackhams up there. And for Clement now in third place. Mario Novak has moved up into fourth place. We're on lap 4 out of 10. Well, I'll do the same thing again. I'll do a rundown. And Senna, if anything happens, just shout over the top. Tell me to shut up. Right, Novak in fourth. Volt is in fifth. Kirillov is sixth.
Oh,
then
and he goes for the move. There's Paul going for the move on Hunter. Clayton is now in the lead.
Okay, change over there. Grimaldi is ninth. Then Rockland Robinson, Zombo Kovacs, Lewis Smith, Lewis Gilbert, Thomas Ritchie, Gabriel Cacciolo. That's your top 15. Then it's Sidler. Reese Hunter, still only 17th, but he is making progress. Then it's Oliveira, Chiarello, DeClayan, Kuzarov, Souza, Kaskinen, Virlo. Then Stylianos, Patricis, Al-Najjar, Garcia, Tamahashi, and the rest.
Hunter goes down the inside in a long right one. That's a double apex corner, so you will, in the middle of the corner, you go a little bit wider. That would be able for Kai Hunter to put it down.
Everyone is going very, very deep into turn 12. Is that costing them speed onto this, this part of the track? They seem to be going very deep, because you go out of turn 12, they're not cutting back to get the apex for turn 13, are they?
Yeah, obviously, because when you go wide out of the corner before, you miss a bit of the exit, the corner off. That's why you lose on the straight.
Well, it is France leading Britain, leading Estonia. Oh no, it's actually Britain leading France, leading Estonia. And what's this? This is the move from Paul Volkemin. Oh, this is where Hunter left the door open. Or was that Ravens? No, it was Ravenscroft leaving the door open.
I think he outbraked himself a little bit and went slightly wide.
Yeah, that was not intentional. We'll have a look at the steering wheel now as he comes in. If you show this again, is he understeering?
You see him turning to the left.
There's his arm movement. That is like, no bite.
Yeah, and he saw him on the inside, so he shocked a little bit to the outside.
Yeah, peripheral vision. Well, he's fighting the day. Now we're on lap 7 out of 10. And the lead group has got bigger.
Ruben Volt made it through. And goes for the lead now as well.
Wow, where did Estonia? Ruben Volt, well, the last Estonian to win in the grand finals was Yuri Vips. And look what happened to him. Up into GP2, Ruben Volt. And now Ruben is going to defend from here on in, I'm sure, because Ruben in cart number 348, he's not been in contention for the lead, the 15-year-old from Tallinn. We've got Kai Hunter, Clayton Ravenscroft, Kirillov is there in 5th. For Quemin, Novak, Ballas, 1.6 seconds separate the top 9. Oh, this is getting tasty now, Senna. Are we all going to get home?
This one is getting close to get a run up to the last lap.
For Quemin, getting in the slipstream of Kai Hunter. Hunter looks to the inside, no.
Ravenscroft goes for it. Oh, and they touch wheels and they go a little bit wide.
That was
Kai Hunter going for lead. Oh, they touch again.
Oh, wow. Kirillov
around the outside.
This is touching wheels at like 85 miles an hour.
Yeah.
This is heart-stopping stuff. Oh, and now back goes Ruben Volt back to 5th position. Here's Kirillov, the Russian driver, up into 3rd place. Ravenscroft, I mean, that was a great onboard view there. He made that move, and
they touched a little bit of wheels coming into the first corner. It's something like that could go really, really wrong in the slightest moment.
Let's have a look. Ravenscroft, well, to be fair, he thinks about it. Now he goes.
And then he was quite a hard touch.
Yeah. Now let's have a look. And Ravenscroft was making the move, and then Volt saw him and started
turning right.
Well, they're at it again. Side by side for 3-2, and this is lap 9 out of 10. We said business was going to pick up. Now we thought this was a one-line racetrack through here. Certainly not.
Oh, around the outside, Scruff. Oh, he sticks it around the outside. What a move!
Great move from Clayton Ravenscroft. Kai Hunter, in 2nd place. Now Ravenscroft defends. This is really good stuff. Dmitry Kirillov in 3rd position. 4th for Kemin. Volt is 5th. Ballas 6th. Novak 7th. Conchetta is 8th, then Lachlan Robinson, Grimaldi, 1.4 seconds separate the top 11.
Coming into the last couple of corners now.
Penultimate lap, they'll go on to the last lap next time around. So, we'll check the order as they cross the line. To start the last lap, it is Ravenscroft, Hunter, Kirillov, Volkamin, Bolt. That's your top 5. First one to make a move is potentially, well, Kai Hunter having another little nibble. Ravenscroft defends into turn 5. No one can move offline though, can they now? 6 karts together with Colombia's Diego Conchita in 7th and closing. Little love tap, little peck on the cheek.
Little kiss.
Ravenscroft having to defend, and now the 2 British drivers breaking away. That was a good tactic there because Ravenscroft, he didn't defend. And
he took a wider line to get some more speed throughout the corner. Now coming into the last 2 corners, Ravenscroft is going to defend, but not that crazy.
Well, I think he probably knows that it's my team, it's my countryman behind me, so, and he's not going to do anything too silly. Then he remembers, oh, it's Kai Hunter. You never know. But checkered flag comes out. Clayton Ravenscroft takes the win. Ravenscroft qualified, took the last ticket for this in the Golden Trophy in Genk, and he's top of the pile here. Kai Hunter is 2nd, Dmitry Kirillov is 3rd, Paul Volkamin is 4th, then it's Jurisic, Ballas, Ruben Volt. Lucky for Ruben Volt, you know, he got the win, he got the lead, but then went backwards.
Yeah.
Then it's number 353. Their full name is Diego Concheta, Contesha rather, Diego Contesha, Lewis Gilbert, Mario Novak, Lachlan Robinson, Francesco Grimaldi with Joao Oliveira, Reese Hunter up the top. There's a look at the VIP area, and there's Reese's dad, Reese and Kai's dad there with the Team UK, just putting the black bag over him. Now, the Hunter family, they run a fantastic karting facility up in the northeast of England, Karting Northeast at Warden Law. I can't wait for the CIK to go there and have the real...
But they have an old facility, karting facility.
Yes, and it's a tremendous track. They've improved it. It almost went bust, and it was looking pretty tatty. And the Hunter family have taken it over. Mark Hunter, Reese gets on the old tractor to mow the lawn.
Oh yeah, that's actually really nice to get it.
Kai's a little but this from Motorsport UK in the white t-shirt, Dan Parker watching on, supporting all Team UK's drivers. There's Tony Kakati with the white hair there, the silver fox. That's Theo Kakati's dad. We've got Zayn El Hamsani, Micromax driver there, Gary Shield from Jag Rotax, someone from Colombia. Well, they've had a good day. Diego Contesha just getting a good result for Team Colombia. And where's your favourite finish? Hamish Fitzsimmons sadly coming up at 36 drivers started, 36 drivers finished in a race of that quality.
Yeah,
great stuff.
Was definitely intense battles going on, but everybody finished the race, which was surprising.
And there will be a few people that aren't too happy with one another, but at the end of the day, this is a good view. Let's see if anyone. At the end of the day, every driver started, finished, and it was a tremendous race with loads of battling and passing. There must have been about 100 overtaking moves in that race.
Yeah, definitely. We saw all kinds of moves around the outside, on the inside, touching wheels on the straight.
So, of course, for those who are new to karting, at the end of each race, the karts have got to get weighed. So this is Paul Volkamin going onto the weigh bridge. Each class has a minimum weight limit, driver and kart. They have to come up to at the end of each race. If they don't, then out you go. Now you go forwards to see the technical team headed by Mr. Paul Klassen, and he will say, okay, I want to see this X, Y and Z off your kart to make sure it's all legal.
Yeah.
Then you take your fuel tank out, you go to the fuel bay, they fill it back up to where you want it, and they keep your fuel tank. Then you take the tyres off, and then go to the tyre bay, and they keep your tyres. There's Sarah Unit, she's going to be watching her fiancé Zen Derua watch in this one. Zen has got the white race suit on. Is Zen Derua in this next one? We don't know. We'll find out in a little bit. But Senna, thank you so much for joining us here in the seniors. Back again, same tomorrow for the pre-finals?
Yeah, I would love to do it.
Excellent, that'll be great to have you back. Thank you very much.
For having me.
Senna Valstein will be our senior analysis expert for senior tomorrow as well. So in a few short moments we'll be back for DD2, the last 2 heat races of the day. So DD2 and their chassis partner Birol ART. Let's have a look at the starting lineup, although I'm looking and there is a gaping hole where Zida's Christ's Zida's should be, and that's because he had a humongous accident in his earlier heat race, which we saw. Obviously he is okay because he was cheering on the driver that you can see on the right hand side of your screen, Patrick Lockmelis. But here is your starting lineup: Antoine Barbarou and Patrick Loxmelis on row 1. Michael Rosina and Chris Zidas, he's okay. The go-kart is not. Hopefully he'll be back out tomorrow. The Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen, and reigning senior champion Axel Sanyala are on row 3. Nicolas Savo and Charlie Anderson on row 4. Row 5, Kyle Kumaran from India and Zen Darua. Row 6, runner-up 2 years ago, Nicola Pico and Sweden's Max Linden. No relation to Wales' Harry Linden. Matthias Dahl and Jakob Bazell are next. At the moment, Jakob has got the main chance of a success for the Bazell family. Gonzalo Coutinho and Philippe Mwatsi are on row number 8. Row 9, Ragnar Vieros from Estonia, Martinas Morkis from Lithuania. Petter Bazell, his chances hanging by a thread to defend his title. He is on row 10. Ivan Skiamska, Betsy Major, Geronimo Berrio, Francisco Rodriguez on row 12. We keep going through. Max Jaeger, Andres Bergbach, David Cadenas, Federico Panetta. Lots of South Americans on the 13th and 14th row. From Austria, Leo Kirschenbauer, Anshul Gandhi, Nikola Tojic, Nikolai Stien from Norway, and then Gustavo Gomez and Mariano Ramirez, Kevin Shine, who's got his daughter's name on his crash helmet that he painted himself, and Uruguay's Andres de Arroyo. 34 drivers take the start because Anshul Gandhi isn't out there. Into turn number 1 as the sun sets here in Bahrain. The action on track is still red hot. The track temperature will have cooled. That'll give those Rotax DD2 engines a nice bit more cool air to breathe. And it is Barbaro. It looks like Michael Rosina up in the second position. Loxmelis down to third, no, fourth, as Martin van Leeuwen. And there's dust across the camera. Okay, so there's dust on the track. Watch the drivers understeering into this corner. Will they all get through? We're not seeing anyone understeer wide. There's a driver standing up and out of his cart. We'll catch up with him. Possibly Federico Panetta. Maybe. Oh, Kevin Shine as well's in trouble. He was having plenty of support online, was the Irish. But the 7-foot blow-up leprechaun called Laurel, who they have got with them, is not bringing them any lucky charms. Sadly for Kevin, his first grand finals are looking pretty well over. Still got the pre-final to go, but chances of making the final all but gone. At the top of the screen, more carts bouncing over one another. Barbarou leads Van Leeuwen, followed by Rosina, Derua, Sabo, Sanyala, Anderson, Lockmelis, earlier race winner down in 8th. Quite sure what happened from the outside of the front row of the grid. Lockmelis has dropped into 8th position on lap number 2. Then it's Pico, Kumaran, Bazell, Jacob Bazell, followed by Dahl, Coutinho, Petter Bazell at the 14th. Then it's Linden, Watsi, Vieros, Rees, and the rest. Kevin Shine out of the race. Panetta well off the pace after going into the sand. Mariana Reyes Ramirez bringing at the rear at the moment in 32nd position, but David Cardenas and Andres de Arroyo have just collided, and Cardenas, I think, is about to retire. Martin van Leeuwen. Van Leeuwen, 4.63, the tall Dutchman. Blue sleeves on his race suit, the regal royal orange Dutch colour on his chest and back, and he takes the lead. He's fastest of all through practice, 7 practice sessions, and Leeuwen was fastest most of his. People had him marked out as the man to beat, now he's showing why. Barbarou has slipped back behind Rosina to 3rd, has he? No. It's the green helmet of Barbarou in 2nd, Rosina still 3rd, then the almost pure white race suit. Well, it's not white up close, but it's white on our screens. Slovenia Zendarua, which is from Belgium, 4th position. Sanyala leading the charge then in 5th, although there is a huge tussle going on. Sanyala in 5th and Charlie Anderson from Sweden in 6th. Then there's a big gap to the battle for 7th, which is all over the shop. Lokmelis, Pico, Sabo, Bazell, Kumaran, Bazell, Petter Bazell up to 12th place now. So finally we're seeing some pace from Petter Bazell, the 2019 champion, and a move down at turn 12. That was, I think, Lokmelis, was it? No, it was Kumaran, sorry, in 9th position. So we've got a 6 cart. Well, we've got Leeuwen, Barbarou, half a second in front of Darua in 3rd, then Rosina in 4th. The top 6 have broken away, and it's game on for 7th. Into turn number 8. Double apex left. Uphill. Van Leeuwen checks over his shoulder. Van Leeuwen, sorry, checks over his shoulder. Discovers there is a Frenchman perched on it. Have a little peck at the Dutchman's ear roll, but Leeuwen holds him off. Darua in 3rd, Rosina 4th, Sanyala in 5th, Anderson in 6th. Then a gap, a lengthening gap, it has to be said, back to the mother and father of all battles, the 7th place. Nicolas Pico now up into 7th, Kyle Kumaran for India in 8th, Lokmelis has slipped back to 9th, Bazell, Jakob Bazell still in 10th, Zabo, Petter Bazell, followed by Dahl, Coutinho, Linden, Watsi, Jaeger, Rees, Shamska. I can't wait for Max Jaeger and Jan Meissner to be together, because I can say Jaeger, Meissner, yes please. Stien is in 21st place. Norwegian driver retired from his earlier heat. He's got to get a shuffle on to get up the order. We've got 32 karts still running on lap 5 out of 10. Now we've on to lap 6 out of 10. And Barbarou takes the race lead back from Van Leeuwen. Rosina in 3rd. In fact, Barbarou looking a bit defensive now. Oh, he's lost it through there. So Van Leeuwen, Flying Dutchman. Back into touch. Oh, and a great run off Mossport. Turn 5, Mossport corner. He's got a 6-7 kart length lead just based off how quick he was coming out of that corner. Great stuff from the Dutchman. Looking over his shoulder, Barbarou looking over his shoulder. Rosina is there as well. But Zendarua now moving into 3rd position. In fact, it's Rosina 2nd. 3rd is Darua. Barbarou drops to 4th. No, make that 5th, because Sanyala moves up into P5. Turbo, his mechanic, will be very, very happy with Axel's performance. And now Zendarua into P2, going through turn number 1. Beautiful sunset here in Bahrain. But the driver's not really concerned about Mother Nature at the moment. They're just concerned about how far they can push their right foot on the loud pedal. 8 laps gone. 7 laps gone. On lap 8. Oh, and Rosina sends one up the inside of Barbarou for third. And almost takes a chunk out of the left rear corner of Zendarua's kart in the process, but got out, got on the anchors just about enough down the hill. Turn 13 and turn 40. It's 4.63. Martin van Leeuwen, driver from Roosendaal, second in the Golden Trophy, 23 years old, experienced but still in his first grand finals. Surprisingly, De Rua now leads the chasing pack, but we're a lap and a half from home. De Rua's going to have his hands full with Italy's Michael Rosina, France's Antoine Barbarou in kart 435. You see with the green crash helmet. Then it's Axel Sanyala, the blue and white of Finland, and then the navy and yellow of Sweden's Charlie Anderson. It's game over for the race win, but it's game on for P2. Out of turn 13, Van Leeuwen has got 1 lap to go. Zendarua just about squeezing, inching ahead. Last lap board. De Rua defends. Barbarou really having to defend through turn number 1. Up the hill through 3. Now down again to 4. Into Mossport. 5. Flat out now through 6. And 7. Hard on the gas. Maximum speed. Hold your anchors. Hit that first apex, run wide. Look at all the rubber that's been laid down. On the outside of turn 8, uphill now. Up. Missed that first apex, clip the second apex there. Then plunge downhill over the corkscrew. Still going downhill. And again, positive camber, brake 12. Set the kart up. Don't lose too much speed through 13. 14, checkered flag. Van Leeuwen takes the win. From De Rua, Rosina, Sanyala, Barbarou and Anderson. Up into 7th place on the last lap comes Nicolas Pico. Kyle Kumaran is 8th. Jakob Mazel 9th. Patrick Locks-Mellis from the front row down to 10th. It's Mwatsi and Petter Mazel in 12th. Well, he made a good start, did Petter Mazel, but then didn't make much progress the rest of the race, and that is worrying. Matthias Dahl is 13th, Jaeger is 14th, Max Linden 15th, and Gonzalo Coutinho is 16th. And it's Rees, Virus, Szymanska, Stien, your top 20. The sun is setting here in the city of Sakhir in Bahrain. Background, buildings from Sakhir, which is an expanding city. A lot of construction going on around this fantastic Bahrain International Circuit, the kart track and the race circuit. We're in the southern part of the island of Bahrain, the nation of Bahrain, which today celebrates its 50th Independence Day. That's why you will see a lot of the Bahrainis here, the local Bahraini population wearing red to signify their independence. And there's, artistic shot. That cameraman's been waiting all day to do that. He's like, wait for it, bit of cloud, bit of cloud, bang! There we go. We're in a beautiful part of the world. The weather is absolutely stunning. Last chance, last shout outs for the people watching on social media. Hi Henry, hello, give a shout out to the officials from the UK, from Mary, Kathy, Shay Watson from Guernsey, and Casey Watson from Oxford. Well, John Watson is one of the stewards here. Consider it done. Yannick Dillon, watching from France, supporting Maxime Dirks from Team Belgium, running a DD2 in the previous race from P22 to P10. I know Yannick. Fingers crossed for his heat coming up now. Go on, my son. Good lad. Nice use of banter there and slang terminology. Well, Yannick, I can tell you that Mr. Derricks is going to start this next race from... Are you sure he's DD2? I'm like, yes. 22nd place. So he's got a bit of work to do, Yannick, but with your support, I'm sure he will get the job done. Mary Egan, oh, yep, there we are. Best of luck to Kevin Shine representing Ireland. She's messaged twice as Mary. This time she's added lots of Irish flag emojis, some shamrocks, and enjoy the experience and safe driving. Well, you'll be happy to know on some respect, Mary, that Kevin with the Shine is very safe. You'll be less pleased to know that he was very safe because he didn't do much driving today. Went out on lap 1 in that one. But there we go. I'm sure he's enjoying the experience with him and his dad. They're here on their own. And a message from Jen Wade. Please note 335 is Daniel Kukuzarov. Yes, I'm mispronouncing his name. I do apologise. Daniel Kukuzarov from Ukraine. So before the sun sets here on the second day of racing here at the Grand Finals, we have the small matter of qualifying heat DD2 Group B and C, the last heat race of the 2021 Grand Finals. The floodlights are on again, and it's going to be Gianluca Savaglio with our camera on pole position for Canada alongside Gustavo Suarez from Chile. You can see the sun setting. There is our data cameraman, the man on the grid. Savaglio from Suarez, Canada and Chile on row 1. Akmens from Latvia, and yesterday's winner, Vasileiris Dimitris on row 2. Now, I was keeping a score yesterday. Race wins, I haven't done any today. Yesterday, France took 3 race wins, Britain 2, the UAE 2, and a win each for Greece, Japan, Poland and Latvia. That has all changed today. I haven't added to those tallies because I haven't seen the official results, but I shall do so tonight, just for those who are keeping score of which nations got the most individual race wins. So there we go. Canada, Chile, Latvia and Greece, the front 2 rows of the grid. Row 3 will be America, Ethan Ho, and Belgium, Glenn von Porish. Eliška Babičová from Czech Republic, what a day that family's had, and Dawid Mastiakiewicz from Poland. Then it is Vincenze Karpint and Abdullah Al-Rawahi from Oman. Matthias Njem from Lebanon and Rasmus Vendelbo from Denmark. Row 7, Matthias' younger brother Christopher Njem having a great run in his first ever Grand Finals. Gregorio Bertoccio from Italy is up next. Mika Metz and Petra Babičová are on row 8. Kane Cherian, Anthony Millet on row 9. Manuel Tenchert from Austria and Khaled Saab on row number 10. There's your top 20. Luke Schepers and Maxim Dirks, with Yannick, his buddy, watching him, are on row 11. Fabian Bock and Alexander Tanib Bakan, I think, on row 12. Lucas Pernot from Canada and Wahib Al-Karousi from Oman on row 13. From Saudi Arabia, Omar Al-Darayan and Nadim Knessa. And on row 15, Chen Yang Tsai and Alex McPherson-Weeman, and Mike Zerka from Switzerland and Alejandro Herrera Gama on row number 16. Row 17, down towards the back end of the grid, we find Daniel Tate and Matish Kolmanic, Noel Dowler and Shishi Seng. That is your 36 kart starting lineup. 10 more laps of this 1500 metre Bahrain International Kart Circuit to conclude the heats and to decide where everybody starts for the pre-finals. Well, like we saw earlier with Matilda Olsen, you can see a lot more of the drivers now wearing clear visors, iridium visors, hello Anthony Jordan, are not the course of action, the best choice of action with the lights so low. Shadows lengthening. Oh, look at the sun. It's called cutting the plane in cinematography, cinematic parlance. Down the hill, shadows. Across the tarmac, little wisps of smoke as the drivers rev the engines on these 2-speed DD2 karts. under 12. Deep in shadows. Difficult on the screen, my screen, to say who is who. Oh, sunset. Cinematography once again. Karting foreground. Nature background. Canada and Chile. Savalio and Suarez into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing, and Gianluca Savalio takes the lead. Does he? Yes. Suarez trying to go around the outside. Difficult to see, but they're all safely through turn number 1. Now up the hill with the sun behind the camera, you can easily see who's who as they plunge down towards turn 4 up to turn 5, and a good clean start for everybody. Oh, it was looking a little bit tasty further back through turn number 6. No dust cloud, however. That tells me that everybody stayed on the prepared surface. Jolly nice of them. And it is Savalio leading. And in a second, the dark race suit of Chile's Gustavo Suarez. Emils Atmans, Dimitri Vassileris, another driver with that dark blue race suit. Vassileris, in fact, in 3rd position ahead of Glenn van Porijs. Yellow flag waving in the background. And, oh, I think there was a bit of action there at turn 12. So, we'll see who that involved as they come around. It's Savalio, Suarez, Vassileris, van Porijs, Atmans, Vasilkiewicz, Abdullah Al-Rawahi up into thing. Oh, we've lost Dan Tate and Nadeem Knessa, the British champion, and oh no, he comes across the line but a long way down, along with Knessa. So look that they both found the gravel and then they both managed to get back on at the same time. They're still battling, and Van Porijs up the inside sends one up the inside of Dimitri Vassileris. Vassileris shown the door. Scrambles back on but loses a few places, and Emils Akmens from Latvia took full advantage to take 3rd position. But as these drivers battle, the top 2, Savalio and Suarez, get away or under braking. There was someone in the middle of the pack there, possibly Gregorio Bertoccio in the Italian number 433, getting it all crossed up with the braking as we complete lap number 2 and go on to lap 3 out of 10. It's Savalio leading. Suarez, Atmans, Van Porijs, Dimitris Vassileris, Al-Rawahi, Lejem, Maslakiewicz, then Rasmus Vendelbo into the top 10 with Ethan Ho next. Daniel Tate has sadly retired his Strawberry Racing entry, run by everyone's favourite Carlton Hobbit, Paul Spencer, which we have to call him, Bilbo, certainly Gandalf, because there's Gandalf the White, so Paul. Oh dear, to tell it's late in the day. We've got a battle on at the front here though. Look at this, boys and girls. Savalio, Suarez, Akmens, Van Porijs. Here's our camera card. Savalio was leading at the start of the lap. He's now down in 4th position, 5th position, and runs a little bit wide through turn number 1. He's got the number 437 of Dimitris Vassileris in front of him. Van Porijs in front of Vassileris. Suarez leads. No, he doesn't, because here comes Emils Akmens. Well, Latvia have been one of, if not Latvia and the Netherlands, I think the 2 strongest nations here today. Across all classes, this is really strong stuff. I'm not talking about the Latvian liqueur that Alexander Shelton's dad gave me last year. Oof. As Van Porijs getting it sideways with Gustavo Suarez. Oh, Van Porijs wheel to wheel with Vassileris, and they're still going at it. Savalio doesn't know which way to turn. There's carts everywhere. He finds a gap, tucks inside Suarez. Now, behind Van Porijs, nose to tail at 120 kilometers an hour. Into turn number 1, he thought about making a move, had to back out of it. Now watch through the roller coaster, into, over the curb. Ooh, your ribs hurt just watching it. Now up the hill towards turn number 5, and behind Savalio, that looks like Abdullah Al-Rawahi making a move. Al-Rawahi in the black and gold race suit, although he's representing Oman. Abdullah Al-Rawahi up into P5 in cart number 429. Vassileris, the Greek driver, down to 6th. Then it's Mateus Najem from Lebanon in 7th, and there's still about 20 carts within bogey flicking distance of the race lead. through turn number 1 now. Emils Akman suddenly finds himself with a 1 second advantage. Further back it's Chaos, Suarez in second, Van Parijs third, Al Rawaki fourth. Here is Chevalier, who has dropped down to, he's behind the 433 cart of Gregorio Bertoccio. Bertoccio started the lap 9th and Chevalier started the lap 6th. So either Bertoccio has made many moves or Chevalier has made many errors. Having a look as they come across the line. Ethan Ho in 8th position is on course for another strong result. No gaps at all. Look at that, just a long, constant train. Nadim Knesser in 35th position. There he is. Has just set the purple first sector. Incredible. There's 10 seconds separating the top 30 cars. And Akmen's lead is beginning to shrink. Suarez and Van Parijs closing in. Then a gap back to 4th and 5th. Matthias Najem from Lebanon and Abdullah Al-Rawaki from Oman. Then another little gap back to everybody else, led by Greece's Dimitris Vassiliadis. Chevalier is 8th. Bertoccio had gained some ground. He's up to 7th. And Bertoccio is having a little look at the rear end of Vassiliadis' cart as they come through the corkscrew. And the right hand side there, you see some dust. So somebody upset there, and Bertoccio makes the move, and Chevalier, you couldn't fit a fan paper between the rear bumper of the 437 and the nose cone of Chevalier, and Chevalier having a look, but Vassilier is defending. We're on lap 8 out of 10. Van Parijs and Suarez still about 0.8 of a second off top spot. Now Chevalier up the inside at turn number 5, makes the move and gets past Dimitris Vassiliadis. That will put our pole sitter Gianluca Chevalier back into, I would say, 7th place. Here's Van Parijs in the yellow and red of Belgium. 409, 469, deep blue race suit, Team Chile's Gustavo Suarez. Gustavo Santiago, Chilean champion. 21 years old, Van Parijs, very experienced driver of the 409, and Van Parijs, 26, BNL champion this year, lives in Genk, gets on a bed and is on the kart circuit there. All that experience though coming to fruition here as he holds off Suarez and Matthias Najem. Matthias Najem talked about the terrible tragic explosion in Beirut a little while back, industrial area by the port, and I think there was someone saying that Matthias, the Najem family workshop was obliterated in that. But the Lebanese karting community and Abdo El Fagali in particular were great at supporting and raising funds for the Najems to get back on their feet karting wise. And there is Matthias now making a position and passing Gustavo Suarez for 3rd place. Last lap board goes out. Najem now has to defend. Al-Rawaki is in 5th position. Abdullah Al-Rawaki thinking about it. Thinking about making a move on Suarez. In the driver's tent this morning, these two, how ironic is that? Al-Rawaki goes round the outside of Suarez. They were laughing and joking in the driver's tent this morning, was because the Chile team are based next to the Oman team in the driver's tent, and Abdullah and Gustavo were having a good old laugh and a joke together, and Abdul Al-Rawaki hasn't quite made the move stick there. Suarez back into 4th place. Could be the end of the beautiful friendship. Bertoccio is 6th, Ho 7th, Chevalier 8th, Carpet 9th, Babakova is 10th, but checkered flag goes out. Emils Akmens is your race winner for the final heat race of the day in DD2. Great performance from not only Emils but the entire Latvian team today. Extremely impressive indeed. The rest of the field come across the line. Glenn Van Parijs held off Matthias Najem for 2nd, Lebanon in 3rd place, Gustavo Suarez in 4th, Abdullah Al-Rawaki 5th, Gregorio Bertoccio is 6th, and Ethan Ho, Gianluca Chevalier Vicente Marquez Carpent, Eliska Babikova, Dimitris Vassileris couldn't quite add to his win tally. He finishes in 11th. Rasmus Vendelbo in 12th. Christopher Najem, oh, what a great story for Christopher Najem, has tried so long to qualify for here. Like his two brothers, Patrick and Matthias, he finally makes it, and he's driving the wheels off that wagon. 13th place for kart 452. Lucas Pernod from Canada is next. Then Luke Schapers in P15. There is some dust that has been on the circuit, and now off the circuit. Very nice, looks like the crater of a moon, apart from the big green plants by there, but you get my picture. We're going to see the full results of the last heat race of the day. Maxim Direk sadly failed to finish, so did Anthony Millet. So Yannick, sorry, but your boy Maxim did not finish, down in 35th. Dan Tate also a non-finisher. Spencer squeaking about it now. There we are. Ackman's your results today. What a day of racing. Have a little look at those results. And I will tell you what is still to come. Please don't go away. Please don't tune out, because in a little while we will have Jen Wade's studio show. A lot of films, a lot of guests, a really nice feature on some of the younger drivers here. The film that we made, the characters. If you want to know what kind of characters these kids are from all over the world, please stay and watch the paddock, the studio show tonight, because it is a real character indeed. That will be at 5 o'clock local time in 33 minutes time. So it's been a great day. Thank you very much for joining us. A big thank you to Sanad Al-Rawahi, Ben Cooper, Senna van Valstein, Matilda Olsen, and all the co-commentators, Alex Goldschmidt, for co-commentating today. You have to put up with my nonsense for every race, but it's good to get some insight from experienced drivers into the goings-on of these grand finals. Happy Independence Day, Bahrain. 50 years. Another fantastic day of racing in this wonderful country. In 33 minutes time, we'll be with the paddock in the studio show with Jen Wade, plenty of guests. This has been a Kart Data production for the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We will see you tomorrow. It's a late start tomorrow, but it's the pre-finals. Tomorrow is when we decide who makes it to the finals of the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Take it easy.
and welcome to day 5 of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals 2021 here in Bahrain, and we're at the International Karting Circuit in Sakhir with a very exciting day's racing to talk about. But before this, we're going to meet some of the special VIPs here at the event, and of course the future of karting here in the Middle East as well. So to start off, I thought we would take a walk around once more time with Ferdinand Habsburg and meet one of the dads with an interesting insight into what it's like as a race driver being a dad here at the Grand Finals.
Performing, now you're in dad mode. What's more nerve-wracking? Christopher racing or you doing your thing?
Look, definitely it's so nervous to be just watching your kid, you know, especially with the small kids, you know, from all over the world. But it's always an event that we all look forward in the grand finals. The first time we were in Brazil, we were lucky in 2018, and now this is our second time. Definitely it's closer to our culture, to Lebanon. I always get stressed, which is normal. Whenever you take the green flag or the start, you just forget about everything. But believe me, man, I'm finding a nice feeling to watch my kid, and that's why lately I've been moving away from racing, investing this money in my son, and especially because of the results that he's achieving. So that's why I'm really happy for that.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher became the first Lebanese winner of the Rotax International Trophy, which is a great. It's not just a ticking in the box for Christopher and yourself and your family, but also for the country as well.
100%, and that's why, man, we're always happy. As we can see now, we're improving the karting level all over Lebanon. Unfortunately, we only have one proper track that we're driving on, but still, as you can see, the result of all the team as we were doing, in the MENA Cup or in the International Trophy, it was really good. So hopefully, starting from tomorrow, after setting up the cars, working with everything, so we can start. We can see where we are, and we can start pushing towards the biggest goal, which is to win Lebanese, to win a Rotax Grand Final.
You can hear we're speaking to a professional.
Oh yeah.
Proper words. He's got the sentences. He knows what's up.
No, but I suppose, but obviously, but then it's different when he's talking about your family, your children. Did you ever suffer from that pressure from family, or what was it like when you were racing? Not pressure from family, but what was it like as the family when you raced in karting?
I think it sounded quite similar, to be honest. Just kind of motivational and excited. They never really gave me a lot of pressure, but they always were excited for me when I won, and were there for me when I didn't, or when I had an accident. So it sounds to me very similar, like enjoying together. Now I'm on the side here watching, not driving. For me, I'm way more nervous than when I'm driving, because when you got your helmet on, you're under control. But when you're not driving, you're not in control. Maybe you're rooting for somebody, you don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how you do it as a dad, but even with me, I feel more nervous. But yeah, I can hear that you're really enjoying it.
Believe me, man, believe me, it's so, stressy, believe me, but we got used to it. And then, as we can see, man, from the organization of the Rotax, we're always happy, man, looking at the safety as the first thing, man. All the briefings that they do, or they tell to all the drivers, it helps a lot. And hopefully, man, it's going to be a safe weekend for everyone, and may the better win.
Okay, there we have it. Christopher's dad. You know Christopher, and look who I'm here with, some of Christopher's friends. Welcome back to our studio live here, and I've got some very, very special guests tonight. Now, of course, it's always exciting to be here at the Grand Finals, but it's even more exciting if you're one of the Micro or Mini Max drivers. So welcome, and I thought we'd do a little intro. Charlie, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from the UK.
You're from the UK, and you live here in Bahrain?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Gracie as well. Welcome, Gracie.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, good. How's everything going with the racing?
It's going pretty well at the moment.
Very good, very good. And Zayn?
Hi, it's very good to be here. How are you?
I'm good. And whereabouts are you from, Zayn?
I'm from Dubai.
From Dubai?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to Bahrain. Okay. Then we've got Khaled.
Hello, I am very thankful to be here.
You're very thankful? Are you happy to be here?
Yeah.
That's important. Okay. And finally, Luca?
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I'm from the Netherlands and Australia. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what I can produce in the next 2 days.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Now, of course, I can see you've got your team shirts on, and some of our little friends, like Christopher, have already left for tonight. But I thought we'd just have a little chat before we speak with our special guests. But I've got the extra special guest first, okay? So maybe we can talk about what you love about being here at the Grand Finals. What do you love about it?
Well, it's on my home track.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just love being here in my home country, representing my home country and seeing what I can do for them.
Okay. And Khaled, what do you love about being here at the Grand Finals here in Bahrain on your home track?
The thrill. If you do one mistake, you're gone. It's on my home track too. I've raced here for 4 years now.
4 years. Wow. Okay. And Zayn, have you been here before?
Yes, I have. I just enjoy how the track is, how it's complicated yet it's overall fun, and I just love the racing and the thrill of it.
And you've got lots of friends here too, don't you?
Yeah.
I've seen you with your friends. What about you, Gracie? What do you love about being at the Grand Finals here in Bahrain?
It's really fun and there's lots of people to meet. I also love racing here because one, it's my home track and I love the adrenaline and everything about it. It's just, it's like comfort to me, you know, just being here and the sound of go-karts.
We can hear some of that motorsport in the background because it's National Day here. Yeah. Lots of celebrations, lots of motor racing. And so don't mind the noise in the background. Charlie, tell me, Grand Finals, Bahrain.
Yeah, awesome, really good for the experience, the adrenaline, everything's awesome here. And yeah, really good track, everything's awesome.
And what about under lights? I mean, this is just magic.
Yeah,
racing under lights.
Yeah, under the floodlights is really nice.
Yeah.
Because you have like a breeze and it's really
Now tell me, Charlie, I want to talk about the stuff dreams are made of.
Yeah.
Kimmy's retired, but his son, we will see, he's got a Micromax as well.
Yeah.
Lando, also Junior Max champion, British champion, that was his first title. And of course, the stuff dreams are made of, Lewis.
Yeah.
But Max came in and stole the show. He was 3 times Mini Max champion in Belgium. What's your dream?
My dream's just to reach Formula 1. And
also?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Become world champion and
Just like that?
Enjoy it, yeah.
Just enjoy it. Okay, who's your favourite driver?
Lando Norris, definitely.
Lando, okay, so I picked the right helmet.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know that. Lando Norris. What about you, Gracie? Any dreams, goals?
So as a girl, I want to make history, woman in motorsport, whether it's like GPs or F1. I just want to make history for women.
Wow, that's nice. Lots of girls I know have raced in Rotax and karting, and now they're making a living out of also motorsport. It's really nice to hear this. There's actually 13 girls here this weekend.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Okay, so history in the making. Watch this space. Okay, Zane?
My dream is to enter Formula 1 and be like Hamilton and Max, a champion, and to try to break as many records as I can.
Any particular team we should look for that you'll be racing in, or?
Red Bull or Mercedes.
Okay, he's going to go for straight to the top. Okay, Khaled?
Yeah.
Dreams, goals?
To be an F1, I want to race for Red Bull or McLaren in the future.
Okay, nice. Okay, and I guess being your home circuit, you'd like to also race in F1 here and F4 and F3 and F2?
Yes.
And the international circuit? You won't have to go very far, you'll be able to stay in your own bed that night?
And I'll also be the first Bahraini driver.
There you go. Okay, so will we be able to get your autograph then? Will you still talk to us? Okay, we'll all be coming to watch. Finally, Luca, any dreams or goals, anything different? Or?
Well, first of all, let's start with karting. I think my biggest dream, I could get this weekend to be a karting world champion and then make my way up to cars, hopefully start with Formula 4 or something like that, and work my way up to Formula 1 and be a #1 driver for Red Bull.
Okay, Red Bull's really popular. I haven't got any Red Bull, we're just having water tonight. Okay, no Red Bull, but nice to hear. Anyone just want to stay in karting? I think I'm a bit old for the F1, but I'd just like to stay in karting, I think. But fantastic to hear all your dreams and goals. We're going to wish you luck for tomorrow. Big day of racing, pre-finals, and getting ready for, I hope, to see you all on the grid on Saturday, sorry, not Sunday. So it's been great to have you. I've got to let you go get some dinner, but thank you very much. Our very special guests tonight, micros and minis. Mini, micro. Mini, micro, mini. Okay, minis and 1 micro. Thank you very much, and we're going to sit back, watch a little video about some other children with a dream in another part of the world who just want to come to the grand finals. That's their dream. Okay? See you guys tomorrow on the grid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good night.
To ride is to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus
and to conquer what lies ahead,
let's stand together. Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
You're never too young to be a champion. That's the message, but really nice to have the kids with us. Of course, Henry.
Yes. Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Back. 2 more special guests, very special guests as well.
Very special guests.
Yes.
A guest that the grand finals as a whole owes a great deal of gratitude to, I think.
Yes, I agree. So, Bayez Ramsey, Chief Operating Officer, Bahrain International Circuit. Welcome, but you should be welcoming us, I guess, but welcome to our studio for the first time. And Guy Sheffield, of course, we've met before.
Once or twice.
Once or twice, maybe. 2 grand finals ago. 2 grand finals down a little bit further back. But normally Guy's also joining us from Lane Raceway and Rotax, of course, in the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
And Henry. I mean, it's fantastic, isn't it? Just
it is. It's just incredible. I mean, I've been part of the grand finals for 7 years. Obviously, you guys a lot longer. But Fires, this is your first real experience of the grand finals. Can you just tell us a little bit about the birth of this fantastic circuit?
Certainly. Well, first of all, as you said, I'd love to welcome you to Bahrain and to the Bahrain International Circuit, the International Karting Circuit. Very excited, very happy to have the Rotax Grand Final here. It's been a dream of ours since we started. I have also helped in that regard. But yes, the Bahrain International Circuit was built in 2003. We hosted our first F1 in 2004. And we started then looking at what we're missing. What are we missing? We need a facility to bring the grassroots, to start from zero. We started at the top of the pyramid, and then we realized we need to start at the bottom. And hence we decided to build a facility that is comparable to the Bahrain International Circuit. And it was the vision of the leadership. If we're going to do it, we have to do it right. We have to do it big enough. And it has to be the place that the future kids that we saw here start. And hence the Bahrain International Karting Circuit was born in 2011. We started, officially opened in 2012, and we've hosted a few international series since then, but I believe none is as big or as exciting numbers-wise and different age groups-wise as we're seeing today.
It's a fantastic story. It's a lot of hard work. You mentioned 2011 was when you started to build it. In 2011 was the last time that Al Ain Raceway held the grand final. And Guy, I think it's fair to say for a long time, yourself and Al Ain Raceway, you were the sole venue capable of hosting major events in this entire region. You for a long time was bringing Middle East talent on. How does it feel now that you've got not just yourself but Bahrain here, you've got Muscat in Oman, that you can come to an event in the Middle East and not just to enjoy, because it's not your track, you know, and just to enjoy? How special is that to see the growth of the sport that I think it's fair to say that you guys over in Al Ain started?
It's come a really long way, and I just have to say congratulations to Fires and his team, all of the organising that goes into this event. Of course, when we last hosted in 2011, it was bigger than the first one that we had in 07, but now it's on a totally different level with almost 400 drivers, and to put on this event now globally, I think there's only a handful of venues worldwide that can cater for this. And yeah, for that to be on our doorstep, but in Bahrain, is amazing, and great. It's brought karting in the region to such a much greater level, and it's so much more accessible now, as Fires was saying, and you had the kids in before, for drivers of all ages, where that just didn't happen sort of 15 or so years ago. So it's amazing to be involved in that and to see the progress and development. Yeah.
I did want to know, Jen, is that Fires, when you were in talks to host this, did you consult Guy or ask him what it was like to host this? And if you did, Guy, did you lie to him and say, yes, fine, it's no problem, no stress at all?
Definitely we had a lot of advice. We were aspiring to do what they were doing. Something very important in motorsports, and especially in this part of the world, we see every other venue as a complement to us. We all started from zero. Motorsports wasn't that widespread, so we all need to grow the fan base, we all need to grow the competitor base. Every venue that pops up, and it is a testament to the success of the previous venue.
Yes.
Okay. In 2004 we had one Formula One. Today we have 4 in the region. Karting tracks, similar. Okay, karting tracks are popping up all over the place, and it's a testament to the success of what the previous ones are doing. We're building up the base. We're building up a strong foundation to one day find our people here, competitors here, reaching the top. That's only going to happen when you have that fan base, when you have that widespread competitors. So we need to complement each other, we need to work with each other, and the two our organizations have been doing that, and have been doing it a lot.
I have to say it's really exciting to see the children, and I can't imagine what they must have thought when they knew it was coming here. You know, right on their doorstep, the grand finals is coming as well. You know, like they can be part of something that, you know, they've been watching or just dreaming about, or seeing other kids go and race from other countries, and suddenly it's here.
Yeah, because I mean, we had Sanad Al-Rawahi from Oman in the commentary box, and of course he was the first Omani driver, him and his brother, and now there's a big team. And listening to the kids here, the boys and the girls, and how did you feel when drivers from this region, young boys and young girls, saying, yeah, we want to conquer Formula 1. I want to be the first woman. A Bahraini woman saying, I want to be the first woman in Formula 1. I want to make history. You are making their dreams possible. And in this region, we've got drivers from Kuwait racing, from Jordan. You know, your efforts have made it possible for the big wide world, for young men, young women, boys and girls to have those dreams and achieve them. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'll tell you something. The importance of the venue. Okay, we're talking Formula 1. If you look at the pictures of the opening of the venue, you will see that it was opened by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Bahrain. To his left and right were John Todd and Bernie Eccleston.
Yes.
Okay, and 5 world champs, Formula 1 world champs. Okay, this is how important we felt the venue marked. Okay, it marked that this is where we're gonna grow Formula 1 champions. Okay, and hence from there, the pictures are up there, and it's always a reminder, one day we want to see your pictures up there, just like these world champs.
And Guy, yesterday we saw 2 drivers from the UAE win races. You've had Grand Finals champions in the past, but it wasn't always like that. And so you can almost so Fires that the Bahrain drivers, they're doing well. You know, they may not win this year, but they will win eventually because they have the facility, the platform, the opportunity. And I think the phrase is standing on the shoulders of giants. The thing is though, the giants of karting in this region are still only teenagers, and you'll see that fruition in a generation to come.
And not only Formula One, but also Ferdinand, who was there speaking with Abdo in the video. He won the World Endurance Championship here in Bahrain just recently. So it's also, you know, as Gracie said, GT, or she's not really fussed about what it is. She just wants to make history and become
the opportunities are endless.
Yeah.
That's the thing now,
They've
isn't
even
it?
had V8 supercars here from Australia, I remember,
Yeah.
some years back. So it's really not only Formula One, even though we are sort of hearing this from the kids and they have their idols, it's also beyond that, it's widespread. So
putting my journalistic hat on, we've also got the MENA Nations Cup, which is a Rotax sponsored event. Oman, Muscat Speedway in Oman, another fantastic venue. It's hosted the first 2 years.
One of our partners,
Birul Art. Guy, you've helped organise that event for the first 2 years. When are we going to come here for that one then?
Yes, who knows? I mean, everybody's going to put their hand up. Also for the grand finals. Where should it be? People are asking now, where's the next one? If it's here now, where's the next one? But of course, every now and then we've got to throw something special in over the years.
Well, I've got to say, I think this is special. This is truly special.
And we have to say that we've heard so many great things. You know, as Guy said, it started off smaller, it got bigger the last time you had it in 2011, but it's just become something really spectacular. And
Henry,
it's a celebration of the champions, really. The champions from all around the world.
Henry, you mentioned earlier, you know, what advice did we lie? The truth is, no, we didn't. But actually, we were limited with what advice we could give because of the development of the championship. Actually, over it was 10 years since we hosted it. When we hosted, there was no Minimax, no Micromax at the time, and that's all, you know, been part of the development and the inclusion of those classes on the world stage. When, you know, when Bahrain, UAE, Oman first started having the privilege of getting tickets to participate, we were, you know, we were sort of looked on as these guys are not even going to make the final. And to be fair, that was the level we were at. But it was only because of the facilities like this and national championships and federations and, you know, governments being behind it in this part of the world, that it's raised the level to the point that actually, we were fortunate enough to have 2 drivers capable of winning a race here. And it's not the final, we're not getting carried away, but that's a massive achievement for what's happened in the region.
Again, Mohammed Matar in GD2 Masters, putting it P2, it's his home circuit, but that is unheard of for a driver from Bahrain. A driver, again, who was born here, not an expat. I mean, that's real growth in the venue, real growth in the country, real growth in the culture of motorsport. And I think before we end this, what would you like to say to your staff, who have been second to none? The hard work they put in all around the place. They've done this circuit proud. Everybody is talking about how helpful they are, how professional they are. What would you like to say to them?
I definitely want to say thank you. It's been their dream more than ours. They have come and told us we want to have this, we want to make it happen. Staff, marshals, organizers, everybody's been very eager. After the recent situations around the world, they wanted to put up something big. They didn't want to do anything mediocre, but do a wow event that brings out the best in people, who have not had the chance to race in the last couple of years. So without the people, this would be just concrete and asphalt. It's the people that make it happen.
And finally, I think one last question, because I know that you've got to go. You've been so kind with your time. Today is the 50th anniversary of Bahrain gaining independence. It's Independence Day. Tomorrow, you have a chance to put more Bahrain-based drivers into the finals of this event than ever before. If, and we're all about hopes and dreams, if on Saturday a Bahrain driver makes it onto the podium, where will you be and what will you be doing?
We will have achieved our mandate. We will have achieved our dream. We call ourselves the home of motorsports in the Middle East. Okay, we put on circuit racing, drag racing, as you can hear. Drag racing is going on
every night. We can hear it.
Yeah. Motorcycle in every form of motorsports we try to include in our mandate at the Bahrain International Circuit, and getting the Bahraini up there on the podium is what we're out to do, and it will be a dream come true, but it will only add to our fuel and our eagerness to do more.
Well, absolutely. For once, Guy and the UAE team have got some competition of who's going to be the most successful Middle East nation in the grand finals this year. And Guy, I'm sure you're really pleased about that.
Yeah. I think Faiz mentioned earlier on, we complement each other, you know. So if Bahrain does well, it's another country in the region. It's Oman does well, it's fantastic for the region. Yeah.
And I'm sure if you have another event, international, there'll be lots of drivers here.
Oh, I thought you said lots of commentators are offering for their services. Yes. Oh, sorry, yeah, lots of drivers, of course. It's about the drive.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's spectacular. And of course, when you ask where he's going to be in the steward's room. He's one of our stewards.
I'll probably be with him.
Because you've got the most drivers here.
Okay, well, on that note, I thought I'd end with something a little bit lighthearted, because it's when we talk about all the work and effort, I think some of the people here have been here working behind the scenes for a long time, and the Rotax, big Rotax family really appreciate it, and also the staff, the team from Rotax in Austria and Portugal and everywhere that they've travelled from the UK. Yep. So thank you so much. And I found something just to add a little bit of, light-hearted humour to the show, because I was told today that don't make it too serious. So I'm not going to make it too serious. So I found something in my archives that I thought I'd like to share with everybody.
I'm not sure who's most nervous.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys, for coming, and we'll see you. I won't see you in the stewards, but Guy might.
Well,
it's been a pleasure.
You might see you jumping up and down the side of the track on Saturday. Who knows?
At the podium.
Oh.
Seeing as you've brought that up, I've been a little bit troubled since your first broadcast, and a number of my team here have been similarly distressed to see what was the physically dishevelled appearance of Mr. Henry Baudet. He looked like he descended into some form of cave person. For those of you that didn't see, just give me a second. For those of you who didn't see this, have a look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Can you see that? I'm not sure. It's a bit of reflection. Now, that's the stuff of nightmares. And I thought to myself, it wasn't only compromising the viewing experience, but spare a thought for his nearest and dearest, you know?
Well, his son was with him because he was doing the homeschool. He's been there doing homeschool. And I think Henry hasn't been able to get out at all because he's been on lockdown and he's looking after little Henry and...
Well,
you know?
I tell you what, I was relieved to see that he'd made some form of recovery on episode 2.
That was, yes. That was for little Henry's birthday. He turned 10 on the Monday, so he had a shave and...
Wonderful. Okay, well, look, I mean, the team here at Al Ain Raceway, because before we saw episode 2, we actually clubbed together and we came up with a bit of a care package.
Nice, very nice.
COVID-19 Henry Baudet support package, like... quite a bit of effort and generosity from some of the guys and girls here went into it. We didn't dispatch anything yet because I think level 5 alert on episode 1 went down to like a 2 or a 3 in episode 2. But I've got it here. Shall I show you a couple of the items?
Okay, just quickly, and then I should run. But seeing they've gone to all this trouble.
Yeah. See, so this is obviously lots of clothes there in that package.
It's like a bulk pack.
Got a mask, which is only a short-term solution. There's a professional hairdressing gear here. We've got all sorts of stuff. Mirror, clearly missing from Mr. Bodette's preparation for episode 1, so that's been included. We've got these, what's this? Heavy duty clippers. Yeah, we didn't go for the battery powered, needed to be mains powered for that.
My goodness.
Carpet stain remover this is, but I mean, it's got quite a heavy duty brush on it, which looks like it could be put to good use there. Some insect repellent, no further comment. One of the guys downstairs has provided this as well. Definitely becoming useful. And that's really the end of the basket. But
well, I'm sure he'll really appreciate that
well, hang on a
package.
minute. Let's just remind the viewers. Look. That care package was not going to clear that up, was it? So we've got some more stuff here.
Hedge clippers. Oh my God.
And one of the guys in the workshop very kindly has given us an angle grinder as well. Oh, and we had one donation from our landscaper. I'm going to give this one for Noel's attention. This one is definitely going to come in useful. Okay, so it's in here. All right, Noel and Henry Jr., we've got you. Yeah, we will not, as a community, allow you to endure that unspeakable horror again without the support network. And it's expensive to ship, but if all of that isn't enough, then we can also. I thought probably Henry Jr. can put over a reclining Henry Senior and get to work. So anyway, I think that's about it. I've got a message for Henry if he's watching.
He'll be watching.
I think it's important. I think it's important to address that because I did notice that last week or 2 weeks ago on episode 2, less people tuned in than episode 1. So I think we know what scared them off. And Henry, if you're watching, if you want someone to aspire to, just take a look in this episode at the suave, sophisticated, debonair, handsome, eloquent, knowledgeable professional that is Kuhn Lemon.
Recap, and then we talk a little bit about social shout-outs. Well, Henry, glad to see that the pack from
that was one of the highlights of my lockdown, I have to say.
Made it to the UK, and you were able to see through.
There will be another Kart Globe show.
There will be.
I will get my revenge. It's already in. Wheels have been in motion for some time, but no. We talk about the Rotax family, and yeah, we are a big family.
Yes.
And it's just great that we can welcome a new member to that family this year.
And that's what AS said. It shows how close the Rotax family is.
I wish I had that much hair now. It all went. It's going on here though, but the wrong colour. It's gone great.
And for anyone that doesn't know, Kart Globe, in my archives there, what I had to drag out for a little bit of lighthearted end to the show was during the lockdown.
After my embarrassment.
No, during the lockdown, no. It was for the karting community.
Yeah,
for the big
karting
community. Not just Rotax, but everybody.
Exactly.
For 4 months during the lockdown and
that,
my community service from my studio. But right now, to finish off, we're going to hear a little bit about today's racing, the last 2 heats for every
fantastic day's racing.
Or 1 or 2 heats, depending on which class it was. It was fantastic.
I think we got 22 races, 20 races today. I've got to say that looking at the results, well done to Poland, well done to the Czech Republic, to Great Britain, but most of all, well done to Latvia.
Yeah.
Latvia had a storming day today. So we had 1 race in Micromax, a long day for them, and we're glad that some of the Micromax drivers could stay here for that. But of course, there's 36 of them. They all make the final. Tomorrow they got the pre-final. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia was the winner of that after a great scrap, a really good battle. Zdeněk Babicek from the Czech Republic, one of the real characters. Now that was the 2nd race of the day, and it was the start of a really, really good day for the Babicek family. We opened with E20. Oscar Palamel. Is it Oscar's birthday today?
It is. Happy birthday, Oscar.
Birthday present, a win, E20. Theo Kakati, yesterday's winner for Car Sheffield's UAE team, 2nd. Now, that means they both won a race and come 2nd in a race. They've got
Oscar
equal
was on pole.
The tiebreaker is qualifying. So Oscar on pole for the pre-final, Theo Kakati alongside.
He's the GKM champion 2021, so...
But Theo Kakati
finished 4th, I think, as a Micromax driver back in 2017, or a Minimax driver. He is desperate for a podium.
Yes,
so.
And he was also the first winner in the Euro Series in the Project E20 with Rotax this year. So he took the first round win.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's going to be close. We talked about it last night, but behind them are also...
Yeah, Malte Ebdrup from Denmark. We've got Ella Spezia from the United States.
Champion,
we've got the 2 Swiss drivers, Hannes Morin. We've got Matilda Olsen.
He's the Euro Trophy winner.
Federico Peters from Portugal. However, our 4 drivers from Chile in E20, Hector Ramirez, the Pachetto brothers, and Mr. Hurtado, I think it is, having their own battle, first time in the karts.
Yes,
having their own battle amongst themselves. Just great to see. Great to see. And that shows that the expansion of the E20 name.
Definitely,
So
and coming up next year, I have to mention, they've just announced too, they're going to run junior and senior classes in the E20. So if you're interested, while I think of it, check the website, Rotax website. Okay.
Right, so that was this morning. It was E20, then Micro. Then moved on to Minimax. We had 4 Minimax leads. Boris Lizan from Poland, the only driver perfect. 3 wins out of 3. He had 2 wins today. Arata Endo from Japan, he's got 2 wins. Got into a little bit of an arm wrestling match with Dovjas Kudrivicius in his last heat. That win went to Matej Radenkovic of Belgium. Poland, though, very strong in Minimax. Junior Max, this is where Latvia started to take control. Thomas Dolsomanis, 2 dominant race wins, has to be said.
Was the pole city yesterday as well?
Yep, and he's looking really strong. But he's not the only driver that's looking really strong. Kai Rillarts, European champion, BNL champion, RMCIT International Trophy champion, Belgian Rotax Max Challenge champion. He had a win, a great win, and then the last heat of the day. What a result. Rillarts versus Harry Linden from the UK. Linden won yesterday, had an exhaust fall off this morning, finished last, battled tooth and nail defensive. Rillarts had the better kart, the quicker kart. Linden knew that and had to defend and drag Rillarts into a battle. My hometown, Harry, 2 wins out of 3. Really good.
It's going to be good.
Going to be excellent. Britain had another pair of wins in senior, Clayton Ravenscroft and Callum Bradshaw. But I think the main story about senior, maybe the main story about the grand finals in total, was Teresa Babichova. Now, I've been doing this for 7 years, and we haven't had a lady win a heat race in that time. Can you recall it ever happening before?
No.
So I think we made history today. I think that we made...
I'm going to have to check that.
We're going to have to
but I
delve in back into your archives.
Maybe somebody can message me if you know otherwise.
Well,
close, but not close enough.
Tamsin, Jermaine. But yeah, next time you delve back into your archives, instead of looking at embarrassing photos from me...
Katerina, the Russian driver, I don't think so.
So we may have made history. Teresa Babakova.
Another woman making history. We've got all these girls making history.
The thing that I really liked about Teresa's wins, her first win, starting outside Paul Foucamin on the front row of the grid, she chopped across the front of Paul. It was a risky move into turn number 1. If it went wrong, it would have gone wrong big time. But she was aggressive. I spoke to her coach, Danny Curl, yesterday, and I said, she could have won, but there was a move at turn 1 where she was a bit too aggressive. And Danny goes, yeah, I know, we talked about that.
I think we might have it on we might have it on the onboard, because Paul's carrying our onboard camera.
Yeah, and it was so aggressive. She did all the hard work in turn 1 and then went on. In her second race, she went toe-to-toe with Callum Bradshaw, the 2020 world champion.
Remember too, her coach is a former world #1. But okay, that's another story.
Up at the top of the circuit, turn 5, Mosport corner, as I've christened it. Again, aggressive, decisive, and drove away.
Have you met Teresa? She's only about this big.
Met the entire family. Yeah, and Senna van Valstein was co-commentating on those senior races, and he said himself, as a former winner in seniors, he goes, I think it's time to say that Teresa may be favourite. That's not the curse of the commentator, but realistically, she's one of 2 or 3 that are standouts in the senior class.
It's fantastic.
Only had 1 DD2 Masters race. It was a repeat of yesterday. Morgan Rees from France, Pierre-Luc Wallet from Canada, and Paul Louveau from France. I have to say, Ben Cooper came and did the commentary for that with me in there. Of course, Ben Cooper from Team Canada, and he was getting quite emotional talking about Pierre-Luc Wallet. He discussed it last night, his boating accident, nearly losing his feet. Ben has been helping guide him back, and Ben was getting, quite emotional. He said he didn't know what it's going to be like if this journey continues. France, dominant. Riche had enough today.
We've seen it before, and I think they're back.
Yeah.
With a vengeance.
Disappointing day though for people like Antti Oinokainen. 3 times a runner-up, retired today, not quit yesterday. It's going to be another year waiting for Antti. Last but by no means least though, DD2. The last 2 races of the day, well, there was 2 heats this morning, 2 races under the evening sky, very, very competitive. And again, Latvia, Emils Akmans and Patrick Lochtmelis won their first, second heats respectively. We had a big crash for Christos Zidris, also from Latvia, lucky to walk away, he's okay. But the other 2 wins went to the Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen. Very tall driver. I can't believe this is his first Grand Finals.
Well, maybe he's just missed out by this much.
Yeah, I've seen his name so long.
And of course he was on the podium at the last Euro Trophy race. The Euro Trophy International at the end, the open race. So
he looks very good.
Golden Trophy.
The form guide in DD2 has really been thrown on its head.
Yeah.
Petter Bazell, at the moment, I can't even see defending champion Petter Bazell making the final.
Really?
Jakob, his brother, has got a chance. Nicolas Pico, second at Sarno 2 years ago. He's top 10 at best. Zanderua battled his way up to 3rd, but it was a real battle. Lots of new drivers. We talked about the Middle Eastern influence. Amir Abdullah Al-Rawahi, top 5. Gustavo Suarez from Chile, top 5. But the result of the day for me, the driver of the day, apart from Babakova, the driver of the day is Khaled Al-Fayed from Kuwait. He's the local champion here, but he's not from here. He lives in Kuwait City. Drove with a precision and an intelligence that belies his lack of experience at this level. I mean, we talked about, are we going to get Bahrain on the maybe Kuwait even on the podium. Welcome to the party, Kuwait.
Yes, I think the long weekend's going to be extended, perhaps. There'll be a huge celebration here. I'm sure if anyone from the GCC region is jumping up there on the podium, this long weekend will be a longer weekend.
This has been Independence Day. There's a buzz about the staff, about the country. It's a special day for Bahrain as a total, and it's just such a pleasure to be able to share it with them.
It is. And everyone's been watching on social media as well. I know this. There's been so many shout outs today. Thank you to everybody. Because
yes, I have an issue.
Really?
Yes. It's been amazing having all the people comment in. The problem is, and I'm a technical dinosaur here, on Facebook you've got your name. So I can say, Jeff Smith is watching from Derbyshire in the UK and he's cheering on Ethan Jeff Hall. When you go to Instagram and Twitter, they've got these funny names like I didn't know what Daisy_2+4 flower emoji is cheering on so and so. Like, how can I say that? Oh, hello Daisy flower emoji. So it'd be nice to say who you are and where you're from, not just like your Twitter handle. That's my only issue. It's been great to have all the comments coming in. We've had loads from all over the world. I want to say though, I think America, Ellis Spezia from E20, he's getting the most online love at the moment.
Yes, and also, considering they had a 2 a.m. Race this morning in their time.
Oh, they were up in Arizona?
In the US.
Middle of the night?
They were, yes.
Watching him?
His grandma, I remember them saying, she's up, she's got nothing else to do, but she's up there.
Lots of support for the Netherlands, lots of support for Belgium. A lot of people saying thank you to Dave Ritson from Genk as well, who's leaving his post at the end of the season.
But I think it's great, to hear from so many people on social media, cheering everyone on. Where they're actually watching from was nice, but also, who they're cheering for, to give a shout out to. So keep following and sending your messages.
Yeah.
And we're going to share, actually, tomorrow we've got a special video coming up. We can't talk too much about it, but we had a little bit of a hint today.
Yes.
But live stream tomorrow, Henry.
Yes, no, it's a later start. We get a lie in. Well, some of us get a lie in. Not us. We're Ultra Professional, always here.
Yes.
Pre-finals, driver photo, lots of coverage.
Yes. What time's the first race, Henry?
Track 12 o'clock, midday.
Okay. So late for us, but good for everyone else. We're kind of doing that.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be, what day is it today? Is it Thursday? Is it Friday? It's Friday. So Friday morning, you can wake up back in the UK,
Yes.
Central Europe,
Yes.
you know, have a copy and then watch things.
And we'll be going racing
And
first
we'll
thing
go
in the
racing.
morning. We're going to post all the times. Global app, if you've got the Rotax global app on your phone. Otherwise,
Telling you now,
yes,
get it.
on the Rotax-kart.com website, you can find all the information about the grand finals, all the times, schedule, live timing, live stream, YouTube, Rotax karting, if you've missed any of the action as well.
Just press backwards on your computer and watch it again and listen to Jen.
Yes, and so we're posting all the information. This is our live studio today.
Yes.
But please follow us on social media. Anything that you may have missed, also our studios from the last couple of nights.
Yep, and we're going to have studio again tomorrow. Great day of racing.
Yes.
Lots of guest commentators, which is helpful. They know what they're
who's in
talking
the
about.
final
And we'll know who's in the final.
tomorrow night. So we'll see you back here tomorrow. For all your local times, please check Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, because we will post what time the live stream is starting in the UK, in the US, in Sydney. All my friends back there in Sydney watching. So see you tomorrow, Henry.
See you tomorrow. It's
Right,
going to be a good one.
and-
Going to be a good one.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Thank you so much.
Right is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together we will win.